They don't steal elections with ballots. They steal them long before anyone votes. At large. Chapter 1. The pressure washer Gus kept in the shed behind the bar had been dying for 6 months, the way things died in Florida salt air. Not in a single dramatic failure, but in a slow, sulking retreat, losing pressure a little more each week, until it delivered something closer to an assertive garden hose than an actual cleaning instrument. Mike had spent the better part of Tuesday morning coaxing it across the hull of a rental skiff that a family from Cincinnati had returned with a barnacle situation that suggested they'd anchored somewhere nobody had anchored since the Carter administration. And by noon, he'd come to the private conclusion that the washer's opinion on the matter was probably correct, and the barnacles were going to win. Earl had appeared at 11 with 2 cups of coffee from the office trialer's pot, handed one over without comment on the ongoing barnacle situation, and the 2 of them had stood on the dock in the September heat that had no business being this assertive this late in summer, drinking coffee and watching a brown pelican work the baitfish near the inlet with the systematic patience of someone who'd never once been told efficiency was a virtue worth pursuing. "Fella called for you this morning," Earl said eventually. "Left a number. Wouldn't say what it was about. People don't like saying what it's about." This one seemed especially committed to the policy. Earl looked at the coffee in his hand, the way he looked at most things, as if waiting for it to give him a piece of information he hadn't thought to ask for yet. "Said he got your name from a newspaper article. Indian River Tribune," he thought. Mike drank the rest of the coffee and handed the cup back without answering, which Earl took as the full response it was, and went back inside to do the payroll he'd been avoiding since Friday. The Indian River County Tribune had run a piece in July, 7 paragraphs buried past the fold in the print edition, about the Palmetto Row situation in Fort Pierce, a restrained, careful piece that named Carol Jennings and mentioned Mike once in the 3rd paragraph as a private investigator assisting law enforcement, which was more title than Mike had authorized and more than he felt he'd earned. But newspaper pieces didn't typically ask permission before the fact, and there wasn't much to be done about it after. He hadn't thought much about the piece. You didn't think much about 7 paragraphs buried past the fold. Apparently, somebody had. Kevin Walsh arrived at Gus's Tackle and Tavern at 4:15 on a Tuesday afternoon in a blue Oxford shirt he'd sweated through from the collar down to the 2nd button, carrying a manila folder in one hand, and a look on his face that fell somewhere between sheepish and braced for impact, the look of a man who'd talked himself into doing something he wasn't sure was a good idea, and had decided the only way to find out was to actually do it. He stood at the door a beat too long, taking in the bar, the Marlin sign, the Ohio couple in their booth, Dewey Pruitt's 3-fingered hand working a scratch-off over the far end of the bar, the entire place vibrating with the contentment of a Tuesday afternoon that had no expectations of itself, and then spotted Mike at his usual stool, and made his way over with the directness of someone who'd rehearsed the approach rather than the words. "Mike Ramble?" Walsh said it like a question, even though it wasn't, the uncertainty in it, not about the identification but about the reception. "Depends who's asking." "Kevin Walsh. I called Earl Tucker's marina this morning. He said I might find you here." Walsh set the manila folder on the bar, not sliding it, just setting it flat, and put a hand on the stool next to Mike's without committing to sitting. "Can I sit?" "Barstool's not mine." Walsh sat. He was mid-30s, built lean in the way of a man who moved around a lot rather than worked out, hair going thin at the temples a decade before it should have, with the slightly compressed energy of somebody running on less sleep than the job actually required, and more coffee than his blood pressure approved of. He had the look, Mike decided, of a man who was competent at something specific and had recently been confronted with a problem outside that specific thing, which was eroding his confidence in visible incremental degrees. Gus materialized with 2 Modelos without being asked, lime in both necks, and set them down and went back to his rag. Walsh looked at his like he wasn't sure whether drinking it constituted accepting a hospitality that implied obligations he couldn't currently afford. Then apparently decided he was too tired for that kind of calculation, and drank a third of it anyway. Indian River Tribune piece, Walsh said. The Fort Pierce story. About the grocery store. I read it. I run the Hill campaign. Sandra Hill, State House District 82. I don't know if you follow Indian River County politics. First follow the marine weather, and occasionally the football scores. That's about my range. Walsh nodded like he'd expected something in that neighborhood, and had already decided it didn't matter. We're 11 weeks out from the primary. Sandra's polling 6 points up against a man who's held that seat for 18 years and has stopped doing anything with it except holding it, which should be straightforward. 8 weeks ago, it was straightforward. He tapped the manila folder, but didn't open it. 8 weeks ago, somebody took a photograph of Sandra at a party in 2019, doctored it badly enough that a professional could spot the edit in 20 minutes but not before 3 news aggregators had already run it, and then pulled it within 4 hours so the correction never got the same reach as the original post. Fundraiser that week pulled in 40% of what we'd projected. We lost 11 donors in 72 hours. What was the photo? Her supposedly holding a drink at a party hosted by a man who was indicted in 2021 for bid rigging on a county contractor deal. The man's real, the party's real. Sandra was there for about 40 minutes giving a speech for a different event in the same venue. Never met the host, didn't have a drink because she doesn't drink. The photo put a glass in her hand and moved her 20 feet across the room to be standing next to the host like they were old friends. Walsh opened the folder now, slid the first page across to Mike, a printout of the doctored photo alongside what appeared to be the original, a side-by-side comparison somebody with an eye for it had put together. We had it professionally analyzed. The edit's real, obvious when you look for it, and completely impossible to use for anything because the moment it looked like we were accusing somebody of running a dirty tricks campaign, the story became us being paranoid instead of somebody being dishonest. Mike looked at the photos. The edit was obvious once you knew what you were looking for. The light on Sandra Hill's arm fell from a direction that didn't match anything else in the frame. The shadow geometry wrong by a degree that most people would never consciously register, but that landed in the brain as off without ever quite surfacing as a specific complaint. Police blotter, Walsh said, pulling the next page. 2 weeks after the photo. Somebody submitted a DUI incident report to the Tribune formatted exactly like the sheriff's office submissions. Same header template, same fonts, same reference number structure. Reporter ran it because there was no reason not to. It looked like every other blotter item she'd gotten from that office in 6 years. Reporter checked it after the fact. The moment Sandra's campaign manager, that's me, called her, she checked it immediately and pulled it off the website. Story correction ran 400 words, published the next morning, nobody read it. Story itself ran 250 words, went up at 6 p.m. on a Thursday when people were checking their phones before dinner. Got shared 400 times before the correction existed. Walsh looked at the printout, then back up at Mike. She asked me where the fake blotter came from. I couldn't tell her. Sheriff's office confirmed it wasn't theirs, confirmed their reference number system didn't match, confirmed nobody on staff submitted it. Past that, dead end. Same timing as the photo. What? The photo dropped before a fundraiser. The blotter dropped at 6 p.m. Thursday. When was your next public event after that? Walsh sat back a half-inch, running it in his head. Friday afternoon. Meet and greet at a community center in Sebastian. 40 people, good event, but the turnout was off, and 2 people who'd committed to coming canceled Thursday night. He looked at Mike. Same day as the blotter. Somebody's not running a dirty tricks campaign, Mike said. Somebody's running a schedule. The tricks are just the product. Gus appeared and refilled the peanut bowl at Mike's elbow without breaking stride. A small domestic miracle Mike had given up trying to explain in 3 years of watching it happen. There's a third thing, Walsh said. Beth Carpenter. She's a retired attorney over on the Indian River Lagoon. Was our largest individual donor, $5,000, and had committed to hosting a fundraiser at her home in October. 3 weeks ago, she called me and withdrew everything. Didn't explain, didn't get angry, just said very calmly that she needed to step back from the campaign, wished Sandra the best, and hung up. Walsh folded his hands on the bar, in the manner of a man who'd made this exact gesture in enough budget meetings to know it read as serious without reading as desperate, though in this case the desperation was doing its level best to surface anyway. I called her back 4 times. She answered once, said the same thing in fewer words, and hasn't picked up since. She's scared, Mike said, or bought. I don't know. That's what scares me. Walsh looked at the folder, at the photos, at the blotter printout, at the whole careful archaeology of a campaign being taken apart piece by somebody who understood exactly how much damage could be done without ever technically breaking a law anybody could point to. I can't prove any of this is coordinated. I can't afford the people who prove coordination. I hired a local PR firm to manage optics, and they told me to stay positive and focus on Sandra's record, which is genuinely excellent advice for a normal political problem, and completely useless for this one. How'd you find me specifically? Tribune article. The Fort Pierce situation. Grocery store, fake citations. A private investigator who apparently does this kind of work for free or close to it, which is all I can currently offer. Walsh had the grace to look directly uncomfortable about that sentence, rather than dressing it up as something else. I know what I'm asking you is a favor. I know you're not a lawyer or a detective or anything that has a license attached to it. And I know Sandra's not a marina or a family grocery. She's a candidate for office, which is a different category of problem. And I know you can tell me no, which is your right. And I've rehearsed the drive home pretty thoroughly because I figured you probably would. What's Sandra Hill's position on Indian River County waterfront development? Walsh blinked. She's against the proposed Riverside Commons project. Says the environmental assessment was inadequate, and the access easement on the south end of the inlet was approved through a permitting process she's asked for a review of. And the incumbent voted for the Riverside Commons easement 2 years ago. Sits on the Appropriations Committee. Has received, per public FEC filings that I've looked at more than is probably healthy for a man my age, $22,000 in the last election cycle from an entity called the Forward Florida Leadership Fund. The name dropped into the bar's ambient noise like a stone into still water, and Mike sat with it a moment, watching the rings spread, feeling something in his chest do a calculation he hadn't asked it to make. You know that name, Walsh said, reading something in Mike's face that Mike hadn't intended to put there. I've come across it. He picked up the Modelo, drank, set it back down. Tell me about the schedule. The pattern. Photo before a fundraiser, blotter before a public event. What else? That's all so far. 2 incidents in 8 weeks. Which sounds like almost nothing when I say it out loud, but the aggregate effect on the campaign's finances and the candidate's time. Every time one of these lands, Sandra spends 3 days doing damage control instead of knocking doors. And I spend those same 3 days talking to a reporter who's trying to figure out who submitted a fake police document instead of writing about Sandra's platform. Walsh pushed the folder an inch closer to Mike, not quite offering it, not quite taking it back. Whoever's running this understands the math of a campaign. They're not trying to destroy her in one hit. They're trying to drain the calendar. Down the bar, Dewey Pruitt, who had not appeared to be listening to any of this, and had, in fact, spent the last 10 minutes in what looked like a private religious dispute with a scratch-off ticket, set down his key and turned a degree toward Walsh with the unprompted authority of a man who decided a conversation he hadn't been invited into had finally arrived at a topic he had opinions about. Indian River Regional High, playing Sebastian Friday night, Dewey said to no one in. Should be a 15-point game easy. They got that Brooks kid at quarterback. Kid can put it anywhere on the field. Line's been moving wrong all week though. Opened at 12, sitting at 4.5 as of this morning. He shook his head with the solemn gravity of a man who'd watched market forces behave illogically for decades and never once stopped being personally offended by it. Either somebody knows something everybody else don't, or somebody wants everybody else to think they know something. Mike looked at Dewey. Since when do you follow the high school spread? Since I started watching the games, on account of there being nothing else worth watching on Friday nights in this county that doesn't require driving somewhere. Dewey picked his key back up, went back to his ticket. That Brooks kid's something else when he's on. Last 2 games, he hasn't been on. Don't know why. Don't know why the line's moving like it is, either. Interesting, is all I'm saying. Walsh had watched this exchange with the mildly disoriented expression of a man who'd driven 2 hours to have a specific conversation and found himself briefly inside a different one entirely. That's the football scores, Mike told him. I mentioned I follow those. Right. Walsh cleared his throat. So, can you help us? Mike looked at the folder. The doctored photo with its wrong-angled light. The blotter formatted close enough to the real thing that 6 years of familiarity hadn't been enough to spot the difference before the damage was done. A retired attorney who'd gone suddenly and permanently quiet, which was, in Mike's experience, the thing that didn't happen to retired attorneys without a very good reason. What's Sandra Hill's schedule look like this week? He said. Walsh pulled out his phone, pulled up what looked like a shared calendar packed dense enough to suggest a woman who didn't believe in unscheduled hours. Town hall tomorrow night in Fellsmere. Endorsement announcement Thursday morning. The Firefighters Union press will be there. Donor dinner Friday evening in Vero, private home, 12 people. The dinner's the target. Why do you? Because 2 hits in 8 weeks, both timed to events. Pattern says the next one lands before the biggest event on the calendar. A private donor dinner with 12 people is harder to recover from than a community center meet and greet. The guest list is controlled. The damage is contained to people who already care, and word of mouth through a room like that spreads in exactly the direction a campaign needs those 12 people talking. Mike tapped the folder once, the same way Jennings tapped folders, the same way Walsh himself had tapped it 10 minutes ago, apparently a universal gesture for this is the thing that matters. Whatever's coming, it'll land by Thursday to give it 24 hours of damage before the dinner. Walsh stared at him. You're describing something that hasn't happened yet. I'm describing a pattern somebody's already established twice. Patterns don't change unless the person running them has a reason to, and right now they've got no reason. Mike picked up the folder, tucked it under his arm. Walsh noticed and didn't object, which told Mike the man had driven 2 hours hoping somebody would take the folder and was not going to argue about how. How much do you actually know about Forward Florida Leadership Fund beyond the FEC filings? Not much. Incorporated in Florida. Mailing address in Tallahassee. Chairman of record is a congressman named Tom Johnson. Walsh stopped, reading Mike's face again. Whatever he was finding there apparently more informative than he'd expected from a man working a bar stool at 4:30 on a Tuesday. You know him too. I know the name. You keep saying that about names in this conversation. Comes with the territory. Mike finished the Modelo, set the bottle on the bar, glanced at Gus, who had absorbed the entire conversation from a distance of 6 feet without appearing to have heard a single word of it, a skill that ranked, in Mike's estimation, among the underappreciated arts. I'm going to drive down to Vero Beach tomorrow morning and talk to your candidate. If she'll see me, and if she's got more than 20 minutes, and if whatever she tells me doesn't make me think this is a problem I can't actually do anything useful about, then we'll go from there. Walsh's exhale came out long, the specific kind that belonged to a man who'd spent 3 weeks being told various forms of nothing, and had driven 2 hours on the theory that probably nothing was worth trying anyway. She'll see you, Walsh said. I'll call her tonight. Call her after 8. She sounds like someone who works late. She doesn't stop. Then call her at 8 anyway. Let her have until 8. Mike pulled a folded receipt from his jacket pocket, the back of it blank, wrote his cell number in the margin. If she says no to the meeting, that's the end of it. I don't do this over somebody's objection. Walsh took the receipt, looked at the number, looked at Mike with an expression that had shifted somewhere in the last 20 minutes from careful hopefulness into something less managed and more genuine. A man who'd walked into a bar with a folder and was walking out of it feeling, for the first time in 3 weeks, like the folder might actually matter to somebody. Thank you, he said. Haven't done anything yet. No. But you took the folder. He left a 20 on the bar for the beer he'd barely finished, which was too much, and which Gus would note and remember without saying anything about, and walked out past the Ohio couple and the Marlin sign into an evening that had kept all of the day's heat and added a layer of humidity on top of it, the Florida combination that made the 10 feet between a door and a car feel like an argument. Mike watched him cross the parking lot through the window glass, the blue Oxford shirt wrinkled past any recovery now, the walk of a man who'd gone 3 weeks without a good answer and had finally found something that might not be one but was at least a direction. Dewey Pruitt came down 2 stools, apparently done with his ticket, dragging his beer with him. Campaign trouble, Dewey said. Politics. Same thing, usually. Dewey settled onto the stool Walsh had vacated, looked at the folder under Mike's arm. You going to Vero? Probably. Good cheese steak place on Ocean Drive, if you're going during lunch. Tell 'em Dewey sent you. They won't know what you're talking about, but it gives you something to say. Dewey sipped his beer, looked at the muted TV in the corner, the fishing show playing its usual silent drama with the flat brim hat and the triumphant fish. That line on Friday's game is wrong, Mike. I've been watching point spreads on Friday night games in this county since before that kid's father was born. And a line don't move 8 points by itself without somebody pushing it. Could be an injury. Could be. But the kid threw for 280 last week, and nobody reported an injury. I checked. Dewey set his beer down, looked at Mike with an expression that had set down the performance of casual, and gone briefly, completely serious, the face under the face he wore at the bar most nights. That kid's going somewhere. Florida State's got a scholarship waiting on the other end of this season. Somebody messes with that. He stopped, picked the beer back up, went back to the TV. Somebody messes with that, is all I'm saying. Mike said nothing. Looked at the window, at the parking lot where Walsh's rental car was already pulling out, at the evening falling across Colusa Cay, the way it fell across it every night regardless of what the day had deposited into his lap. 2 problems, he understood, had just walked through Gus's door in the space of one conversation. Walsh had brought him one of them, laid it out in a manila folder with a doctored photo and a fake police blotter and a donor who'd gone silent. Dewey had handed him the other without knowing he was handing it to anybody. He opened the folder on the bar in front of him and looked at the doctored photo again, Sandra Hill standing in light that didn't match the rest of the room, next to a man she'd never met, holding a drink she'd never poured. A version of a Tuesday evening in 2019 that had never actually happened, rendered close enough to real that 600 people had believed it before the correction existed. The light on her arm fell from the wrong direction. The shadow didn't match. Somebody had spent real time on this. Real money. The kind of care a person takes with a job when the job's more important than the target. His phone buzzed against the bar top. Walsh already typing fast. She'll see you. 8 a.m. 14 Osprey Lane, Vero Beach. She said to come before school starts, because after that, she belongs to everyone else. Mike looked at the message a moment, looked at the folder, looked at the Modelo he'd finished, before Walsh had even gotten to the third item on his list of grievances, and thought about what Walsh had said without quite saying it. That whoever was running this understood the math of a campaign, understood how to drain a calendar, understood what a private donor dinner meant to 12 carefully cultivated relationships. That wasn't a political operative playing dirty. That was a specialist running a method in a market he'd assessed thoroughly before he arrived. The Marlin sign hung crooked over the door in the window glass's reflection, the same angle it had hung at for 30 Florida summers. And Gus came by with a third Modelo without being asked, lime in the neck, set it down and moved on, the nightly ritual of a man who paid close attention to exactly the right amount of everything. Dewey, Mike said. You got the kid's stats from the last 2 games? Tyler Brooks. Dewey looked at him with an expression that suggested Mike had just confirmed something Dewey had decided an hour ago, and was too polite to say without being asked. He reached into his shirt pocket, the one that usually held scratch-off tickets and gas station receipts, and came out with a torn piece of newspaper sports section, folded twice, stats circled in blue ballpoint, with the careful deliberateness of a man who'd known, on some level, somebody was eventually going to want to see them. Figured you'd ask, Dewey said, setting it on the bar next to the folder. How long you been carrying that? Since Sunday. Mike unfolded it. Tyler Brooks, Class 6A, Indian River Regional High. 2 games, completion percentages that ran 15 points below his season average, 2 inexplicable interceptions on throws Mike, who was not a football scout, could tell from the description, were not the kind of throws a boy with a Florida State scholarship threw, unless something was wrong with the boy. He put the stats sheet inside the folder, next to the doctored photo and the fake blotter. A Florida State scholarship sitting in the same manila folder as a state legislature race, connected by nothing more visible than a feeling and a spread that had moved 8 points in 4 days. Connected, though. He felt the connection, the way he'd felt it walking into Tucker's Marina a month after he'd walked out of Lazo's Mercado. The same architecture wearing a different room. The same patient, careful pressure applied to different people in different places, all of it bearing down on the same single point. He just hadn't found the point yet. 8 a.m., Osprey Lane, Vero Beach. He put the folder under his arm, drank the third Modelo 3/4 down, and left money on the bar for all of it, which was also too much, the same way Walsh's 20 had been too much, and which Gus would note and remember the same way he noted and remembered everything in this bar, completely, silently, and without ever once bringing it up again unless somebody asked. Chapter 2. US 1 through the southern end of Martin County ran through a landscape that had been making up its mind for 30 years. Seafood shacks standing comfortable next to wine bars that hadn't been open long enough to have regulars. A Publix anchoring a strip mall that kept rotating the stores around it without the anchor ever moving. Past the county line, the road changed character the way Florida roads do when they cross into a new county. Not dramatically, just a degree. Fewer developments with Italian names, more roadside stands selling citrus by the bag. a plant nursery that took up what felt like a quarter-mile of shoulder with bromeliads stacked 20 high in wire racks and orchids hanging in net bags from shade cloth frames. The whole operation attended by a single man in a straw hat who appeared to be negotiating with a customer about a bird of paradise plant with the focused gravity of a man closing a real estate deal. The Indian River Lagoon appeared on Mike's right somewhere past the Wabasso Bridge, brown and wide in the early light. A flat-bottomed skiff already out near the far bank with a man in a poling stance working the shallows for whatever September had left in them. The water moved slow, the way estuaries moved, with a deliberateness that suggested it was doing something important, and didn't Lee care whether anybody noticed. He'd left Colusa Cay at 7:15 with the folder on the passenger seat, and 2 cups of bad coffee from the pot he kept on the counter for exactly these early morning obligations. And by the time Vero Beach's outskirts started asserting themselves in the form of a Honda dealership and a chain pharmacy, the first cup had cooled to a temperature he'd stopped minding, and the second was getting there. Osprey Lane sat in a neighborhood that had been built in 1974 by a developer who'd run out of ambition or budget around the 3rd Street and settled for competent instead of ambitious. Concrete block ranch houses mostly, with carports instead of garages and yards that had been worked over the years by whoever lived in them, into whatever the person living there actually cared about. Number 14 had a vegetable garden running along the south fence line, neat rows of what looked like peppers and tomatoes from the street, and a bougainvillea trained up a trellis beside the front door that had clearly been at it for decades, the woody trunk of it as thick as Mike's wrist where it met the ground. The whole thing blooming orange in the September heat with the extravagance of something that didn't know it wasn't supposed to be that happy in drought conditions. He knocked at 5 minutes to 8, which was as close to exactly on time as he could arrange, and Sandra Hill opened the door before he'd finished the second knock, which meant she'd either been watching for him or had been standing near the door for reasons of her own. She was taller than Walsh's description had led Mike to expect, 5'9" at least, in a gray blazer she hadn't put on yet, but was holding over one forearm like she'd just grabbed it off a chair and hadn't decided whether the conversation warranted wearing it or not. Reading glasses pushed up on her head. A school administrator's ID lanyard still around her neck from whatever she'd been working on at the table before he arrived. Dark hair, the kind of dark that had a few threads of silver in it, that she'd apparently decided weren't worth the bother of managing. She looked at Mike the way she probably looked at a parent who'd requested an emergency meeting, fully present, professionally neutral, waiting to find out whether this was going to be worth the 45 minutes she'd carved out of a Tuesday morning that didn't have 45 minutes to spare. "Mr. Ramble," she said. Not a question, not a welcome exactly. An acknowledgement. "Ms. Hill." "Sandra." She stepped back from the door, a motion that constituted an invitation without making a ceremony of it. "Coffee's on the counter. Cups are in the cabinet to the right of the sink. I've got 25 minutes before I have to leave, so let's not use any of them on pleasantries." The kitchen smelled like coffee and the ghost of whatever she'd had for breakfast, toast maybe, and it had the slightly overcrowded look of a room where someone had been working at the table long before Mike arrived. A laptop open to what looked like a budget spreadsheet, a stack of district assessment reports with sticky notes on them in 2 colors, a yellow legal pad with handwriting dense and small down most of its visible page. A dry erase calendar on the refrigerator had the school year mapped out in 4 different marker colors, each color representing a system Mike couldn't decode from across the room, but that clearly represented years of a working method. He poured coffee. It was the good kind, ground that morning, and he held it with both hands and stood at the counter rather than sitting, because she was standing, and she'd clearly chosen standing for a reason. "Kevin showed you the folder," she said. "Last night. What did you think?" "I think whoever put that photo together had access to the original, a budget for the editing work, and a contact at 3 news aggregators who'd run something without checking it first. That's not an amateur with a grudge. That's a contractor on a schedule. Mike sipped the coffee. I think the blotter was made by someone who'd gotten hold of a legitimate submission from the sheriff's office to the Tribune at some point in the last year. Maybe social engineering. Maybe somebody who has a relationship with the paper's newsroom. Either way, they studied the formatting close enough to pass. The editor there is Peggy Nash, Sandra said. She called me herself after she pulled it. Mortified. Spent 3 days trying to figure out where the fake submission came from. She picked up her own cup from the counter, already poured, already half drunk, which told Mike she'd been up a while. She's been covering this county for 6 years. She's not careless. Whoever built that document was good enough to fool somebody good. Walsh said she's been looking into the timing of the attacks on your campaign. Stories landing before events. She noticed it before Kevin did. Sandra said it without heat, just accurate. Kevin's good at what he does. He knows how to run a county-level campaign, voter outreach, endorsements, field operations. He's not built for this. I'd have preferred not to need someone who is, which I told him when he suggested calling you. But he called anyway. He called anyway. He's worried, and worried men do things their candidates tell them not to. She set the cup down on the counter, looked at the folder Mike had carried in, and sat on the edge of the table. I've read the same folder. I know what's in it. What I'd like to know is what you think is missing from it. Mike looked at her across the kitchen. The reading glasses on her head caught the morning light from the window over the sink and made a small reflection on the cabinet above her. Beth Carpenter, he said. Something moved in Sandra's face, not surprise, closer to recognition of a specific point being touched. What about her? Walsh says she went quiet 3 weeks ago. 1 phone call, then nothing. He thinks she's scared or bought. Those are different problems. Mike set his own cup down, mirroring her without thinking about it. A retired attorney with 30 years of practice doesn't scare easy. And if she were bought, the first thing she'd do is get out cleanly enough that there's no visible seam. What Walsh described isn't clean. It's abrupt. Abrupt means something happened that she didn't have time to manage. Sandra was quiet a moment. Outside, a mockingbird in the bougainvillea tried out 3 different songs in quick succession and settled on none of them. She called me, Sandra said. Not Walsh. Me. 2 days before she called Kevin to withdraw. What did she say? She said she'd been contacted by someone from a donor relations office at an organization called the Forward Florida Leadership Fund, which she'd looked up and which is a PAC. Tom Johnson's PAC. Sandra stopped. Took Mike's measure again, more carefully this time, the way a woman who'd spent 15 years reading rooms full of people who were either being honest or hoping she wouldn't notice they weren't took the measure of a new variable. Kevin told me you knew the name, she said. I know more than the name. Keep going. She said the woman on the call was professional, not threatening. Beth was careful about the word threatening. She said it twice, like she wanted to make sure I understood she wasn't being melodramatic about it. The woman said she was calling to share some information about the Hill campaign's donor base that they thought Beth should be aware of before she committed further resources. Sandra picked the cup back up, a small motion that suggested she wanted something to do with her hands for this part. She didn't threaten Beth. She didn't offer anything. She laid out, in very specific detail, the financial situation of 3 other donors to my campaign. Personal financial information. The kind of information that's not public. Bank account details on one of them, a property lien on another one that hasn't been filed yet, meaning they knew about it before the county had processed the paperwork. Information designed to communicate capability, Mike said. Not a threat. A demonstration. Beth's words were, they wanted me to understand the range of their interest. Sandra set the cup down again. She's not scared. She's angry. But she's also a retired attorney who knows exactly what she heard on that call and exactly how little of it she could use in court. And she decided, correctly probably, that pulling back was the smart move while she figured out what to do next. Does she have the call recorded? Something shifted in Sandra's expression, a small tightening at the corners of her eyes that wasn't quite a smile, but was in the neighborhood. I didn't ask her that. I'm a school principal, Mr. Ramble. I know when a conversation is better left in the hallway until the right person comes along to finish it. She looked at him steadily. I suspect you might be the right person to finish it. But that's a decision Beth makes, not me. I'll need her address. I'll give it to you. Not today. I'll send it through Kevin so there's a record. It came from the campaign and not from me directly, which matters if any of this ever ends up somewhere official. She glanced at the calendar on the refrigerator, the 4-color system Mike still hadn't decoded. You said the blotter submission came from someone with access to an original. There's a name you should know. Jim Reed. The name landed in the kitchen, and Sandra Hill absorbed it the way she apparently absorbed most things that surprised her, without visible reaction, a brief internal calibration, and then a nod that acknowledged she'd underestimated the conversation's starting point. You found him, she said. I know the name. I haven't talked to him yet. He was at the county party's summer fundraiser in June. I only know because he was there, and I didn't recognize him, and I've been to enough of these things to know most of the faces. He didn't talk to me. Didn't talk to anyone I could see. Just stood near the back of the room for about an hour and left. I asked around after. Nobody knew him. She smoothed the front of the blazer still over her arm, a composed, precise gesture. I found his name through a political blog out of Tallahassee, someone who covers PAC activity and follows the money on state house races as a hobby, far as I can tell. He'd written about 3 other races in 2 other states where the same pattern appeared. Doctored photos, false documents submitted to local press, a donor who went quiet. Different targets, different markets, same signature. He's here now, Mike said. Marriott Vero Beach. That one Sandra hadn't known. She absorbed it the same way. Under his own name. Under his own name. Man's either confident or careless. Or he doesn't expect anyone competent to be looking. She held Mike's eye. Kevin said you spent 20 years in the CIA. He said it like it was supposed to impress me. Most people who use it that way don't know what it actually involved. I'd guess it involved a lot of patience in uncomfortable rooms waiting for information that arrived about half as often as the job required. She let that sit a beat, the reading glasses on her head catching light again. I run middle school, Mr. Ramble. 412 7th and 8th graders, 62 staff, 3 assistant principals who each have a completely different idea of what the word priority means, and a district office that communicates exclusively through email and acts surprised when things go wrong. I'm comfortable with patience and uncomfortable rooms. Walsh said you understand what's being done to your campaign better than he does. Walsh is a good campaign manager who's been handed a problem his skill set wasn't designed for. He's doing his best, which is admirable. But yes, I understand what's being done. She moved to the table, didn't sit, just stood behind the chair, hands on the back of it. Whoever is running this understands that a first-time candidate's most fragile asset isn't money or name recognition. It's momentum. The sense, among voters and donors and volunteers alike, that the campaign is moving in one direction and not the other. 3 incidents, carefully timed, are enough to introduce doubt. Doubt costs momentum. A race like this one, 6 points against an 18-year incumbent who's coasting, doubt is the whole game. You understand it, and you're running anyway. I was going to say yes and leave it there, but I think you're actually asking a different question. She came around the chair and sat now, crossing her arms on the table, the reading glasses sliding forward on her head by a 1/4 inch. The incumbent, Gary Patterson, hasn't done a constituent meeting in 2 years. His office answers a phone 3 days a week, and what they answer it with is a recorded greeting. He voted against the Riverside Commons Environmental Assessment Review that I asked for in writing. And I asked for it in writing because I wanted it on paper that he'd been asked, and now it's on paper. He's going to run a campaign that consists of yard signs and a mailer in October, and he'll probably win because 18 years of name recognition beats a first-time candidate in most districts in a midterm that doesn't get a lot of attention. She looked at Mike across the table. None of that changes. Someone running a dirty tricks operation against my campaign doesn't change any of that. All it changes is whether I have to deal with this on top of the actual fight. And I've already decided to deal with the actual fight, regardless, so. Mike looked at the district assessment reports with their sticky noted pages, the budget spreadsheet, the legal pad with its dense handwriting, all of it evidence of a woman who ran 2 full-time jobs simultaneously and had apparently decided a political campaign was a third thing she was capable of managing on the same calendar. What do you know about Riverside Commons specifically? Mike said. The easement approval. Enough to know the timeline was wrong. The environmental impact assessment took 11 days, which is 49 days short of the state requirement for a waterfront development of that scale. The permitting supervisor who signed off on it was a man named. She reached for the legal pad, flipped 3 pages, read off a name without looking up. Gary Fitch, who retired 14 months after the approval, which in itself means nothing, except that he retired to a house in Brevard County that county property records show he purchased at a price inconsistent with a state permitting supervisor's salary. Mike looked at her across the legal pad. You've been building a file on the permitting approval, he said. I've been building a file on everything relevant to the race, yes. This is what I do for a living, Mr. Ramble. I track data, I identify patterns, I figure out where the numbers don't match the story being told. It's called running a school budget, except the budget here is considerably less interesting. She closed the legal pad, set the pen she'd been holding crosswise on top of it. The Riverside Commons easement runs through a parcel that was acquired 14 months before the approval by an entity called Coastal Crown Holdings out of Delaware, which I know because I pulled the county deed records the way I imagine you've pulled deed records on a couple of other situations this summer. Coastal Crown Holdings. Third book, same name. Mike sat with the name a moment. The same low-frequency recognition he'd felt when Jennings had first played him the Sandpiper Connection. A frequency that had less to do with surprise and more to do with the patient, grinding anger of watching the same machine run through a new town. That name's come up before, he said. Different county. Indian River County has 3 other parcels under various related LLC names that I've traced to the same registered agent address in Delaware, all of them waterfront, all of them acquired in the last 2 years, all of them positioned along the lagoon corridor north of Riverside Commons. She said it the way she said everything, plainly, with the words doing the work instead of the delivery. Gary Patterson's PAC funding from Forward Florida Leadership Fund was $22,000. The Riverside Commons Development Group's principal entity donated $40,000 to the same PAC in the same election cycle. I can't prove quid pro quo. I'm a school principal, not a prosecutor. But I can read a pattern. Which brings us back to Jim Reed being at your county party fundraiser in June. Scouting, she said. That's what I think. He came to see whether I was a real threat or a real candidate who wasn't a real threat, and apparently decided I was enough of one to justify the contract. She looked at Mike steadily. I don't know who hired him. Kevin thinks Patterson's campaign. I think Patterson's campaign is too small to afford Reed, and too smart to put anything traceable between itself and him. I think the money behind Reed is the same money that funded the easement approval, and the PAC donations, and probably the Coastal Crown land acquisitions. Forward Florida Leadership Fund. And whoever's behind it. She stood, because 8 o'clock had become 8:10 while they talked and the school day didn't care. She picked up the blazer, put it on in 2 practiced motions, smoothed the lapels without looking at them. I want to be clear about something before you leave, Mr. Ramble. I'm not asking you to save my campaign. My campaign will go the direction it goes based on whether voters in this district decide they want something different from what they've had for 18 years. And a private investigator stopping a dirty tricks operation doesn't change the underlying political math. Then what are you asking? I'm asking you to figure out who's actually behind this, and make sure it's on paper somewhere official before somebody runs the same play in the next district and the one after that, because that's apparently what this operation does. She picked up the school ID lanyard from the table, held it a moment, put it back down. Apparently it lived on the table during off hours, a boundary between the 2 jobs. Kevin thinks this is about my race. I think my race is incidental. I think somebody looked at Indian River County and saw a waterfront development that needed a friendly state house seat. And I'm the inconvenient alternative. Which means the actual problem isn't what they're doing to my campaign. It's what they've been doing to the county, Mike said. It's what they've been doing to the county. Yes. She looked at him in the way she'd probably looked at parents who finally said the specific true thing, the thing that confirmed they'd actually understood the problem instead of just reacting to its symptoms. Kevin said you did this for a marina and a grocery store. That you didn't get paid much, or at all. He said it like it was supposed to make me grateful. I'm not ungrateful. I just want to know why, so I understand what I'm actually asking you for. Mike looked at the bougainvillea through the kitchen window. The orange blooms extravagant and unconcerned with drought conditions, doing exactly what it was built to do, regardless of whether anybody was watching. Somebody I used to work for spent a lot of years and a lot of money making sure I couldn't work for anybody else, he said. I've got time, and a metal detector, and a beach that's given up most of what it's going to give. Might as well be useful. She looked at him a beat, reading something in that answer the way she'd been reading things in this conversation since he walked through the door, and apparently found whatever she was looking for. Beth Carpenter, she said. Through Kevin, like I said. And one more thing. She crossed to the counter, opened a drawer, came out with a folded piece of paper she handed across to him. Written down this morning, before you came. 2 events on the campaign calendar, between now and the donor dinner Friday. The town hall in Fellsmere tomorrow night. The firefighters' endorsement Thursday morning. I think you said the dinner's the target. Something lands by Thursday. If you're right about the pattern. I'm right about the pattern. She looked at him, and for the first time in the conversation something appeared in her face that wasn't professional neutrality or precise assessment, something closer to relief, not about Mike specifically, but the relief of a woman who'd been carrying a correct analysis alone for 3 weeks and had finally found somebody who confirmed it without needing it explained. Then you'd better get started, she said. He stopped for gas and a sandwich at a station north of Vero, ate in the parking lot with the truck running for the air conditioning, thinking through the 2 threads, Reed at the Marriott, Beth Carpenter on the lagoon, Forward Florida Leadership Fund running its usual fingerprints through Indian River County's waterfront, and a spread on a high school football game that had moved 8 points in 4 days for reasons nobody at the sports bar near the high school had been able to fully explain when he casually asked the question the day before yesterday. He drove the rest of the way to Colusa K on US 1 instead of the highway, taking it slow through the farm stands and the nursery with the bromeliads, letting the road do what roads did when he needed to think without forcing it. By the time Gus's Marlin sign came into view, the folder had told him everything it was going to tell him sitting on the passenger seat, and the only thing left to do was find the people who knew the parts of it that hadn't made it into the folder yet. Dewey Pruitt had been busy. Mike clocked this the moment he came through the door at 2:30 because Dewey had a different kind of scratch-off ticket in front of him. Same gas station brand, but a sports-themed one instead of the standard grid variety, and had a second piece of notebook paper next to his beer that wasn't a newspaper clipping this time. "Sit down," Dewey said without turning around, apparently tracking Mike's entrance through some sense Mike had never been able to identify in 3 years of watching it operate. Mike sat. "Talked to a fella today," Dewey said. "Guy named Phil, who runs the athletic boosters at Regional High. We went to school together, Phil and me, 40 years back, which means he'll still tell me things he shouldn't if I buy him a beer and mention a name from 1981. "What did he tell you?" "He told me Tyler Brooks missed 2 practices last month. School excused absences, meaning the principal's office signed off, meaning it went up the chain all the way to the athletic director before practice even started." Dewey pushed the notebook paper toward Mike. "A name on it, a phone number under the name. Phil said the kid's been off since late August. Not injured, nothing physical. He's clearing medical checks clean, the trainers confirmed it twice. Just off. Phil says the athletic director asked the kid directly, and the kid said everything was fine, said it like somebody had told him what to say." Mike looked at the name on the paper. "Ray Brooks, Sebastian. You found the uncle." "Phil found the uncle. Phil's the one who noticed the kid's situation changed about the same time the uncle stopped showing up at home games, which, according to Phil, the uncle has not missed in 2 years. Not 1 game." Dewey picked up his beer, drank, set it down with the careful deliberateness of a man arriving at his point from the direction he'd planned all along. "Uncle's a gambler. Phil didn't want to say it, but I bought him 2 beers, like I said. Not a criminal, not dirty, just a man with a problem that's bigger than he is some months. Been that way a few years. Kid's been covering for him, from what Phil can tell, and the kid's scholarship was the thing that was supposed to fix everything, give the uncle a reason to get clean. Except somewhere between August and now something went wrong. Numbers good. Numbers good. Phil got it from the school emergency contact form, which he absolutely was not supposed to look at, and which I absolutely was not supposed to know about." Dewey went back to his ticket, the scratch-off silver dust accumulating in its small pile on the bar top. "You gonna help that kid?" "Working on it. Work fast. Friday night's the last home game before the playoffs, and the line's at 4.5, and that is not a 4.5-point football team." Dewey scratched the last box, looked at whatever he'd found there, crumpled the ticket without ceremony. "Somebody's already decided how Friday goes. Would be a shame to let them be right about it." Gus put a Modelo down at Mike's elbow without being asked, lime in the neck, and drifted back to his 6 inches of counter with the rag. Mike looked at the 2 pieces of paper in front of him. Ray Brooks's phone number in Dewey's handwriting next to Kevin Walsh's folder, and thought about Sandra Hill's bougainvillea doing its extravagant thing despite the drought, and a retired attorney on the Indian River Lagoon who'd recorded a call and put it in a drawer and been waiting for the right person to come ask for it. 2 threads. Different textures. The same hand somewhere at the top of both of them. patient and distant, arranging things through layers enough that no single pull ever reached all the way up. He picked up his phone, scrolled to Walsh's number, and started typing. Beth Carpenter's address. Today. Chapter 3. Ray Brooks's phone went to voicemail 4 times before Mike stopped calling and decided that a man with a gambling problem serious enough to endanger his nephew's scholarship was probably not answering unknown numbers on a Wednesday morning, regardless of how many times the phone rang. You didn't build debt the size of what Dewey had described by being careless about strange calls. You built it by being careful about exactly the wrong things. He drove to Sebastian anyway, because the alternative was waiting, and waiting had never been a strategy he could maintain without something to do with his hands. Sebastian sat below Vero Beach, on the county's southern edge, a fishing town that had survived the conversion of most of its neighbors into something more accommodating to the retirement dollar without entirely becoming something else, still running a working shrimp fleet out of the inlet, still organized around the water rather than the shopping centers growing up around its edges like rings on a tree. The downtown ran 3 blocks along Indian River Drive before losing conviction and dispersing into bait shops and a restaurant with a mural of a tarpon on the outside wall that looked, in the September light, like it had been painted by a man who'd heard a tarpon described but never quite seen one. Mike stopped at the bait shop first, not for bait, but because bait shops in small fishing towns were the same clearinghouse of local information as beauty salons and barbershops, just with better-smelling gossip. The man behind the counter was somewhere north of 60, built wide and settled into his own mass the way coastal men got settled, with a beard that had stopped being a style choice and become simply the face that showed up each morning. He was threading a casting net when Mike came in, the net spread across the counter in a way that suggested the counter existed for this purpose. "Looking for a laundromat," Mike said. "Something cheap. Coin op. We got a laundry palace on Roseland Road, back past the Dollar General." The man didn't look up from the net. "We also got a coin op behind the old hardware store on Main. No sign anymore, but it's open. Second one's cheaper. Owners never raise the prices because he's never remembered to." "The second one sounds right." "Sounds right for what?" "Sounds right for somebody on a budget." Mike looked at a rack of lures near the door, picked one up without planning to buy it. "They're a bar near Indian River Regional High. Place where parents and boosters watch the games." The man looked up from the net now, the first time, taking Mike's measure the same way every person in every small town did, the same calibration running behind the eyes. "Strikers on 512. Boosters have their Thursday nights there during season. Good wings. Televisions that aren't all tuned to the same thing, which I find refreshing." He went back to the net. "You got a kid at Regional?" "Following the spread," Mike said. "Somebody told me the Brooks kid is something." "He's something when he's right." The man said it with the tone of a fan who'd watched the games closely enough to know the difference. "Last 2, he hasn't been right. Don't know what's going on with him. Coach doesn't either, far as I hear. Kid looks fine in practice, according to my nephew who's on the offensive line. And then comes Friday, and it's like he's playing in a different game than everybody else." Spread moved 8 points. "I know it did. Don't know why." The man set the casting net down, looked at Mike directly. "Line moved like that usually means somebody knows something. In this case, I'd rather not know what somebody knows, if it's what I think it is." Mike set the lure back on the rack and left the bait shop without buying anything, which was impolite but efficient. Stryker's Bar and Grill on 512 ran a lunch crowd that skewed toward construction workers and one table of retired men who'd clearly established territorial rights to their corner booth sometime during the Obama administration and had defended it successfully ever since. The walls held a combination of fishing photographs and high school sports memorabilia going back 20 years, team photos in glass frames, a signed jersey, a regional championship banner from 2019, gone slightly wavy at the corners from humidity that no frame was ever going to fully defeat. The bartender was a woman in her 40s, named Linda, according to the name tag, who moved with the efficiency of someone who'd been doing this long enough that it had stopped requiring thought and started requiring only muscle memory and the occasional judgment call about when a customer had hit his limit. She poured Mike a Modelo without the lime, because he hadn't asked for one, and she apparently read absence of instruction as instruction, which was a style he respected. He drank half the beer and watched the Wednesday lunch crowd for a few minutes before the man he'd already identified as the most useful person in the room circled back toward the bar for a refill. 50s, wearing a shirt that said Regional Boosters across the chest in the school's colors, red and white. The shirt itself faded enough to suggest genuine long-term affiliation rather than recent enthusiasm. He had the build of a man who'd played something in his youth and carried it in his shoulders long after everything else had rounded out. And he talked to Linda the way regulars talk to bartenders, without looking at her directly, the words going out into the middle distance while the eyes stayed on whatever occupied them. Mike waited until Linda had moved down the bar before he said anything. "Boosters, huh?" Mike said, nodding at the shirt, the easy conversational opener of a man who'd spent 20 years getting strangers to relax around him. "Since 2009, the man said without pride. My boy played linebacker. He's gone now, but I kept showing up. Habit, mostly. Some years are better habits than others." He drank. "You follow regional?" "Somebody told me the quarterback's worth watching. The Brooks kid." The booster's face did the same thing the bait shop man's face had done. A specific kind of flinch, something between admiration and current concern. "He's worth watching when he's himself," the booster said. "Right now he's not himself. And I don't know what to do with that, because I've watched that kid throw since he was 14, and I've never seen him play scared before." Scared. That's the only word I've got for it. He's not injured, he's not sick. He's throwing to the right spots, and the receivers are dropping good balls, and all of it looks technically fine, and somehow the whole thing's wrong in a way I can't point to on film. The booster turned his beer on the bar top, rotating it slow. His uncle used to be at every game. Ray. Good guy, little rough around the edges, but you could tell he loved that kid like his own. He stopped rotating the beer. Ray hasn't been at a game in a month. Something happened with Ray. The booster looked at Mike now, direct, the look of a man deciding how much of this he was willing to say out loud to a stranger. "I don't know for certain," he said. "I know Ray had a problem with money sometimes. The betting kind. And I know that kind of problem has a way of finding its own solutions when a man can't find a better one." He picked the beer up, drank the rest of it, set the glass down with the finality of a man who'd reached the edge of what he was comfortable saying. "There's a fellow runs a book out of the VFW post on Old Dixie Highway. Not the VFW itself. It's not like that, but he runs it under a charter for some veterans organization that uses the VFW's address for their mail. Everybody in the county who bets knows his name. Chuck Morris." "Morris know Ray Brooks?" The booster looked at his empty glass. "I'd rather not answer that one directly, if it's all the same to you." "That's an answer," Mike said. "Didn't intend it to be." "You didn't have to intend it." Mike left a 20 on the bar for a beer that cost $7, which Linda noticed and filed without comment, and stood up. "I appreciate it. You a cop. Used to work for the government. Now I work for myself." The booster turned back to the bar, reached for the fresh beer Linda had set down without being asked, and said, mostly to the glass, "Whatever's going on with that kid, I hope somebody fixes it before Friday. He doesn't deserve whatever he's carrying." "No," Mike said. "He doesn't." The Veterans Organization charter turned out to take about 40 minutes to find, which was 40 minutes of library computer time Mike hadn't planned on that morning, but which produced the kind of return on investment that made the detour worth the parking. Indian River County Veterans Alliance, a 501c3, registered in Florida 2 years ago. Mailing address listed as the VFW post on Old Dixie Highway. Board of Directors showing 4 names. President listed as Charles R. Morris. The organization's stated purpose was supporting veterans' mental health and job placement, which was legitimate sounding enough that nobody had apparently looked at it closely, and the financials it filed showed a modest, plausible operation that matched nothing Mike knew about what the organization was actually doing with its afternoons. 3 of the 4 board member names appeared in exactly no other context Mike could find. No social media, no property records in the county, no voter registration. The kind of absence that had stopped surprising him since Sandpiper's shell company had taught him what an absence that deliberate looked like. The 4th name, an address listed in Wilmington, Delaware, matched a registered agent he hadn't seen before but whose format he recognized immediately. The same family of invisible infrastructure that ran through Meridian Bridge's whole operation like rebar through concrete. Different charity. Same architecture. He closed the browser, gathered his things, and drove to Sebastian. The coin-op laundromat behind what used to be the hardware store on Main had no sign anymore, as promised, just a sun-faded rectangle on the stucco wall where a sign had once been bolted, the ghost of previous letters barely visible in the paint differential. Inside, 6 machines ran along one wall, and 6 along the other, half of them occupied, and the smell was warm water and detergent and the slightly burnt undertone of a dryer that had been running hot for years without anybody adjusting the thermostat. Ray Brooks sat on a plastic bench between 2 machines, both of which were his, a gym bag at his feet, and a paperback novel face down on his knee that he hadn't been reading for however long he'd been sitting there. He was maybe 50, lean in a way that looked like it had happened to him rather than something he'd worked toward, with Tyler Brooks's same jaw, but 10 years of worry having done more to it than the original genetics intended. He wore cargo shorts and a regional high football t-shirt that had been washed enough times to have achieved the softness that only came from genuine wear rather than anything deliberate. He looked up when Mike sat down 2 benches over, the automatic suspicion of a man who'd learned to read the intentions of strangers arriving unexpectedly, and apparently found whatever he found. An aging man in a clean shirt who didn't look like a collector, didn't look like law enforcement, didn't look like anybody Ray Brooks currently had a reason to be afraid of, because the suspicion settled down to simple wariness rather than the kind that preceded a man getting up to leave. Mike let it sit a minute. 2 machines finished their cycles in close succession, churning down to a stop, and a woman across the room gathered her laundry with the efficiency of someone who'd been waiting on it. Ray Brooks, Mike said, not a question, just a name said as a statement, the way names sat better when you weren't pretending you didn't know them. Ray's eyes moved to Mike's face, the calculation running. Who's asking? Mike Ramble. I'm looking into something involving your nephew. Mike kept his voice level, no urgency, the register he used when urgency would have cost him the next sentence. Not looking to make anything worse. Looking to figure out what's already been made worse, and see if any of it can be fixed. You a lawyer? No. Cop? No. Used to work for the government, long time ago. Now I work freelance. He let that sit. I know about Chuck Morris. I know the amount is $11,000. I know what Tyler's been doing the last 2 Friday nights. He stopped there, waited, giving Ray the space to either fill it or not fill it, which was always better than pushing, because pushing told a man he was being interviewed when what you needed was for him to think he was being listened to. Ray looked at his 2 machines, at the wet laundry tumbling behind their porthole windows, at his own hands for a moment. I didn't ask him to do it, Ray said finally. I want to be clear about that. Whatever you've heard, I never once asked Tyler to do a single thing. Tyler doesn't even know I know he knows. That sentence was complicated enough that Mike took a second to follow it. Walk me through it. Morris's guys came to me end of July. Said I owed $11,000 and change, which I did. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I didn't. The debt was real. Said I had 30 days. 30 days was impossible. I was working a construction job, seasonal, not enough to cover $11,000 in 30 days even if I stopped eating. Ray's hands had found each other, fingers knitting together the same way Hayes's hands had done, across a cabin table on a sailboat a long time ago, the gesture of a man bracing himself inside his own story. I told Morris I couldn't make 30 days. Morris's guy, not Morris himself, I've never actually met Morris, said that was fine, that there were other ways to square it. Tyler. Ray said the name, the way you said the name of something precious, that you'd accidentally put somewhere it didn't belong. Not Morris's idea, originally, is the thing. Morris's guy made it sound like it was Morris, but I've been turning it over in my head for 2 months, and it doesn't fit Morris. Morris runs a book. Books work on volume, on the spread, on vig accumulated across 100 bets. Shaving one game in a regular season, a high school game in a county that doesn't get that much action, that's not a bookie's move. That's a gambler's move, somebody who's got a specific bet to protect. Mike sat with that a moment. The dryer 2 benches down finished its cycle and started beeping, patient and ignored. Morris was the mechanism, Mike said. Not the origin. That's what I think. Took me a while to think it, because the first 2 weeks I wasn't thinking anything except that I'd gotten my nephew into something terrible and I couldn't see a way out of it. Ray unclasped his hands, pressed them flat on his knees. The call came 2 days after Morris's guy. Different number, different voice. Man said he was calling on behalf of the organization that held my debt. Those were his exact words, the organization that holds your debt, like Morris was just a vendor of something. And he wanted to make sure I understood the arrangement clearly. What arrangement? That Tyler would perform below his established average for 2 games. Not lose. They weren't asking the team to lose. That would have been too obvious and too hard to arrange without Tyler's teammates noticing. Just Tyler, specifically, throwing into coverage twice a game, missing reads he'd normally make in his sleep. 2 games, and the debt was settled, and it would be like it never happened. Ray's jaw set hard on the last sentence. He said it like it was a business arrangement. Like it was the most reasonable thing in the world, taking a scholarship kid's season and using it as a ledger entry. This man. Voice, anything about him. Smooth. Controlled. The kind of voice that belonged to someone who made calls like this regularly and had stopped feeling anything about them. Ray's eyes had gone somewhere past the machines, past the laundromat's back wall. He knew things he shouldn't have known. That's what made me understand this wasn't Morris being clever. Morris is a bookie. He knows odds and he knows clients. This man knew Tyler's GPA, knew his academic standing at Florida State, knew exactly what GPA threshold would cost him the scholarship if he fell below it, knew when the next academic review was scheduled, knew the exact dollar value of the scholarship package, tuition and room and board both, knew the recruiting coordinator's name, the one who'd signed Tyler's letter of intent. Inside information. It wasn't public. Tyler's letter of intent's public. FSU's scholarship amounts are public. But the academic review schedule, the specific threshold, that's internal. Ray's eyes came back to the room, to Mike. He knew Tyler's father died 3 years ago. Said it like it was relevant. Said, we understand the young man's circumstances, which is why we want to make sure this is resolved cleanly for everyone involved. Used the word circumstances like a man who'd read a file. like somebody had written it all down and handed it to him before he dialed. The beeping dryer 2 benches down gave up being patient and went quiet in what struck Mike as a discouraged sort of silence. "Did Tyler know about the debt?" Mike said. "Tyler doesn't know about the debt." Ray's voice dropped a register. "Tyler doesn't know anything about any of this. And that's the one thing in 2 months I've managed to keep true. He figured out something was wrong. He's not stupid, he's the opposite of stupid, and he's been playing bad on his own on purpose, thinking he's protecting me from something he can't fully see." Ray stopped. 2 Fridays he's thrown games for a man whose name he doesn't even know, to protect an uncle who doesn't deserve protecting, because his father taught him that family was the only thing worth protecting when everything else went sideways. The laundromat had gone quiet around them. The wash cycles between cycles, no machines running for a moment, just the fluorescent lights and the dryer heat, and the smell of warm detergent that was the same in every laundromat Mike had ever sat in, across a state that had more of them than it had good reasons to. "He found out," Mike said. "Tyler found out about the debt. Found a letter." Ray's voice had gone thin. "July, in my apartment when he was getting something from my desk. I found it before he did, I thought, but he'd already read it. He didn't say anything. Didn't ask. Just started throwing those games. Started being different in practice. Started doing it all on his own, because that's what you do when you're 17, and your uncle is all you've got left of your father, and you don't know what else to do." Mike looked at Ray Brooks, at a man who understood exactly what he'd done and exactly what he hadn't done, and was carrying both with equal weight, the way a man carries a debt that had never been just about money. "Who called you?" Mike said. "The man who knew the GPA and the scholarship details. You've been thinking about it for 2 months. You've got to read. Not a name. A sense of it." Ray pulled at a loose thread on the cuff of the regional high shirt, rolled it between his fingers, and let it go. "Somebody who does this kind of work professionally. The way he talked about the debt, the way he talked about Tyler's circumstances, it was like he'd been handed a dossier and had read it once and retained everything that mattered. He wasn't improvising. He was executing." Ray looked at Mike directly for the first time in several minutes, something in his face that had been holding back finally deciding against it. He said one thing at the end of the call that's been sitting with me ever since. I asked him what organization he was talking about, who held the debt, and he said, I wrote it down after exact words, he said, "We're a management advisory firm. We manage all kinds of assets. Your nephew is simply one we've taken an interest in. Management advisory firm." 2 words that didn't belong in a conversation about a bookie's debt. 2 words that did belong perfectly in the vocabulary of a man running operations for Meridian Bridge Advisory, the same entity that had put consulting fees into Frank Mercer's bank account and appraisal bonuses through Whitcomb's books and a donor relations call into Beth Carpenter's quiet afternoon on the lagoon. 1 operation. 1 machine with multiple intakes, grinding different kinds of pressure through the same gears. "You've got the call logged on your phone," Mike said. "Masked number. Doesn't trace to anything real. Timestamp. August 14th. 8:47 p.m. Mike made note of it. August 14th. 3 days, as it turned out, before Jim Reed had registered at the Marriott in Vero Beach. A detail he hadn't known when he sat down on this bench, but which would matter considerably once he could put the 2 pieces on the same table. "I'm going to need you to tell all of this to a detective," Mike said. "Not today. When I've got the right detective in place to receive it. Somebody who's already building a file that this fits into. I'm going to need the call log, the letter Tyler found, and anything else you've got in writing." "And Tyler?" "Tyler stops throwing games. Starting Friday. I can't protect him from what happens to me if he does. You let me worry about Chuck Morris and whoever's behind Chuck Morris. You worry about getting to that game Friday and sitting in the stands where your nephew can see you're there." Mike stood, because the machines had started up again, and the laundromat had recovered its ambient noise, and there wasn't much left in the conversation that was going to be better said sitting down. "You stopped going to games because you thought it was easier to disappear than to face him. That's the debt that actually needs paying. The 11,000's somebody else's problem now." Ray looked up at him from the bench, hands still on his knees, the regional high shirt worn soft from 100 washes in places exactly like this one. "You can actually fix this," Ray said. "Working on it." "That's not a yes." "It's the best I've got." Mike reached into his jacket, pulled out the receipt paper and phone number habit he'd apparently developed as the series went on, wrote his cell number, handed it over. "You think of anything else about that call, a background sound, a word he used that struck you as specific, anything, you call me. Doesn't matter how small it seems." Ray took the number, looked at it, folded it in half, and tucked it into the cargo shorts pocket with the focused care of a man handling something he didn't intend to lose. "Tyler's going to be angry," Ray said. "When he finds out somebody else knows. He's kept this to himself for 2 months. He's going to be angry that I talked to a stranger in a laundromat about it. Probably. Kids who take care of their family get angry when somebody takes the weight off them before they're ready to put it down." Ray's voice had something in it now that hadn't been there at the start of the conversation. Not quite hope, which would have been too much to grow in this length of time, but something adjacent to it, the first stirring of a direction that wasn't just the same wall he'd been facing for 2 months. His father would have been the same way at 17. "You tell Tyler, when he's ready to hear it, that the man who called you wasn't a bookie. That the man who called you was part of something considerably bigger than $11,000. And the only reason a machine that size cared about a high school quarterback's completion percentage is because somebody needed a number to move on a specific Friday night for reasons that had nothing to do with the debt and everything to do with the money that came in on that spread." Mike buttoned his jacket against nothing, a habit rather than a necessity in the laundromat's heat. "Tyler wasn't protecting you from a bookie. He was a pawn on somebody else's board. That's not his fault. That's not your fault either, though I imagine you'll take a while to believe that about yourself." Ray looked at his 2 machines, still churning, still working through the Wednesday morning's laundry with the patient indifference of appliances that didn't care what they'd overheard. "You're not a lawyer," Ray said, remembering. "No." "Or a cop." "No." "What are you, exactly?" Mike thought about the metal detector hanging on its hook in his carport, about the belt buckle in the Folgers can, about the wedding ring he dropped at the bait shop's lost and found box 2 months ago and never heard another word about. "I'm a man with a metal detector and a beach," he said, "who keeps finding things that aren't treasure." He walked out into the September heat, past a dryer that had started beeping again, patient and ignored, and stood on the sidewalk outside the former hardware store for a moment, blinking against the light off the concrete. August 14th. 3 days before Reed. The call to Ray had been made before Reed checked into his hotel room, which meant Reed hadn't organized the Tyler Brooks piece of this operation, or hadn't organized it alone, or somebody above Reed had already been running the pressure campaign on a 17-year-old quarterback while Reed was still in transit. Or Reed had checked in under another name 3 days earlier than the registration Mike had found. He pulled out his phone and dialed Walsh. "The hotel," Mike said when Walsh picked up. "Marriott Vero Beach. I need to know if they have a James Reed or any variation of that name registered before the date I told you about. Any Reed, any James, any JR, anything that could be him with the first or last name moved around. I can't just call the hotel and ask for their." You can't. But you can ask Peggy Nash at the Tribune if she has a contact in Vero Beach Hotel Hospitality who owes her a favor, because reporters in small markets always have contacts in hospitality, because hospitality people always talk to reporters when the reporter's been covering their community for 6 years. Mike started walking toward where he'd parked the truck. Tell her it's for a story she's already writing. Is it? It will be. He reached the truck, got in, sat a moment before starting it. The dashboard thermometer said 94 degrees, which was the kind of number that stopped being information and became simply climate somewhere around August in this state. He ran the windows down before he ran the engine, the hot box air inside needing somewhere to go before the air conditioning had any real effect. August 14th. A management advisory firm. A 17-year-old's GPA threshold, and his academic review schedule, and the exact dollar value of a scholarship package that had been designed to carry a dead man's son through 4 years of football somewhere better than this. Somebody had done their homework on Tyler Brooks with the same thoroughness that Reed had scouted Sandra Hill's fundraiser calendar, and that the Forward Florida Leadership Fund's Donor Relations Office had assembled a financial dossier on 3 of Sandra's donors before calling Beth Carpenter. The same thoroughness, the same resources, the same hand. He started the engine and pulled out onto Main Street, pointing the truck north toward Vero Beach, toward a Marriott hotel and a man who had a face now and a name and a registration date that Mike intended to narrow down considerably before the afternoon was done. Chapter 4. Before writing, quick audit of recurring patterns across what's been written, because several have calcified into tics. Walsh's text came through at 6:40 Wednesday morning, while Mike stood at the kitchen counter eating cereal he hadn't tasted yet and looking at the wall. Nash already knows about you. She's been trying to find your number since Monday. I didn't give it to her. Figured you'd want to decide that yourself. She left me her cell. Want it? Mike read it twice. A reporter who'd already known to look for him before Walsh made the introduction was either ahead of the story in a way that was useful or ahead of it in a way that was dangerous. And in his experience, those two things were sometimes indistinguishable until it was too late to matter which. Give her mine, he typed back, and find out from the hotel about the earlier dates. The phone rang 11 minutes later, a local Indian River County number. Mr. Ramble. Her voice was quick, not rushed, just efficient. A woman who decided somewhere early in her career that she could either talk at the speed people expected or at the speed the story actually required, and had chosen the second one. Peggy Nash. Indian River County Tribune. I've been following your last two situations from a distance. How far a distance? Close enough to have most of it. Fort Pierce I covered directly. The Sandpiper thing I pieced together from the Martin County meeting coverage, and one phone call to a detective whose last name I'll keep to myself. A pause, brief, the kind that belonged to someone deciding what order to say things in. Can we meet today? I've got something you'll want to see, and I think you've got something I need to understand before I publish anything. Where? Not my office. The Tribune's on Main Street. Everybody who walks in there gets noted by somebody, and I don't know yet who's watching this campaign closely enough that they'd notice you walking into a newspaper. She said it plainly, not dramatizing, just a reporter's practical calculation about source management. There's a place called The Drum on the north end of the lagoon. Oyster bar, good for lunch, loud enough that a conversation doesn't carry. 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, Mike said. The Drum sat on pilings over the Indian River. The building itself, a collection of additions that had been added to over decades without consulting each other, the result being a structure that lurched in 3 directions at once, and had somehow achieved a kind of chaotic permanence, like a sentence that shouldn't have worked grammatically but did. The bar inside ran the full width of the original structure, the additions becoming dining rooms, and the ceiling above the bar had been used as a message board by generations of boat crews who'd written their names and their catches and their opinions on various topics in marker on the wood, until there was no wood visible anymore, just 40 years of layered ink. Peggy Nash was already at the bar when Mike arrived, a glass of iced tea sweating through a paper napkin in front of her, and a leather messenger bag on the stool beside her that she moved to the floor without making a production of it. She was maybe 35, brown hair cut practical rather than styled, wearing the kind of clothes that read as professional from 20 feet and anonymous from 5, the deliberate camouflage of a reporter who'd learned that looking forgettable in a room was a professional asset worth cultivating. She shook his hand with a grip that meant it, looked at his face with the direct, cataloging attention of someone whose job was fundamentally about reading people accurately on short notice. "You look like someone who's been doing this a while," she said. "You look like someone who hasn't slept since Monday." "Sunday, actually." She picked up the iced tea, drank, set it down. "The firefighter's endorsement announcement. It's happening tomorrow morning. Press invited. You probably know that already." "I know it." Sandra's going to walk up to that microphone, and something's going to land in my inbox between now and then that tries to make the endorsement not matter. I've been waiting for it since I figured out the timing. She reached into the messenger bag, came out with a manila folder, but didn't open it, held it flat in front of her on the bar. "Before I show you this, I want to be clear about something. I cover this race straight. I cover Patterson's side, the same way I cover Sandra's side. I've got a notebook full of questions for his campaign manager that I'm trying to get answered on the record. And if this were running the other direction, somebody doing this to Patterson, I'd be sitting here with the same folder trying to figure out the same thing." "I believe you." "Good. Because what I'm going to share with you is not a political act. It's a journalism problem, which is considerably more annoying because journalism problems don't have clean solutions." She opened the folder. "I've been covering local politics in this county 6 years. In 6 years, I've gotten 3 calls from sources offering me material on candidates, all 3 of which I ran through standard verification before publishing. 2 were accurate and 2 were fine. 1 was the fake blotter on Sandra." "You said 2 were accurate and 2 were fine." She looked at him across the bar. "The blotter was the 3rd call. 2 accurate ones, 1 fake." "That's what I said." "You said 3 calls, 2 accurate, 2 fine. That's 4 things in 3 calls." She blinked, then something shifted in her expression, not embarrassment, closer to the sharpened attention of a woman recalibrating what kind of conversation she was in. "You're right. The 2nd call, the one that was accurate, wasn't fine. I ran it. It checked out, but looking back at the timing, it landed 10 days before Sandra announced her candidacy, which is early for a story about a candidate who hadn't announced yet." She pulled a page from the folder, a printed email. "This is that call." "Not a call, actually. It came through my tip line email, which is public. Anybody can submit to it. Suggested I look at Sandra Hill's 2018 salary filings for any discrepancy between reported income and actual school board compensation." "Was there a discrepancy?" "No. The story didn't pan out. I looked, I found nothing wrong, I didn't publish. But somebody knew to start building a file on Sandra Hill 10 months before the fake blotter. 10 months before anybody outside of Vero Beach political circles knew she was planning to run." Peggy tapped the email with one finger. "That's what I can't explain, if this is just Patterson's campaign running standard Oppo research. Patterson's people are 3 staffers and a consulting firm in Tallahassee that mostly does direct mail. They're good at what they do, which is not this." "What is this?" This is advance reconnaissance. She said it without flourish, a factual designation rather than a dramatic one. Somebody identified Sandra Hill as a potential problem 12 months before the primary, started building a profile, established an early foothold in the county's media environment by submitting a tip that went nowhere but got my attention, and then timed their actual attacks to damage specific calendar events. She turned to the next page. I started looking at races in other states where the same signature appeared. Not Oppo research generally. Oppo research is universal. Every campaign does it, but this specific thing. Fabricated documents formatted to look institutional, submitted to local press. Coordinated donor pressure, timed to events. Early reconnaissance, long before candidacy announcement. What did you find? 2 matches. One in Georgia, state legislature race in 2021. A woman running for the first time against a 12-year incumbent, very similar profile to Sandra's race. 3 incidents of fabricated press materials, a donor who withdrew quietly and wouldn't talk afterward. The challenger lost by 4 points, which in that district against that incumbent was closer than it should have been, which tells me the harassment worked partially but not completely. Peggy pulled the second to last page, set it face up. The company that submitted the fabricated materials in that race was traced eventually to a political consulting firm operating out of Atlanta. Firm's name was Meridian Strategies. Mike looked at the page. Meridian Strategies, Atlanta, Georgia. 2 words he'd seen on a management advisory firm in a completely different context, and the surname was close enough to Meridian Bridge that he felt the connection before he could articulate it. You know that name, Peggy said, reading the 3-second pause accurately. I know a variation of it. Tell me. Not yet. Keep going. He held her eye. What happened to the firm? Dissolved. Georgia's Secretary of State records show it dissolved in early 2022, about 6 months after the race. Which is fast for a firm that wasn't otherwise in trouble. She pulled the last page. The second match is North Carolina, also 2021. State House race. Same pattern, executed better. The fabricated material was more sophisticated, harder to detect, and the donor pressure was applied earlier in the cycle when the candidate was more vulnerable. The challenger dropped out before the primary. She set the page down. I found 2 names associated with both races. One of them died in December 2021. Car accident, North Carolina, genuinely ruled accidental by the NTSB, I checked. And the other. She looked at him steadily across the bar. James Allen Reed. Political and corporate intelligence consultant, licensed in Florida, Georgia, and Virginia. No permanent office address. Operates remotely, LinkedIn page that hasn't been updated since 2019. 6 recommendations from people who describe him as, she checked her notes, quoting now, discreet, effective, and highly professional in fast-moving environments. He's at the Marriott Vero Beach, Mike said. Registered under his own name. Peggy Nash said nothing for a full 4 seconds, which was, Mike gauged, considerably longer than she usually took to absorb new information. You've already found him, she said. I know where he is. I haven't talked to him yet. Why not? Because talking to him, before I know everything I need to know, just tells him how much I know, which teaches him what to close off. Mike turned the last page face down, a habit around materials he didn't want to look at while he thought about something adjacent to them. He came to your county party fundraiser in June. You cover the county party. I was there. Her eyes went briefly somewhere other than the bar. I didn't know him. I would have noted an unfamiliar face, consulting type, at a county party event. It's a small pool. Think back. June. Who was unfamiliar, mid-40s, the kind of good-looking that doesn't call attention to itself. She thought. Not performing thought, actually running the room back through her memory, a reporter's trained recall, working a list she probably didn't know she'd been keeping. There was a man near the back, who I assumed was with the county party's new finance chair, because he was standing near him for most of the first hour. I didn't introduce myself, because I was tracking a conversation across the room between Patterson's finance director and somebody from a Tallahassee PAC office. She stopped. If it was Reed, he positioned himself near the county finance chair deliberately, so any reporter in the room would assume he was supposed to be there. That's how he works. He doesn't hide. He blends. The oyster bar around them had filled up for lunch, the noise level climbing to the point where their end of the bar had natural acoustic privacy, which Mike suspected was at least part of why she'd suggested the place. A man 2 stools down was describing a red fish he'd caught that morning, in the kind of detail that suggested the fish was growing with each retelling. And the bartender was listening with the practiced patience of a man who'd heard several thousand redfish described in his professional life. "I want to talk about what you're actually doing here," Peggy said. "Because you're not a detective, and you're not working for Sandra Hill's campaign, at least not formally. And I need to understand what your interest is before I decide how much of what I just showed you goes into a story and when." "What do you think my interest is?" "I think you've been running into the same money in different towns all summer. I think the marina in Martin County and the grocery store in Fort Pierce and now a state house race in Indian River County aren't 3 separate problems. They're one problem wearing 3 faces, and you've been the common thread across all of them by accident more than design." She held his eye without apology. "I think the PAC connection is real, and I think you know more about it than you've said publicly. And I think that's because the name attached to it is a congressman who had some involvement in a situation from your old career that went badly. You did your homework. I'm a reporter. It's the whole job." She picked up the iced tea, turned it once in her hand. "I'm not going to burn you, Mr. Ramble. I'm not going to publish anything that puts you in danger or compromises an active investigation. But I also can't sit on a story this size indefinitely on the basis of a handshake agreement with a man I just met in an oyster bar. I'm not asking you to sit on it indefinitely." "What are you asking?" 24 hours after whatever lands before the endorsement. Then you publish whatever you've confirmed, everything you've got documented, and I'll give you a quote you can use and a name you can call for a second source." Mike looked at her across the sweating glass. "The name's a detective in Colusa K, who's been building a file on the money behind this for 3 months. Her file is considerably larger than your folder." Peggy Nash looked at the folder on the bar between them, then up at him. 24 hours after the hit lands," she said. "That's not a favor to you. That's enough time for me to verify whatever they send me and write a response piece that's ready to go when you give me clearance. That's actually better journalism than publishing the moment it arrives. That's why I said it." Something behind her eyes decided something, the click of a decision made and filed. She reached into the messenger bag again, came out not with another folder but with a printed page, a single sheet, slid it across the bar. It was a photograph, not a doctored one, a real one, taken at what appeared to be a political event, a reception of some kind. Banner visible at the back of the frame, identifying it as a Florida Republican Leadership Conference, dated in the photo's metadata stamp as 18 months ago. In the frame's right side, unremarkable, standing with a drink and talking to a man whose back was to the camera, Reed. A face Mike had watched for 90 minutes in a hotel lobby without this confirmation, now confirmed. "I pulled this from the conference's official photo gallery," Peggy said. "He's not tagged. Barely in frame. I only found him because I was looking at every face in every photo from 3 different events where I suspected he might have been present, and this was the 3rd event in the 3rd gallery. How long did that take? 14 hours. 2 nights. She pulled the photo back, tucked it into the folder. He's careful. He's not careful enough. There's a difference, and that difference is usually where the story lives. She looked at him directly one more time, the same calibrating attention from when he'd sat down. Can I ask you something, off the record? You can ask. Why do you keep doing this? You're not getting paid, Walsh told me that much. You're not trying to restore your reputation through the press, because you actively avoid the press. You're not building a case that's going to make your career, because you don't have a career to build. She said it without cruelty, flat curiosity, the same way she'd probably asked several hundred people the question they least wanted to answer. What is it? Mike looked at the fan of 40 years of boat crews marker writing on the ceiling above the bar. All those names and catches and opinions, layered until none of them were individually legible anymore. Just a collective record of people who'd been here and felt the need to say so. Tom Johnson sat across from me in a Senate hearing room, he said. Asked me questions for 3 hours about an operation he'd already decided the answer to before the gavel came down. He burned 20 years of my career because it was cheaper than the alternative. He looked at her. I've watched his money do that to a marina owner and a grocery store and a 61-year-old barber with a bruised forearm. And I'm watching it try to do it to a school principal who runs on 4 hours sleep and grows her own peppers. I don't know how many towns there are. I know I keep finding another one. Peggy held his eye a moment, then nodded once, the nod of a woman who'd gotten the true answer and recognized it as such. Off the record, she said, confirming. Off the record. She closed the folder, put it in the messenger bag, and her phone buzzed against the bar top, screen up, and they both looked at it involuntarily, the reflex of people who'd been waiting for something to land. The notification was from her Tribune email app. Subject line visible in the preview, Hill endorsement, background materials. Peggy looked at it, looked at Mike. 22 hours early, Mike said. She opened it. Read it, the whole thing, in about 90 seconds. Her face doing nothing at all, the trained stillness of a reporter reading something she needed to process before she reacted to it. Then she set the phone face down on the bar top. It's a financial disclosure form, she said. Or something built to look like one. Sandra Hill's 2020 and 2021 school board compensation, with a line item showing a $23,000 payment from a contractor the form identifies as a company called Southern Education Partners. She paused. If this is real, it's a conflict of interest. Southern Education Partners has a contract with Indian River County Schools. And if Sandra was receiving payments from them while voting on district contracts, that's a genuine ethics problem. Is it real? I don't know yet. I'm going to spend the next 3 hours finding out. She picked up the messenger bag, dropped cash for the iced tea, stood. Southern Education Partners. I'll check the corporate registration, the school board contract records, the whole chain. If it's built like the blotter, good formatting, fake underneath, it'll show in the record. When will you know? An hour, if I'm lucky. 3 if I'm not. She was already moving for the door, the focused velocity of a woman who'd been waiting for this moment and had a plan for it. 2 steps away, she stopped without turning around. The photo of Reed from the leadership conference. I've got 3 copies. I'll send you one. Appreciated. Don't thank me. If you're right about the timing, and this thing falls apart on the documentation, I want to be the one who publishes the story about the fabrication, not the one who ran the fabrication. She looked back once. I'll call you when I've got it. She was out the door, and across the parking lot visible through the window before Mike had finished his second beer, moving at the speed of a woman on a deadline she'd set herself rather than one imposed from outside, which was, he'd found in 48 years of watching people move through problems, the only kind of deadline that actually got anything done. His own phone rang. Walsh, not a text this time. Read, Walsh said. Hotel records. Peggy's contact came through. His voice had the slightly compressed energy of a man who'd expected a dead end and gotten something else. He checked in under James A. Reed, full middle initial, same as the incorporation records, on August 11th. August 11th. 3 days before the call to Ray Brooks, on August 14th. He was already in county, Mike said, mostly to himself. What? Nothing. Send me the confirmation in writing. He paused. And Walsh. Tell Sandra Hill the endorsement announcement tomorrow morning goes forward exactly as planned. Don't change a single thing about the schedule. Somebody just sent a financial disclosure form to the Tribune that looks. I know. Peggy Nash has it. She'll tell you what it is by end of afternoon. Either way, Sandra shows up tomorrow, shakes the firefighter's hands, takes the endorsement, and doesn't say a word about any disclosure form whether it turns out to be real or not. He set money on the bar, more than the 2 beers cost, which was developing into a genuine financial problem that he'd address later. If it's fake, you let Peggy publish the fabrication story. If it's real, and it won't be real, then you have a different conversation. How sure are you it's not real? Mike thought about Sandra Hill at her kitchen table that morning, 4-color calendar on the refrigerator, 2 full-time jobs operating simultaneously on the same body, a woman who'd built a career on knowing exactly where every dollar in a school district's budget had come from and where it was going. Sure enough, he said. He walked out into the September afternoon and stood on the Drums gravel parking lot, looking at the Indian River Lagoon, 50 yards away, brown and wide and moving slow, not thinking about what he was about to do next, just letting the order of it settle into place without forcing it. Reed had been in Indian River County since August 11th. The call to Ray Brooks was August 14th. The fake blotter on Sandra had run in late August. The doctored photo in September. A man who arrived in a county on August 11th and spent the next 4 weeks arranging things that precise and comfortable enough to register under his own name at a hotel was a man who hadn't expected serious opposition, had assessed the market, found it manageable, and was executing a contract he'd done in Georgia and North Carolina and wherever else with the same confidence that came from never once being seriously interrupted. 3 states. 1 name confirmed. The man who died in North Carolina in December 2021 had been Reed's partner, or his competitor, or the other half of a 2-man operation that had since become a 1-man operation. Mike didn't know which yet, but he knew the distinction mattered, because if Reed was alone in this, he had a ceiling on what he could manage at once, and ceilings were useful things to know about before you walked through a hotel lobby and knocked on a door. His phone buzzed. Peggy Nash text 8 words. Southern Education Partners, Incorporated, March 2022. Sandra left the district, January 2022. The company had been built after she left. The disclosure form showed payments from a company that hadn't existed during the period it was supposed to have paid her. 22 hours before the endorsement. And whoever built the document hadn't bothered to check whether the company was old enough to have made the payments. Either they'd built it fast, or they'd built it sloppy, or, and this landed somewhere more interesting than either of the first 2 options, they'd built it quickly because somebody had changed a timeline, and a timeline only changed because something had applied pressure to it. August 11th to September. Reed in the county 5 weeks, working a schedule, and now running something sloppily that he hadn't run sloppily in Georgia or North Carolina. Something had changed his schedule. Or someone. Mike looked at the lagoon, at a brown pelican standing one-legged on a channel marker post with the motionless patience of a creature that had decided this particular spot was adequate and saw no reason to look for another one, and thought about what had changed in Indian River County between August 11th and today. He pulled up his contacts, found Carol Jennings, and called. "I need you to run a name," he said when she picked up. "James Allen Reed, political and corporate intelligence consultant, licensed in Florida, Georgia, Virginia. I want to know if his name shows up in anything connected to Meridian Bridge or the Forward Florida Leadership Fund. And I want to know if there's any record of him in Indian River County before August 11th of this year." That's a wide pull. I know. I wouldn't ask if the situation weren't narrowing. Give me until tonight. A pause. How's the grocery store principal? She's running for state legislature. Threw out the first pitch this morning. Sandra Hill. Jennings said the name with the flatness of a woman confirming something she'd already known. Mike. Yeah. The same pack. Same pack. A silence that had the weight of a woman looking at a map she'd been filling in all summer, another county outlined in the same ink as the ones before it. "Tonight," she said, and hung up. Chapter 5. The Marriott Vero Beach sat on the beach side of Ocean Drive, the kind of hotel that had been built in the mid-90s with aspirations toward resort status and had achieved instead a comfortable mid-range competence, the sort of place that kept the pool heated and the bar stocked and the lobby furniture replaced on a reasonable cycle without ever quite justifying its own room rates. It drew a mix of business travelers and beach vacationers and the occasional wedding party, which was useful. A hotel with a varied enough guest population that a man drinking alone at the lobby bar for 2 hours was ambient rather than notable. Mike parked in the hotel's lot at 12:40 and sat in the truck for 3 minutes first, not running anything through his head, just letting his eyes adjust to the way the lot was laid out, the entrance and exit points, which cars had the film of road dust that suggested overnight guests and which were clean enough to be day visitors. A conference van from a Bible college near Orlando sat near the entrance with its passenger door hanging open. 2 women in matching visors loaded beach gear into a Prius. A man in a linen shirt stood at the hotel entrance texting, unhurried, bag at his feet waiting for someone. Not Reed. Mike had Peggy's photograph on his phone and had looked at it long enough that he'd know the face in worse light than noon Florida sun. He went in through the side entrance off the parking structure, which put him at the edge of the lobby rather than the center of it, and gave him 30 seconds to read the room before anybody in it had a reason to read him back. The lobby bar ran along the far wall, 6 stools and 4 small tables, a bartender in his 20s restocking a speed rail with the focused efficiency of someone catching up before the lunch rush. 3 guests at the tables, a couple with beach sand still on their sandals, a woman working a laptop with a half-eaten salad pushed to the side. Reed sat at the far end of the bar, 1 stool from the wall, phone face down on the bar top, a glass of what looked like sparkling water in front of him. He'd taken the stool that put his back to the wall and his sightline across the whole lobby, which was not the choice a man made unconsciously, and he was doing exactly nothing in the particular way of someone who'd made an art of looking like he was doing nothing while actually cataloging everything within 40 feet. The photograph hadn't lied, but photographs always flatten something. In person, Reed was leaner than the image suggested, with the kind of posture that came from someone who'd never once in his adult life slouched in a chair and didn't intend to start. Mid-40s, hair the brown going gray that read as distinguished in a job interview and anonymous in a hotel lobby. The face was the thing. Peggy had been right to struggle to describe him at the county party, because Reed's face did something difficult to articulate. From where Mike stood at the lobby's edge, 30 feet away, he read as trustworthy. Not distinguished, not authoritative, just trustworthy. The face you'd believe belonged to your doctor's colleague or your kid's principal, or the man who sold you your last car and made the whole transaction feel surprisingly reasonable. It was only when Mike settled onto a stool at the bar's opposite end, 8 feet of mahogany between them, that the face rearranged itself slightly, not into something overtly different, more like a light source had shifted and revealed a texture the distance had smoothed over. The eyes were watchful, in a way the rest of the face didn't acknowledge. They moved over Mike once, fast, dossier speed, and filed him and moved on. Mike ordered a club soda from the young bartender, because drinking in the afternoon on a surveillance was a habit he'd never developed and didn't intend to, and opened his phone to something that looked like email and wasn't. In 90 minutes, Reed made 4 phone calls, took 2 texts, ordered a second sparkling water without touching the first one, and had a conversation in person that lasted 11 minutes and 40 seconds by the clock above the bar. Mike counted. The calls came first. Reed didn't take them at the bar. He walked to the lobby's far corner for each one, phone pressed close, body angled away from the room, in the specific way of someone who'd long since stopped trusting hotel bars' ambient noise to do his privacy management for him. The first call ran 4 minutes, Reed doing more listening than talking, 2 visible nods and 1 shake of the head. The second went 6 minutes and carried more heat. Reed's free hand came up once, a controlled, chopping gesture, before he caught it and put his hand back in his pocket. The third was 90 seconds, functional, Reed saying something short and hanging up. The fourth call was the one that mattered. Mike clocked it because Reed's posture changed. Not dramatically. A degree or 2 of additional stillness, the kind that belonged to a man talking to someone he answered to rather than someone who answered to him. He was back in the lobby corner, back to the room, but this time he didn't move during the call. Stood flat-footed, didn't pace, didn't gesture. Talked less. Listened more. The call ran 8 minutes, and when he came back to his bar stool, he picked up the sparkling water he'd ignored for an hour and drank half of it, which was either coincidental or the kind of thing a man did when he needed a 30-second pause before deciding what came next. The man who came through the lobby at 1:45 looked nothing like Reed in any way that mattered, except that he moved with the same practiced nothing of someone who'd learned to cross hotel lobbies without accumulating impressions. 50s, stocky, a suit that didn't belong in September in Vero Beach, carrying a slim leather portfolio under one arm, with the careful, conscious grip of someone for whom the portfolio's contents were worth the grip. He spotted Reed without any visible searching, which meant he'd been told where to sit, and Reed stood from the stool, and the two of them went to the corner table nearest the window, away from the bar, away from the laptop woman and the Sandy Sandals couple. Mike paid for his club soda and moved to a lobby chair that put him at 45 degrees to the table, close enough to see the conversation without being in it, too far to hear anything over the lobby's background noise. They talked for 11 minutes and 40 seconds. Reed did most of the talking. The other man listened with the closed, neutral face of someone receiving a briefing, occasionally nodding, once writing something on a page inside the portfolio with a pen he took from his breast pocket and replaced there when he finished. Near the end, Reed reached into his jacket, the kind of jacket that cost enough that nobody noticed the fit was designed to conceal a breast pocket, and came out with an envelope, white, standard letter size, sealed. He put it on the table, without ceremony. The man in the suit covered it with the portfolio, stood, shook Reed's hand once, and left through the main lobby entrance. Mike gave it 30 seconds and followed him out. The man in the suit had a silver Lexus, current model, backed into a spot near the entrance in the same nose-out habit Mike had observed in people who paid attention to exits. He got in, set the portfolio on the passenger seat, and was on the phone before the door had finished closing. Not Reed's number, somebody else's fast dial, preset. He pulled out of the spot while still talking, and was gone onto Ocean Drive before Mike had gotten the plate number past the first 4 characters, which was a problem he filed without resolution, and moved back inside. Reed had returned to his bar stool and was looking at his phone when Mike settled back into the lobby chair. The phone sat flat on the bar again, face up now, and Mike watched Reed read something on the screen that lasted maybe 15 seconds before he turned the phone over. Texts ran 15 seconds or less. Calls ran longer. The texts had been arriving every 40 minutes or so, on a rhythm that suggested scheduled check-ins from somewhere rather than organic communication. The 4th phone call, the one that changed his posture, had come from a number Reed apparently already had saved, because he'd answered it on the first ring without looking at the screen. That was the Tallahassee number. Mike didn't know it yet, not specifically, but he knew the shape of it, a call you answer without looking, from a number you've memorized because you look at it often enough that memorizing it was inevitable, the number of whoever sat above you on whatever org chart applied to your life. At 2:15, Reed made the 5th call. Same corner, same posture, same stillness. This one ran 4 minutes and ended with Reed nodding twice. Actual nods this time, not the listening nods from before. The nods of someone confirming an instruction, which was a distinction that anybody who'd spent enough time watching people take orders would have recognized. He came back to the bar, drank the rest of the sparkling water, and asked for the check. Mike's phone buzzed against his leg. Peggy Nash. Confirmed fabrication. Southern Education Partners didn't exist until March 2022. Sandra resigned, the district, January 2022. I've got the corporate registration, the school board records, a signed attestation from the district's HR director confirming her last day. Stories written. Waiting on your call. Then, immediately after, also, the document was submitted to my tip email from an IP address in Indian River County. County Library Wi-Fi. Public terminal. Whoever built it used a library computer, which tells me either they're careful or they're scared. Mike looked at the text, looked at Reed paying his check with a card he didn't check the receipt on, pocketing it in the same breast pocket as the envelopes, and thought about the distinction between careful and scared. A careful man used a public library computer for something untraceable. A scared man used a public library computer because he was doing something faster than he'd planned and didn't have access to his usual tools. He typed back, "Hold the story until I call. Shouldn't be long." Reed left the bar, crossed the lobby toward the elevator bank rather than the exit, going up rather than out, which meant he was going back to his room rather than following the man in the suit somewhere, which meant the envelope handoff was complete, and the meeting was a delivery rather than a negotiation. Reed had delivered something, received confirmation, and come back to the bar to wait on the 5th call's instruction, all of it running on a schedule tight enough that the 90-minute window of Mike's observation had covered 3 distinct operational beats. The elevator doors closed on Reed's back. Mike stayed in the lobby chair another few minutes, not because there was more to observe, but because leaving immediately after someone went to the elevator created a temporal connection in the memories of lobby staff that he preferred not to create. The bartender had noticed him. Bartenders always did, but had filed him as a man waiting on someone rather than a man watching someone, which was close enough to accurate that the distinction wouldn't surface unless somebody asked specific questions later. He walked out through the side entrance, back to the truck, and sat in it with the windows down while the parking lot's September heat worked on his patience. The man in the suit and the Lexus was the question he hadn't been able to answer from inside the hotel. Reed wasn't a lone contractor in Indian River County. Mike had already known that. The operation was too structured for one man, but the suit's function in the structure wasn't clear. He'd received the envelope and left on a phone call that wasn't Reed's number. That made him either a local operative receiving instructions or a local official receiving something else entirely, And in Mike's experience, men who wore suits in September in Vero Beach and drove current model Lexuses were either real estate attorneys or county officials. And the ones who met people like Reed in hotel lobby corners were one of those things while being paid to forget they were. His phone rang. Carol Jennings. James Allen Reed, she said. No criminal record, no civil judgments in any of the 3 states he's licensed in, a professional reputation that's entirely recommendation-based with no traceable public footprint beyond the LinkedIn page you already know about. He's good at being invisible, except to the people who need to find him, which is how that kind of consultant survives. She was walking somewhere, outdoor air audible on the line. What he is not is in our system, anywhere connected to Forward Florida Leadership Fund. His name shows up clean on every search I can run with what we've got. But Meridian Bridge paid a consulting invoice 18 months ago to a firm called Reed Strategic Solutions, which is a Florida LLC registered in, you guessed it, Wilmington, Delaware. Agent's name I don't recognize, but the format looks like the same family. Invoice amount was $42,000. Listed purpose was market analysis and stakeholder engagement, which is what people write when they're billing for something they don't want described accurately. She paused. I got that from the forensic accountant who pulled Whitcomb's books. She found it in a payment record attached to the Palmetto Row account, which means Reed was doing work connected to the Fort Pierce operation at least 18 months ago, possibly longer if the accounting goes back further than she's pulled. So, he's been on Meridian Bridge's payroll this whole time. He's been cashing checks from an entity that cashes checks from Meridian Bridge, which is 2 steps removed from being on their payroll, which is exactly the kind of distance a man builds if he wants to be hired and not convicted at the same time. She stopped walking, her voice going level in the way it went level when she was about to say something she'd already thought through. There's more. The Lexus? Mike sat up straighter in the truck. You had eyes on me. I had eyes on the hotel, not on you specifically. I drove down this morning after you called last night, on my own time, because I wanted to see this Reed with my own face instead of a photograph. I was in the lot when the suit came out. She didn't sound apologetic about any of this. Plate came back to a leasing company. Leasing company's client list takes a subpoena, which I don't have yet, but the leasing company's physical address is on Commerce Avenue in Vero Beach, 2 blocks from the county administration building. County official. Possibly. Or a county contractor, which is sometimes the same thing when you follow the procurement records back far enough. A car door closed on her end, the ambient outdoor sound cutting. I put in for the subpoena this afternoon. Judge I know from the Sandpiper case. She's been waiting to sign something with Reed's name on it since I told her the Meridian Bridge thread was still running. Should have it by tomorrow. Tomorrow's the endorsement. I know. Reed's running something tonight or first thing in the morning, Mike said. He got a delivery, made a call to Tallahassee, and went back to his room on a 5th call's instruction. The disclosure form is already debunked. Peggy Nash has the story ready to publish. Whatever's coming next isn't the disclosure form. What do you think it is? He thought about the 4 calls, about the one that changed Reed's posture. About a man who answered that call on the first ring without looking at the screen and nodded twice at the end of it, and then went back to his bar stool and finished a glass of water before cashing out. I think the Tallahassee number changed the plan, Mike said. The disclosure form was built fast. You can see it in the documentary sloppiness, wrong date range for the company. A man with Reed's track record doesn't make that mistake unless he's in a hurry. Something accelerated his timeline. Same thing that accelerated Sandpiper's timeline, Jennings said. And Hank Dawson's. Somebody with a deadline I can't see the edge of. A silence on the line, the kind that carried weight rather than emptiness. The subpoena'll have the Lexus driver's name by tomorrow afternoon, Jennings said. Don't go knock on Reed's door tonight. I wasn't planning to. You were absolutely planning to. I was considering it. Don't. Her voice had the flat, final register she used when she'd already absorbed the counter-argument and decided against it. We knock on his door when we've got the Lexus driver's name and the invoice from Meridian Bridge in the same file. Right now, we've got a photograph at a conference and a $42,000 payment record. That's enough to make Reed uncomfortable. It's not enough to make him stay uncomfortable. And a man like Reed uncomfortable and unrestrained is worse than a man like Reed comfortable and observable. I know. Say it like you mean it. I know, Carol. She hung up with the brevity of a woman who'd said the important thing and trusted it to stand on its own. Walsh called at 3:40 while Mike sat in the truck in the Marriott lot, watching the main entrance with the patience of someone who'd learned that most surveillance was waiting, interrupted occasionally by something actually happening. Peggy showed Sandra the disclosure form, Walsh said. Sandra's response, verbatim, was, Southern Education Partners was incorporated in March 2022. I left the district in January. Then she went back to the budget spreadsheet she'd been working on. He sounded like a man who'd spent 3 weeks managing a crisis and had just watched his candidate treat the latest one with the same attention she'd give a parking ticket. She's not scared. That's not news. Walsh stopped. No, you're right, it's not news. The firefighter's endorsement is confirmed for tomorrow, 9 a.m., Indian River County Fire Rescue Station 7 on 27th Street. Sandra's been invited to speak for 10 minutes before the endorsement photo. She told me she plans to spend 5 of those minutes on her actual policy platform, and the other 5 explaining that a candidate who had a genuine conflict of interest problem wouldn't have left a job 2 months before the company in question was founded, which she described as the kind of thing that would be obvious to any reporter doing their job. She called Peggy directly. She did not. She said that would be doing the story for the reporter, which wasn't her job and wasn't mine, and that Peggy Nash had been covering this county for 6 years and could do her own arithmetic on the dates without being helped. A pause. I like her a lot. She's terrifying to work for. She's right, though. She's right about everything. It's deeply inconvenient. Something shifted in Walsh's voice, the professional update giving way to something more direct. Mike, what happens tomorrow if whatever's coming isn't the disclosure form? If there's something else between now and the endorsement that we haven't anticipated? Then we deal with it. That's a plan. That's the frame around the plan. The plan is Peggy publishes the disclosure form fabrication story the moment the endorsement photo's taken. Not before, after, when the news cycle already has something positive to cover, and the fabrication story is context instead of the whole picture. The plan is Sandra shakes 11 firefighters' hands and gets her photo taken and gives her 5-minute speech about water quality and lagoon restoration funding, and doesn't say a single word about financial disclosures or fabricated documents or any of the last 3 weeks. Mike watched a couple cross the hotel parking lot toward the beach entrance, the woman already in flip-flops, the man still carrying his shoes, the small domestic theater of a beach vacation in progress. The plan is that whatever else Reed has in motion for tonight or tomorrow morning lands in a news environment where the first story that runs is the firefighter's endorsement, and the second story is the debunking of his own fabrication, which compresses the damage window down to nothing. And Reed himself. Reed's being handled. By who? The kind of people who issue subpoenas. Mike thought about Jennings's instruction and the specific, reasonable logic behind it. You trust me on the timeline? A silence from Walsh that ran long enough to suggest a man doing genuine arithmetic rather than performing deliberation. I drove 2 hours to a bait shop bar to hand my problem to a stranger with a metal detector, Walsh said. I think we're past the point where trust is a question I'm asking. Good. Mike looked at the hotel entrance. Tell Sandra to sleep. She sounds like she doesn't do it enough, and she's going to need to be sharp at 9. I'll tell her. She'll stay up until midnight, finishing the budget spreadsheet. Probably. Walsh hung up, and Mike looked at the hotel's main entrance for another 20 minutes, through which a family with an impressive quantity of beach equipment checked in. A room service cart came and went through the side door, and nobody who looked like Reed came or went anywhere. At 4:23, his phone buzzed. Unknown number, not the earlier unknown number, a different area code, 850 Tallahassee. He looked at it for 2 full rings. Answered on the 3rd. Nothing on the other end for a second, not dead air, something warmer than dead air, the ambient sound of an interior space, climate-controlled, quiet. Then a man's voice, unhurried, the kind of voice that had never in its life needed to raise itself to be heard. Mr. Ramble, the voice said. I wanted to introduce myself. The voice was smooth, in the way of a man who'd spent decades in rooms where smoothness was the whole currency. Not performative smoothness, not the car salesman variety, but the natural finish of someone for whom every sentence had always landed with the weight he intended and the exact amount of warmth he allowed. Mike had met maybe 6 people in 20 years of operational work whose voices carried that specific quality. All 6 of them had been either very dangerous or very powerful. Most of them had been both. You have the advantage, Mike said. I don't know your name. Not yet, the man said, and the 2 words arranged themselves in the air between the phone and Mike's ear with a patience that wasn't threatening so much as it was simply settled, the patience of a man who decided when this conversation would matter and was not particularly concerned about whether Mike agreed with the timing. Reed's yours, Mike said. Reed works for my firm, yes. As I believe you've been discovering today. A sound on the line that might have been a smile or might have been a chair settling. You've been thorough. I respect thorough. I wanted to call and say so personally, because I think we've been operating in the same county long enough that a personal introduction was overdue. Your firm, Mike said. Meridian Bridge. A pause. Not the pause of surprise. The pause of a man deciding how much of a hand to show. You've been busy, the voice said. 3 counties this summer. I've been watching with some interest. Another pause, shorter. You should know, Mr. Ramble, that I am not the kind of problem that responds well to the approach you've used in the previous 2 situations. Local officials, local press, a detective in a small town department, those are useful tools in a limited environment. I operate in a considerably less limited environment. Is that a threat? It's an introduction, the man said warmly. As though the word threat were a misunderstanding he was too gracious to hold against Mike personally. I'm introducing myself and my firm's range of operation as context. Nothing more dramatic than that. The warmth held, level and calibrated. I understand you've had an interest in certain political matters in this county. I understand you believe those matters connect to your own history, to a hearing that didn't go as you'd have preferred. I want you to know that I understand that history, and that I have some sympathy for it. You're going to tell me you didn't run the operation that burned me, Mike said. You're going to tell me that was somebody else's work, and you had no part in it. I wasn't involved in your hearing, no. That was before my time in this particular theater of operations. The voice remained level. But I know who was. And I think you know that I know who was, since you've been following the breadcrumbs for 3 months now. Tom Johnson. 3 seconds of the Tallahassee silence. You're a careful man, the voice said. But careful men who name names in moving cars on open phone lines sometimes find the names cause problems before they're useful. The warmth hadn't left the voice, which was what made it effective. I'd like to suggest we meet in person, at a location of your choosing, before you do anything that forecloses options neither of us needs foreclosed. Why would I meet you? Because I can tell you things about Tom Johnson that 3 months of deed records and PAC filings can't. And because the alternative is you continue pulling threads until somebody considerably less patient than I am decides the thread pulling has become an expense that needs eliminating. He said the last part the same way he'd said everything else, the warmth holding steady through it, which was somehow colder than if he'd dropped it. I'm not threatening you, Mr. Ramble. I'm giving you information about the environment you're operating in, same as I introduced myself and my firm. The environment includes people I don't fully control, the way all environments include things past the edges of any one person's management. People like Reed. Reed executes instructions. He doesn't set them. The voice paused. The instructions are set in Tallahassee, Mr. Ramble, as I imagine you've suspected for some time. Mike looked at the hotel entrance, at the afternoon light going amber against the building's beige exterior, at the nothing happening in the 3 visible parking lot rows between his truck and the door. You're going to tell me Reed's the wrong target, Mike said. I'm going to tell you Reed is a symptom, and that treating symptoms is a medical strategy with a poor long-term prognosis. A sound that might have been the man standing, or sitting, or any other movement in a space Mike couldn't see. Think about the meeting, Mr. Ramble. You can reach me through the number showing on your screen. I'll be in this area through the end of the week. The line went quiet. Not disconnected, just quiet, the man apparently content to let the silence wait without ending the call, as if the last word in the conversation was something he expected Mike to provide. Mike didn't provide it. He lowered the phone and looked at the call screen, at the 850 area code, at a number that connected to a man who knew his name and his history and had watched him work for 3 months and had called personally to introduce himself rather than send an intermediary, which was either respect or calculation or both, dressed as the same thing. He took a photograph of the number on screen and texted it to Jennings without explanation. Her response came back in under 2 minutes. Where did you get this? He typed, just rang my phone. Introduced himself. Said Tallahassee. Wouldn't give a name. A longer pause. Then, I know this number. It came up in the PAC filing research 3 months ago. It's not registered to any person or company in any database I can access. It's a ghost line. Mike, whoever called you just told you they know you've been looking. And then, 30 seconds after that, a final text that landed with the weight of something Jennings had been thinking since before she typed it. They're not scared of what you've found. They're interested in what you might find next. That's a different problem than anything we've dealt with so far. Mike sat in the truck with the phone in his hand, and the amber light going down across the hotel's beige face, and thought about a voice that introduced itself as gracious while describing an environment that included things past the edges of any one person's management, and thought about the difference between a man who called to warn you and a man who called because warning you was cheaper than the alternative. Tomorrow morning, Station 7, 11 firefighters and a school principal who grew her own peppers and didn't stop working. Tonight, a ghost number in a dead-end database and a hotel room with Reed in it, running on a timeline somebody in Tallahassee had just changed again. He started the truck. Chapter 6. Station 7's apron had been hosed down for the occasion. 11 firefighters arranged in a semicircle behind a podium that was really just a music stand with the Indian River County Fire Rescue seal taped to the front, and the morning light coming off the concrete made everything look clean and solid and genuinely civic in a way that staged events rarely managed. Sandra Hill shook hands down the line before she said a word, taking the time to actually look at each firefighter, not the practiced look of a candidate working a rope line, but the look of a woman whose daily life required her to remember every face in a building of 412 people and match names to them reliably. Mike stood in the parking lot, one row back from the small press contingent, which consisted of Peggy Nash with a phone camera and a recorder, and a young photographer from the Tribune named Marcus, who moved around the edges of the event with the quietly competitive focus of someone trying to find the frame nobody else would get. Reed wasn't there. Mike had expected that, had checked the lot twice anyway, because expected and confirmed were different kinds of knowing. Sandra spoke for 9 minutes, not the 10 she'd been given, covering water quality, lagoon restoration funding, and the district's emergency response infrastructure in language that had been written by someone who understood the topic rather than someone who'd been briefed on it, which was a distinction the firefighters apparently recognized, because 3 of them who'd started the morning with the careful neutrality of men who attended these events on rotation had leaned in slightly by the 5th minute. When she finished, the fire chief, a broad man named Rodriguez, who had the bearing of someone who'd been asked his endorsement opinion approximately 4,000 times in the last month and had finally decided, shook her hand and held it up, and Peggy's photographer got the frame. The disclosure fabrication story went live on the Tribune's website at 9:17, 2 minutes after the endorsement photo was taken, and by 9:40, it had been picked up by the county's other 2 local outlets with the speed of small market journalism, discovering it had been used as a weapon, and was disinclined to absorb the embarrassment quietly. Mike texted Peggy, "Good timing." She texted back, "Always." He texted Walsh, "Call me when Sandra's free this afternoon. There are things she needs to know about last night." Walsh's response came back immediately, "She's not free until 6. She has school." Beth Carpenter's house sat on a finger of land that pushed out into the Indian River Lagoon, north of the main channel, accessible by a single-lane road that ran through a canopy of live oaks before the trees gave way, and the lagoon opened on 3 sides. The house itself, positioned at the finger's tip like it had been placed there by someone who wanted to see water in every direction and had the specific kind of patience required to build a house that meant it. It was a modest house for the location. Concrete block, built low, a wraparound porch that had been screened on 2 sides and left open on the water-facing third, the whole structure giving the impression of something designed for long, considered observation of weather and water rather than for impressing visitors. A canoe was tied to a small dock, green paint going chalky in the sun, and a garden ran along the south side of the house that looked productive rather than decorative, the kind tended by someone who used what they grew. Mike knocked and stood back from the door, giving it space, and waited. Beth Carpenter took 20 seconds to answer, which was the time required for a woman to cross from a specific room to a door rather than the practiced hover of someone expecting a knock. She was 70, or near enough, with the particular physical economy of people who'd spent their professional lives in courtrooms. Everything about her posture allocated toward function rather than effect, no wasted movement anywhere, the body language of someone who'd long since stopped performing anything for rooms that weren't worth performing for. "Mr. Ramble," she said. She'd left her reading glasses on, which suggested she'd been working when he arrived, and had decided he wasn't worth the interruption of taking them off. "Ms. Carpenter. Sandra Hill sends her regards." Sandra sends her regards by sending you, which is characteristically efficient of her. She stepped back from the door. "Come in. I made tea. It's probably still hot enough." The house smelled like books and the lagoon, the particular combination of a place where windows stayed open most of the year and the water was close enough to be a presence rather than a view. The main room held floor-to-ceiling shelving on the interior wall, loaded with the kind of organizational scheme that looked chaotic from 10 feet, and revealed its logic at 5 legal volumes and biography, and what appeared to be an extensive collection of Florida natural history, all of it in a system only the person who'd built it could navigate from memory. A large oak desk sat near the window with the water view, covered in the organized sprawl of someone in the middle of something. Papers in careful stacks, 2 legal pads, a ceramic mug holding a collection of pens that had clearly been auditioned and kept based on their performance. She poured tea without asking whether he wanted it, which he'd learned across a summer of small Florida towns to interpret as a regional character trait rather than presumption, and set his cup on the table between 2 chairs that faced the waterside porch. The lagoon was brown and wide out there, a great blue heron standing in the shallows 20 yards off with the patient arrogance of a bird that understood it owned this particular stretch of water and was prepared to demonstrate the point indefinitely. "Sandra didn't tell you to come," Beth said, settling into the other chair. Not an accusation. She said it the way she'd probably said things in deposition rooms, as a statement of the record she was establishing before the actual conversation began. "Sandra told you I existed, and you came on your own." "She gave me the address through her campaign manager," Mike said. "The distinction's a narrow one. The distinction is whether Sandra sent you or Sandra allowed you, and the allowing is considerably more lawyerly of her than the sending would be." She drank her tea, looked at the heron. "She's protecting herself from the appearance of directing a private individual to conduct what amounts to an investigation on her behalf, which would create questions about authorization and liability that a school principal currently running for public office doesn't need introduced into her professional record." "That's right. It's correct thinking, which is what I've always appreciated about Sandra. She understands consequences before they arrive instead of after." Beth looked at him across the table. "You've figured out what happened to me. I know somebody called you from an organization connected to the congressman who funds the operation running against Sandra's campaign, and that whatever they said was enough to make a 30-year attorney go quiet overnight, which means it was calibrated to land on someone with your specific background." "Calibrated," she said, and something behind her eyes shifted, not quite anger but the organized relative of it, the kind that had been sitting in a file waiting for the right occasion to be presented. "That's the word. Yes. It was calibrated." She set her cup down, stood, crossed to the oak desk, opened the bottom right drawer. What she took out was a digital recorder, handheld, the kind used in deposition prep, gray plastic, old enough to have worn patches on its grip from years of use. She set it on the table between them. "I recorded the call. On this, not on my phone, because my phone backs up to a cloud I don't fully control, and this recorder connects to nothing." "You were expecting a call." "I was expecting contact of some kind. I'd given $5,000 to a first-time challenger in a state house race, and I'd hosted 2 fundraisers in the last cycle for county commission candidates who'd upset incumbents with development interests. If I were running an operation like the one running against Sandra, I'd have identified me as a donor worth discouraging 3 months before I called." She looked at the recorder. "I kept this in the desk charged and ready for 6 weeks before they actually called. Told myself I was being paranoid. I've been an attorney long enough to know that paranoid and prepared look identical from the outside. You want to play it or describe it? I'll play it. It's easier to hear than to summarize, because the thing I want you to understand about it isn't the content. The content you can get from me in 30 seconds. The thing I want you to understand is the tone, because the tone is what makes it what it is." She pressed play. The recording had the slightly hollow quality of a speakerphone conversation captured on a separate device, a faint ambient hiss underneath 2 voices, the caller's cleaner, and the ambient noise suggesting she was in a professional office environment. "Ms. Carpenter, my name is Diane. I'm calling from the Donor Relations Office at Forward Florida Leadership Fund. I wanted to reach out personally because we've become aware that you've been supporting the Hill campaign in Indian River County, and we thought it was important that you have some context before you make any additional commitments. Beth's own voice on the recording, controlled, the voice of a woman who'd spent 30 years letting witnesses talk. What kind of context? We're concerned about the campaign's financial transparency, specifically some questions that have arisen around the candidate's compensation history. I'm sure you'd want to be aware of anything that might affect your decision to continue your support. I'd need to see documentation of any such questions before they'd affect my decision about anything. Of course, we do have some materials we could share. Before we do, though, I wanted to make sure you had a full picture of the investment you're considering. We've looked at the donor commitments you've made over the last 2 election cycles. Your generosity has been really remarkable, and we wanted to make sure that generosity is directed toward candidates who can actually deliver on the outcomes you care about. A pause brief timed. We know you care deeply about lagoon restoration, specifically the North Lagoon corridor. We know you've been following the Riverside Commons permitting question. We know your late husband designed the drainage system on the Pelican Shores project in 2008, a project that benefited enormously from the kind of county cooperation that the current administration has been very good at facilitating. Another pause. We wouldn't want anything to complicate the legacy of that work. Beth had said nothing on the recording at that point. 4 seconds of Beth Carpenter not saying anything, which was the loudest 4 seconds on the recording. We just want to make sure you have good information, Ms. Carpenter. The Hill campaign is a long shot, and we'd hate to see you spend resources on something that isn't going to produce the outcomes you care about when there are other ways to support the issues that matter to you. Thank you for calling, Beth said, and the recording ended. She stopped it, looked at it sitting on the table between them, this piece of gray plastic that had done its job with the same competence she'd brought to everything in her professional life. Diane, Mike said. Not her real name, almost certainly. The number it came from is a Florida VoIP line registered to a business that doesn't appear to exist outside its own registration. Beth's voice had the careful precision of a woman who'd spent 3 weeks organizing her analysis of this call into its constituent parts and was now presenting them in order. What she didn't do, she didn't threaten me. She didn't say anything about consequences. She didn't say anything false technically. My husband did design the drainage system on Pelican Shores. The current administration has been cooperative with county projects. None of it was wrong. She stopped, and for the first time since Mike had walked through the door, the organized quality of her delivered her to somewhere more personal. What she did do was demonstrate that someone had assembled a file on my life thorough enough to know my late husband's professional projects from 17 years ago, and she did it in a tone that a recording, a police report, or a court filing would characterize as informational. Because it was informational. It was information delivered in a specific sequence for a specific purpose, and that purpose was to communicate, without saying so, that whoever sent Diane had both the knowledge and the reach to make the legacy of my husband's work a problem if I continued writing checks to Sandra Hill. And it worked, Mike said. Not accusatory. The fact of it, stated plainly. For 3 weeks, Beth said with equal plainness, I withdrew from the campaign. I stopped returning Kevin Walsh's calls. I thought very carefully about whether I was a woman who let something like this work on her. She picked up the recorder, looked at it. I've spent 30 years in courtrooms. I've represented people who were bullied by institutions larger than they were. And I've watched those people make the calculation between the cost of fighting and the cost of losing, and I've watched that calculation go wrong enough times that I know exactly how it looks from the inside. She set the recorder down. It looks exactly like what I did for 3 weeks. It looks like a reasonable decision, with a long list of reasonable-sounding reasons. What changed? I received a citation, she said. From the county. My dock. The county inspector cited the dock's float position for interfering with an established navigation corridor, which is, she paused, and something in her composure reached its limit and went past it briefly, the organized anger finally finding its outside voice, an absolute fiction, because my dock's float position hasn't changed in 11 years, and the navigation corridor they cited hasn't. T existed in its current form since a channel rerouting in 2019 that my dock was grandfathered through, which I know because I attended every single public meeting about that rerouting, and I have the minutes. She straightened in her chair. They made a mistake. Whoever told the inspector to file the citation, and it was Mercer, same man from Fort Pierce, which I know because I called the county and asked, made the mistake of choosing a citation they expected an old woman to accept rather than a citation that would hold up to scrutiny, because they assumed I'd been sufficiently frightened by Diane's phone call to stop scrutinizing. She looked at Mike with something that had moved entirely past anger into resolve, which was a colder and more useful thing. I was not sufficiently frightened. I was sufficiently angry. When did the citation come? Tuesday. 2 days ago. 2 days after Reed had made the 5th call. 2 days after the Tallahassee number changed the timeline, which meant the citation to Beth Carpenter's dock was part of the same accelerated schedule that had produced the sloppily built disclosure form. Reed's operation moving fast produced errors, wrong company incorporation date on a financial disclosure, a citation against a property that had documentation proving its own exemption sitting in a retired attorney's filing system. You've got the grandfathering documentation, Mike said. I've got the public meeting minutes, the county's own rerouting approval record, a letter from the county engineer dated 2019 confirming the grandfather status, and 30 years of professional practice in exactly the kind of litigation where documentation like that is the difference between winning and losing. She stood again, went to the desk, and came back with a second folder, thin, the contents inside clearly arranged in the order in which they'd be presented to a judge rather than the order in which they'd been collected. This is what I've assembled on the citation. It's complete. I'd like Carol Jennings to have it, because I understand she's been building a file that could use a clean local example of the same harassment pattern operating against someone who can document every step. Mike took the folder. She'll appreciate this. She won't need to appreciate it. She'll need to use it. Beth sat back down, picked up her tea, which had gone cool but which she drank anyway, the habit of a woman who didn't waste things. You want to ask me something else? You've been sitting on it since the recording. He had been. The Lagoon Corridor. Riverside Commons. The call specifically mentioned the North Lagoon Corridor as an area I care about. Yes. The parcels along that corridor, several of them have changed hands in the last 2 years. Land acquired by shell companies registered out of Delaware. One of them is called Coastal Crown Holdings. Beth's eyes went a specific direction, not away from Mike, towards something in her own memory, the slight refocus of someone pulling up a file they'd been keeping. I know that name, she said. From where? From the Riverside Commons permitting record that I pulled when Sandra raised questions about the easement approval timeline. She set the cup down, crossed to the desk, opened the top drawer this time. I've been building a file of my own on this for 4 months. Sandra mentioned the permitting question at a candidates forum in June, and it interested me because the timeline was wrong in the specific way that permitting timelines are wrong when someone's been paid to make them go faster. She came back with a folder considerably thicker than the citation documentation, the kind of folder that represented sustained effort over months rather than a single organized response. Coastal Crown Holdings acquired 3 parcels along the North Lagoon corridor in the 14 months before the Riverside Commons easement was approved. The acquisition prices were below market on each of them, which only makes sense if the buyers knew that a development approval was coming that would make the land considerably more valuable, which they could only know if they had access to information that wasn't yet public, which means either they were very lucky or the approval process wasn't independent. She handed the folder across. Mike opened it. The parcel records were organized chronologically, each acquisition flagged with the relevant details: purchase price, buyer entity, date, the market comparables Beth had pulled to establish the below-market nature of each transaction. Behind those, the permitting timeline she'd mentioned, with the 11-day environmental assessment circled in red and a note in her handwriting, state requirement 60 days minimum. And behind that, a single page that wasn't a county document or a property record, a printed email chain, 3 messages, the sender's name redacted in black marker but the email domain visible, at fflf.org. Forward Florida Leadership Fund. Their own domain. 3 emails to Gary Fitch, the permitting supervisor, dated across the 3 weeks of the compressed approval process, each one brief, each one referencing the Riverside project timeline, and ensuring the process reflects the community's investment priorities, which was language designed to mean nothing in particular while communicating something specific to the man receiving it. "Where did you get the emails?" Mike said. "Gary Fitch gave them to me," Beth said. "He called me 2 weeks after he retired. We'd met at county meetings over the years. He knew I was involved in lagoon restoration advocacy, and I think he'd been sitting with those emails since the approval and had decided that retirement was the right distance from the job to say something about them." She held Mike's eye. "He told me he'd been asked to accelerate the process, that the request came through those emails, and that he'd complied because the emails came from an organization he understood to have the county commission's political support. He didn't receive money. He received pressure, and he made a bad decision under it. And he's been living with it for 18 months in a house in Brevard County he bought from savings that are consistent with his salary, whatever the property records might suggest, to someone who didn't know the full context." "You verified the house?" I asked him about it directly. He pulled up his savings statements on his phone at my kitchen table and showed me. She shrugged, clean, the gesture of a woman who'd spent a career distinguishing between evidence and inference. "Gary Fitch is a bureaucrat who made a bad call under pressure. He's not a corrupt official. The distinction matters, and I think it matters to the case you're building." "Will he talk to a detective?" "He'll talk to a detective. He's been waiting for someone to ask." She looked at the folder Mike held. "You should also know that the @fflf.org domain appears twice in those email chains, but the account name on one of them is different from the other. The first email comes from a communications account, standard, generic. The second and third come from an account with the username R. Brooks." Mike stopped moving. "R. Brooks," he said. "I don't know who that is." I assumed it was a communications staffer. She watched his face. "You know who it is." He did and didn't simultaneously. The name fit Ray Brooks the way a shoe fit a foot that wasn't shaped quite right, possible but not comfortable. Ray Brooks was a gambling addict in Sebastian with a high school football problem and an $11,000 debt. Ray Brooks didn't have a Forward Florida Leadership Fund email account. Unless the account predated the debt. Unless Ray Brooks had a history with the fund that preceded his current situation by years. A history that explained how someone from the fund knew Tyler Brooks's GPA threshold and academic review schedule with the familiarity of an organization that had once considered the Brooks family an asset rather than a lever. He put the folder on the table and looked at the lagoon, at the heron still standing in the shallows with the patient authority of something that had decided this spot was adequate. "I need to make a call," he said. "Use the porch. The reception's better on the water side." She stood to collect the tea things, giving him the porch and whatever he needed to say on it without making the privacy a production. "I'll get the citation documentation ready for Detective Jennings. I'll also call Gary Fitch this afternoon and tell him to expect contact from her office." "Thank you." "Don't thank me, Mr. Ramble. I've been sitting on a recorder and 2 folders for 3 weeks waiting for someone to come ask the right questions." She picked up the cups, looked at him directly. "Sandra Hill is going to win this race, and when she does, she's going to sit on the committee that reviews the Riverside Commons environmental assessment. And whoever approved that easement in 11 days is going to have a very unpleasant couple of years as a result. That's not the reason I'm helping you. The reason I'm helping you is that Diane's phone call mentioned my husband's work in a tone that was designed to make me feel that protecting his legacy meant protecting the people who threatened it." She paused. "My husband was an engineer who spent 40 years designing systems that moved water to places water needed to go. He never once took a shortcut that cost somebody else their water table or their drainage or their flood protection to make a project come in under budget on paper. The idea that anyone would use his name as a mechanism to silence someone fighting for the lagoon he cared about more than any project he ever worked on." She stopped. "Go make your call." The porch faced the lagoon on 3 sides, the screen on the south side moving gently with the breeze off the water, and Mike stood at the open north rail and called Jennings. "R. Brooks," he said when she picked up. "As a name. Does it show up anywhere in the Forward Florida Leadership Fund's filings? Board, staff, contractors, anything with that initial and surname?" A pause that belonged to a woman pulling something up on a screen she'd been sitting in front of. "Richard Brooks," Jennings said. "Listed as a communications consultant in the fund's 2021 operating expense filing. One-time payment, $12,000, described as digital outreach consulting. No other filings I can see. The address attached to the payment is in Sebastian, Florida." Another pause. "Mike, Sebastian's where?" "Ray Brooks lives," Mike said. "I know." The heron in the shallows lifted off without particular urgency, wide gray wings catching the morning air, and crossed the lagoon to a better spot 20 yards north, resettling with the efficiency of a creature that had learned the difference between adequate and correct. Ray Brooks did consulting work for Forward Florida Leadership Fund in 2021, Jennings said slowly. And then, 2 years later, somebody from that same organization used his nephew as a mechanism to move a betting line. Which means whoever called Ray in August knew him. Not as a name in a database. As someone who'd worked for the fund, who'd handled digital outreach, who had a nephew with a scholarship that made a useful point of pressure. Mike looked at the spot where the heron had been standing. They didn't find Ray through Chuck Morris. They found Ray through their own files. Chuck Morris was the tool they used after they'd already identified the lever. He knew them, Jennings said. He knew the fund. He knew the operation. And when they called him in August, he knew exactly what he was dealing with and couldn't say so. Which is why he described the voice as someone reading off a card who'd memorized the card. He wasn't describing a stranger. He was describing a man he'd worked for pretending not to know him. Mike let that sit a second on the porch air. He needs to know I know. Not from you, not official from me. Tonight. I'm not going to tell you how to run your part of this, Jennings said. I'm going to tell you what I'm running on my end, which is a subpoena for the Lexus driver's name that should come through this afternoon. and a call to Gary Fitch in Brevard that Beth Carpenter's apparently already setting up, and a new file connecting the FFLF.org emails to the Riverside Commons approval, which when it joins everything else we've got is going to be the clearest picture we've assembled of how this thing actually operates on the ground. Reed, Mike said. He's still at the hotel. He's still at the hotel, as of an hour ago. My contact at Vero Beach PD drove past on a welfare check pretext. A sound on her end that wasn't quite a laugh. He's not going anywhere until he hears from Tallahassee that his contract for this county is done, and Tallahassee's not pulling his contract until the primary result is clear, which means he's going to be in that hotel room for at least another day. Unless the man who called me last night decides I'm more of a problem than Reed's presence is worth. The man who called you last night, Jennings said, and then stopped. Mike waited. I ran that number 6 different ways this morning. It's not Reed. It's not anyone connected to Reed in any database I can access. The voice on your phone belonged to somebody considerably further up the chain than Reed. And somebody that far up the chain doesn't call a man personally, unless the man has gotten close enough to something that managing him from a distance isn't sufficient anymore. He said he wanted to meet. Don't meet him. He said he could tell me things about Tom Johnson that 3 months of deed records can't. I know what he said. You told me last night. Her voice went flat in the Jennings way. Mike, listen to me. A man that careful, that resourced, that comfortable calling you personally on a line that doesn't trace to anything, he's not offering you information. He's offering you a room. And the only thing that happens in a room he controls is what he decides happens. Mike leaned on the porch rail, the lagoon going brown and still out in front of him, a white ibis working the shoreline to the south in the slow, methodical way of a bird that had a system and trusted it. He said the instructions come from Tallahassee, Mike said. He said that about Reed's operation. And he said he wasn't involved in my hearing 3 years ago, that it was before his time in this theater. That's an interesting distinction. Before his time in this theater. Not before his time, generally. Before his time here, in Florida. A silence that was Jennings absorbing that distinction and running it against everything she'd built over 3 months. He came in after, she said slowly. He's not the architect of the original operation that burned you. He came in after it was already running and took over something that was already built. Or he built a second layer on top of something Tom Johnson already had running. The fund existed before Meridian Bridge. The PAC filings go back 6 years. Meridian Bridge's oldest traceable invoice is 3 years old. He came in afterward and professionalized it. Mike straightened up from the rail. Which means there are 2 separate organizations at work here. Tom Johnson's original political operation, the PAC, the fund, the waterfront acquisitions, whatever he was running before Meridian Bridge existed. And then Meridian Bridge, which came in later and provided the operational muscle, Reed, Dawson, the appraisal networks, the collection crews, in exchange for whatever cut of the development returns justifies $42,000 consulting invoices. Tom Johnson hired a firm to do his dirty work, Jennings said. And the firm turned out to be considerably harder to shut down than a single congressman's political operation. Because the firm has clients beyond Tom Johnson. Whatever Meridian Bridge is doing in Florida, they're doing it in other states with other clients. Johnson's just one contract. Mike thought about the voice on the phone, the warmth that hadn't varied through the whole call, including the part where it was describing people past the edges of any one person's management. He called me because shutting down 3 of his contracts in one summer represents a pattern that's starting to look like a problem for his other clients. He's not worried about Tom Johnson. He's worried about what Tom Johnson's mess is doing to his reputation in rooms where he has other relationships. Which means, Jennings said, that the man who called you might actually be willing to give you Johnson if Johnson becomes enough of a liability. That's what he implied. And you're not going to meet him anyway. I'm going to think about it very carefully, Mike said, which was a different sentence. She was quiet a moment and then, the Lexus driver. I want that name before you think about anything else. Give me until 4. She hung up, and Mike stood on the porch until the Ibis finished its methodical quarter-mile and moved around the point south of Beth's dock, and then went back inside, where Beth had put fresh tea on the table and was sitting at her desk with another legal pad, the fountain pen moving across it in the careful, purposeful strokes of a woman who'd spent a lifetime putting important things into writing while she still had them clear. Gary Fitch, Mike said. When you call him, tell him the detective who needs to speak with him has been building this case for 3 months. Tell him his part in it is small and documentable and honest, which is the best position anyone can be in when a story this size eventually becomes public. Beth didn't look up from the legal pad. I'll tell him he has 3 months of company, and a detective who knows the difference between pressure and corruption. That should be enough. Mike picked up his folder, and Beth's citation documentation, and the Forward Florida Leadership Fund's email chain with the R. Brooks account name visible at the top of the second message. At the door he stopped. Your husband's drainage system on Pelican Shores, he said. Is it still running right? She looked up from the pad then, and for the first time all morning, her face showed something that hadn't been organized in advance. 11 years, she said. Not a single flooding complaint. Then whoever called you picked the wrong thing to threaten, Mike said, and walked out into a morning that was already halfway to something he couldn't see the end of yet. Chapter 7. Jennings called at 3:58, 2 minutes before her self-imposed deadline, which Mike had noticed she always beat by a small margin, either as a professional habit or a private form of discipline she'd never explained. Lexus driver, she said. Andrew Kim. Associate General Counsel, Indian River County Government. He's been with the county 9 years, handles contract law primarily, procurement agreements, developer easements, the kind of transactional work that puts a lawyer in the room when land changes hands. A brief pause. His personal financial disclosure filed last year shows a consulting income supplement of $38,000 from a firm called Kim Legal Solutions, which is a sole proprietorship he controls, which is legal as long as the consulting work doesn't conflict with his county duties, which it doesn't technically, as long as nobody can prove his county contract decisions were influenced by who was paying the consulting invoices. Who was paying them? Kim Legal Solutions received its $38,000 from a holding company called Sunrise Property Partners, which you might recognize. He did. Fort Pierce. Palmetto Row. One of the 4 shells that had been buying parcels along the row under different names, the same architecture wearing a different county's address. Kim approved the Riverside Commons easement paperwork, Mike said. Kim reviewed it and signed the county's standard approval letter in his capacity as Associate General Counsel. The approval authority technically sat with the permitting supervisor, Gary Fitch, but the legal review that enabled Fitch's signature was Kim's. A car door closing on Jennings's end, the ambient transition between indoors and out. 2 men got paid to compress the same approval. Fitch got pressure and a promotion he didn't ask for. Kim got $38,000 routed through his own LLC from a shell company connected to the same development the approval enabled. That's conspiracy to commit fraud on a county contract. That's what a federal prosecutor would probably call it, yes. It's also, more immediately, the reason Andrew Kim was sitting across from Reed in a hotel lobby accepting an envelope, which I now feel considerably more confident about the contents of. She paused. The subpoena for Kim's phone records goes in tomorrow. I want to see what he and Reed have been saying to each other since August. What does Kim know about Meridian Bridge? Unknown yet. He might know the whole architecture, or he might know only what the Sunrise Property Partners checks told him, that someone with money wanted the easement to move fast. Men like him often prefer not to know more than that. Another pause, shorter. Dan Cooper's in the county. He's been sitting on Chuck Morris's operation for 2 months without enough to move. I called him this afternoon and told him you existed and what you've been finding. And he's going to find you at Gus's at 5. Don't make him drive all the way to Colusa Cay for nothing. I'll be there. I know you will. You live there. She hung up, and Mike stood at Beth Carpenter's kitchen counter where he'd come in to return her teacup, and thought about 2 months of Dan Cooper sitting on an operation that connected to 3 counties and a ghost number in Tallahassee, and whether Cooper would be a Jennings or a Foster, the kind of cop who saw the larger shape and wanted to reach it, or the kind who needed the shape drawn for him before he could move. Cooper arrived at Gus's at 5:04 in a county-issued sedan that had been washed recently, which distinguished it from most county vehicles Mike had ridden in. He was 40, black, lean in the way of a man who ran rather than lifted, wearing slacks and a button-down with no tie, which was the universal plainclothes detective uniform in every Florida county Mike had worked in regardless of budget or size. He had the watchful quality of someone who'd learned to observe rooms before committing to them, and he did it without making a performance of it, just took a half-second at the bar's entrance to read the room before he walked through it, and found Mike at the end stool. He shook Mike's hand the way a man who'd been told about you shook your hand, full grip, brief, nothing to prove. Detective Cooper. Dan. He sat on the stool next to Mike's and looked at the bar top and then at Gus, who had appeared with a glass of water and the unspoken offer of something else. Beer or coffee, Gus said. Coffee, if it's real. It's real enough. Gus poured it from the pot that had been running since 2 and set it down without ceremony, and Cooper drank it the way working cops drank bad coffee all day, not for pleasure, for the maintenance of function. Jennings says you've got something on Chuck Morris that goes past Morris, Cooper said. He opened a folder he'd set on the bar, different from every other folder Mike had seen this summer, thinner, worn at the corners from being handled frequently, the marks of a file that had been opened and stared at and closed again too many times to count. I've got surveillance, 2 informants' accounts, and a financial pattern in Morris's personal accounts that shows regular cash deposits every Tuesday and Friday, inconsistent with his legitimate income, which is a small engine repair business in Sebastian that's been losing money for 4 years. He turned the folder to face Mike. Inside, a surveillance photograph of the Veterans Organization's building, a plain single-story structure off Old Dixie Highway, American flag on a pole in front, parking lot empty in the photo, except for 1 truck. The charter for the Indian River County Veterans Alliance was filed 2 years ago. I went to every public event they've announced in 2 years, and they've never held one. The VFW post that hosts their mailing address told me they've never set eyes on anybody from the Alliance. They just let organizations use the address as a professional courtesy. You've got the membership roll. I've got what passes for a membership roll. It's part of the charter filing. Cooper pulled the page, set it face up on the bar. 4 names on the board of directors besides Morris, and none of them show up anywhere I can find as actual people. No voter registration, no Florida ID, no professional license in any state I've been able to check. 2 of them have social security numbers attached to the filing, standard for nonprofit incorporation, and both numbers come back to deceased individuals, people who died in 2018 and 2019. Identity theft. Somebody built the charter with dead people's identities, Mike said. Somebody built it fast and dirty, which is consistent with what Jennings described from the Fort Pierce situation. These operations go up quick, and they're not expected to survive scrutiny. They just need to look legitimate long enough to run for a year or two before they're dissolved and rebuilt somewhere else. Cooper turned the page 90 degrees, pointing to the fourth name on the list. This one's different. No social security number attached, filed blank, which is allowed for members designated as silent organizational sponsors. The address attached to this one, though. Mike looked at it. A suite number in Wilmington, Delaware. Not the same suite number he'd traced through Sandpiper and the 4 shells in Fort Pierce. A different suite, different building, different registered agent firm's name, but the same city, the same format, the same specific flavor of administrative anonymity. A cousin rather than a twin. That's not Morris's work, Mike said. No. Morris's work is the 4 fake board members and the VFW address. Whoever added the 5th name as a silent sponsor brought their own infrastructure with them. Cooper turned the page back to its original angle, squared the corners of the folder with both hands. I ran the Wilmington address through every database the county gives me access to, which isn't much, and got nothing. I ran it through the Florida Division of Corporations, cross-referencing entities that use Wilmington registered agents, and got 14 hits across 3 years. I don't have the resources or the subpoena power to chase 14 separate Delaware LLCs on a bookie case in Indian River County, which is where I've been stuck for 6 weeks. Mike pulled out his phone, opened his notes, and turned it so Cooper could read the list. Meridian Bridge Advisory. That's the management firm, 1 layer up from Morris's charter. They funded the account that paid for the alliance's incorporation costs, which means Morris's operation didn't originate with Morris. Morris was franchised into an existing structure. Cooper read the notes, and something in his expression resolved. Not surprise, closer to the particular relief of a man who'd been looking at a puzzle piece and finally found the piece it connected to. Meridian Bridge, he said. That's a name I can actually do something with. You've got 2 months of Morris's financial pattern. Can you build the funding chain back from his Tuesday and Friday deposits? If somebody can tell me which accounts to subpoena, yes. I've been reluctant to tip the operation with a broad bank records request when I didn't know how high it went. Now I know high enough to know I need to be careful about where the request lands and who sees it coming. Jennings can walk you through the financial architecture she's already documented from the Palmetto Row case. Same root system, different branches. The invoices and payment records she's got on Meridian Bridge give you a starting point that doesn't require you to build from scratch. How soon can she get that to me? Call her tonight. She's been waiting for somebody in this county to ask the right question. Cooper closed the folder and looked at the Marlin sign above the door, taking a moment with it the way people occasionally did. The sign having accumulated over 30 Florida summers of crooked hanging, a kind of accidental character that rewarded a second look. The Tyler Brooks situation, Cooper said. The quarterback. That's the piece of this that's been hardest for me to sit on. 2 months of watching a betting line move wrong, knowing a kid's involved somehow, not being able to touch it because I can't connect Morris to the kid without getting the kid caught in the case. The kid's not in the case. The kid's a victim. I know that. Proving it without destroying his reputation in the process is the part that kept me up. Cooper looked at Mike directly. You've talked to the uncle. Ray Brooks. Yes. Does he cooperate? He'll cooperate. He's been carrying this since August, and he's not built for carrying things he knows are wrong. Mike turned his coffee cup, which Gus had refilled at some point without either of them noticing, around once on the bar top. There's something else about Ray Brooks that's relevant. In 2021, he did consulting work for the Forward Florida Leadership Fund. Digital outreach, paid through the fund's operating account. $12,000. Cooper's expression didn't move, but his posture shifted forward half an inch. He worked for the PAC. He worked for the fund. Then 2 years later, somebody from the fund, using his contact information from their own files, applied pressure to his nephew through Chuck Morris. Ray knows who called him. He described the voice as someone he'd heard before, without saying so directly, someone who'd memorized what they were going to say. Someone reading a script they'd written themselves. He identified the caller. He identified the voice without naming it. Either because he's scared, or because part of him is still protecting a relationship that's already destroyed him. Mike stood, which brought the conversation to its natural close without forcing it. I'm going to talk to Ray tonight. Before you bring him in officially, he needs to know you're coming and why, and he needs to know it from me rather than from a county badge showing up cold. He's been sitting in a room with this for 2 months. Another shock doesn't help you, it closes him down. Cooper considered that, working out whether it represented a jurisdictional problem or a practical solution, and apparently landed on the practical. Tonight, he said. I'll wait until tomorrow morning before I make any official contact. He pulled a card from his breast pocket, set it on the bar. Not a phone number on a receipt transaction, an actual business card, because Cooper was a functioning detective with county resources and not a man who'd been living off dockwork and metal detecting for 3 years. When you've talked to him, have him call that number and tell me he's ready to come in. I'll handle it clean. The charter filing was a public document, and the library's printer cost 10 cents a page. And by 6:30, Mike had 4 printed copies of the membership roll spread across a table in the library's back corner, one for himself, one flagged for Jennings, one for Cooper, and one that he'd decided, while standing at the printer waiting for it to work through its warm-up cycle, to keep in the original folder alongside Beth Carpenter's documentation and the Forward Florida Leadership Fund email chain with the R. Brooks account name. He worked through the 4 fake board members methodically, pulling up what he could on the public terminal. The 2 deceased identities Cooper had already flagged checked out the same way Cooper had flagged them. Clean records up to their respective deaths, no activity afterward except the charter filing, the kind of post-mortem identity used that left no human trace because there was no human left to leave one. The 3rd name came back to what appeared to be a real person in Gainesville, a retired teacher, but cross-referencing against the charter's filed address for that name produced a Kissimmee street number that the retired teacher had never lived at, according to 3 different public record databases. The 4th name, the one above the Wilmington address, he left for last because it was the one that mattered, and the Wilmington address itself was more useful than the name attached to it. The suite number belonged to a firm called Coastal Administrative Services, LLC, which was 3 years old, and listed 4 clients on its Florida agent registration, all of them Delaware incorporated entities. Mike ran each of the 4 client names through the state's corporate database and found that 2 of them appeared in property records in 3 different Florida counties, all purchasing waterfront or waterfront-adjacent parcels in the last 24 months. One of those property records, in Brevard County, listed the attorney of record for the closing as Andrew Kim. Kim, the county counsel sitting across from Reed in the hotel lobby. Kim, who'd received $38,000 from Sunrise Property Partners. Kim, who'd signed the Riverside Commons easement legal review. Coastal Administrative Services ran accounts for at least 2 of the entities buying waterfront land in 3 counties, and Andrew Kim handled the closings, and Meridian Bridge sat above all of it the way a water table sat below a series of wells. Invisible, structural, present in everything even when you couldn't see it directly. He photographed each page of the charter filing with his phone, sent them to Jennings with a note, Coastal Administrative Services, Wilmington. Kim's name appears in their property closing records in Brevard. Same architecture. She responded in under 5 minutes, adding it. This is getting large enough that I think the federal flag on the original file might be a problem we need to go around rather than through. Working on it. He sent back, working on it how? A longer pause. Then, old contact from a joint task force 3 years ago. Financial crimes, federal. She's not in the same office that flagged the file. I trust her judgment, and I trust her discretion. If she agrees this is worth a serious look, it moves past the flag. He typed, when? Tomorrow, if she returns my call tonight. She's on Pacific time, so probably late for you. I'll be up. Ray Brooks's apartment building in Sebastian was a 2-story concrete affair from the 70s. Exterior staircase, parking lot lit by 1 working light and 2 dead ones. The kind of building that had been designed for function rather than permanence and had survived past its own intentions by never becoming important enough to tear down. The door to 2B had a wreath on it. Paper autumn leaves, the kind sold at craft stores in bags for $1.50, hung by someone who wanted a front door that felt like home even when home was a second-floor walk-up with 1 working parking lot light. Ray Brooks answered the door in the regional high t-shirt again. Different one from the laundromat, same wash-softened quality, and looked at Mike with the expression of a man who'd been expecting somebody and had been rehearsing the conversation in 2 different directions since Mike had left him on the plastic bench. "Come in," he said. The apartment was small and organized with the particular precision of a man who'd learned that tight spaces required systems or they became chaos. Everything in its designated spot. A kitchen with clear counters, a living room where the couch faced a television, and 1 good lamp threw light on a side table holding a library paperback and a coffee mug from a marina in the Keys, the mug's paint gone chalky at the rim the way enamel went in dishwashers. A photograph on the wall above the television. A boy, maybe 12, in a football uniform 3 sizes too big, grinning at the camera with the full-body unself-consciousness of a kid who hadn't yet learned to edit himself for cameras. Tyler Brooks, considerably younger, before the scholarship existed as anything but a thing that might someday be possible. Ray followed Mike's eyes to the photograph. "He was 8 when I took that one," Ray said. "First time I put a ball in his hands. He threw it 14 yards on the first try. 14 yards, 8 years old, never thrown before." He sat on the couch, not pointing Mike to a seat, just sitting, letting Mike take whatever felt right. "I used to tell his father about every game. Called him the next morning, every Saturday during season. His father died 3 years ago, June, and I haven't known what to do with the next morning phone call since." Mike sat in the 1 chair across from the couch, a reading chair. The paperback's page still folded where Ray had left it. "I need to tell you something I found out today," Mike said. "Before I tell you anything else." Ray's hands went flat on his knees. "Bracing. Forward Florida Leadership Fund," Mike said. 2021. "You did digital outreach consulting for them. $12,000. Ray looked at the television, which was off. He looked at it for several seconds. "Yeah," he said. "You knew the man who called you in August." Not a question, and Ray didn't treat it as one. He kept looking at the television. "I didn't do anything wrong in 2021, he said. "That's important. I ran social media for them for 3 months. Facebook, some email list management, pretty routine stuff. The contact I had was a woman named Karen, who handled contractor relations, nice enough, professional. I never met anybody at the fund in person, just emails and a couple of calls with Karen, and then the contract ended and I got my money and I moved on." He exhaled. "I didn't know what they were. I know what I should have looked into that I didn't look into, and I know why I didn't look. $12,000 was $12,000, and I had a gambling problem, and $12,000 was 2 months of bad decisions erased. And when you're in that place, you don't ask the questions you should ask. The man who called you in August. It wasn't Karen. Ray's jaw moved. The voice was a man I'd talked to once on a conference call in 2021, briefly, who'd been introduced as a strategic advisor to the fund. He had a name I didn't remember until August, when I heard the voice again, and remembered it, the way you remember a voice you heard in a dark room. You can't see the face, but you know it came from a specific place. He stopped, ran his hand across the regional high shirt, the gesture of someone smoothing something that didn't need smoothing. His name was Reed. The apartment's quiet sat around that sentence, the one working parking lot light throwing a bar of yellow across the carpet through the window's blinds. Jim Reed called you, Mike said. Jim Reed called me and told me about Tyler's scholarship using information from a file I helped build in 2021. Social media targeting data. We built audience profiles on key demographics in several counties, which was the actual work I did for them. Nothing unusual for that kind of campaign. One of the counties was Indian River. He looked at his hands. One of the audience segments I helped define was young athletes with college recruitment profiles. I didn't know why. It was a data request. I built the segment, I delivered the output, I moved on. In August, Jim Reed used the output of that segment to tell me about my nephew's scholarship terms with a specificity that only exists if somebody kept the data I generated. Reed held onto your targeting data for 2 years and used it as leverage, Mike said. Reed, or whoever Reed was working for. I don't know whether Reed kept it himself or whether the fund kept it, and Reed accessed it when he needed it. Ray looked up, and his face had the clear, exhausted quality of a man who'd been carrying a truth that was too complicated to say in 1 sentence and had finally said it in 4. I helped them build the thing they used against my nephew. I didn't know that's what I was doing, but I did it. And knowing I didn't know doesn't make it different. It makes it different to a prosecutor, Mike said. I'm not worried about prosecutors. You should be a little worried about prosecutors, because there's a detective named Dan Cooper who's been sitting on Chuck Morris's operation for 2 months and who's going to want to talk to you tomorrow morning. What I'm telling you tonight is that he already understands you're a witness, not a target, and that he's going to treat you like one if you let him. Mike leaned forward in the reading chair. What I'm also telling you is that the man who called you in August is sitting in a hotel room in Vero Beach, has been doing what he did to your nephew in 3 states over 3 years, and is about to have a considerably worse week than yours. Ray looked at Mike across the coffee table between the reading chair and the couch, the Tyler at 8 photograph on the wall above the television, the paper autumn wreath on the front door behind Mike's head. Tyler plays Friday, Ray said. Tyler plays Friday the way Tyler plays when Tyler's himself. The pressure's off. He doesn't know that yet. He will when you tell him. Mike stood. You drive to that game tonight. Not for the game, it's a practice day, but you drive to the school, you park in the lot, you sit there until he comes out of the locker room, and you tell him the truth. All of it. The debt, the calls, the 2 Fridays. You tell him that the men who put him in that position are going to answer for it. And you let him be as angry as he needs to be, because he's earned that. Mike buttoned his jacket. You don't call ahead. You don't text. You just show up, because that's what you stopped doing a month ago, and that's the only repair that matters tonight. Ray looked at the television again, and then at the photograph. He's going to be furious, Ray said. Yes. I deserve it. Yes. Go anyway. Cooper picked up on the second ring when Mike called from the parking lot, the one working light still holding its position above the lot's south end. Ray Brooks is ready to talk. Tomorrow's fine, he'll call you in the morning. Mike leaned against the truck's door. He can identify Reed directly. He worked with Reed in 2021, and Reed called him in August, using data from that work as a mechanism to establish the arrangement around Tyler. Reed called him personally, Cooper said, not through Morris. Morris was logistics. Reed was strategy. Mike thought about the hotel lobby. Reed in his bar stool with his back to the wall, watching the room without appearing to watch anything. Reed identified Ray from old data, found Ray's vulnerability through the debt, used Morris as the local tool to make the threat concrete. The operation's two layers. Reed's intellectual and strategic work sits above Morris's physical collection infrastructure. That's conspiracy on top of the sports manipulation charges, Cooper said. And if Ray can identify Reed's voice from a 2021 call, that ties Reed to this operation going back further than his August check-in at the Marriott. It ties Reed to the fund's data operation going back further than his check-in. Whether that constitutes conspiracy on the earlier end depends on what the fund was actually doing with audience targeting data on young athletes in 2021. What do you think they were doing? Mike looked at the bar of yellow light across the parking lot, at a moth working the light source with the focused devotion of a creature that had decided this was the thing worth working toward regardless of outcome. Building a library, he said. Points of leverage in multiple counties, indexed and stored, ready to deploy whenever a specific target needed pressure applied in a specific way. Ray's nephew was a library entry from 2021 that didn't get used until 2023, when this county became operationally relevant to somebody's contract. Cooper was quiet a moment. A leverage library. One man's opposition research is another man's operations catalog. Mike thought about the voice on the phone from Tallahassee, smooth and unhurried, describing an environment with things past the edges of any one person's management. Cooper, when you go in on Morris, and you'll want to do it before the end of this week because the operation's going to start pulling back if Reed gets spooked enough to make calls, make sure your warrants cover the full ledger. Both sides of it. Sports betting on one page and fund transfers on the other. You said that like you know what's on the other side. I know the fund transfers don't stay in Indian River County. They move up the chain, the way they moved up the chain in Fort Pierce and Martin County, until they reach an account that traces to Meridian Bridge, and then to the PAC, and then to a Tallahassee phone number I can't put a name to yet. He opened the truck door. The name's coming. Give me a day. What happens in a day? Jennings has a federal contact who might be able to get past a flag that's been sitting on a file for 3 months. If she can, the name becomes somebody else's problem at a level higher than either of us can reach, and everything we've built across 3 counties becomes the foundation for something considerably larger than a betting operation in Sebastian. And if she can't? Mike got into the truck. The parking lot's one working light held steady above the asphalt, indifferent to outcomes. Then we build it ourselves the long way, he said, same as we've been doing all summer. He drove out of the lot and headed north on US 1, the Indian River running dark and wide to his right, the lagoon in there somewhere past the Australian pines lining the road's east side. And he thought about Beth Carpenter's husband's drainage system running clean for 11 years, about a recording in a gray plastic device kept charged in a drawer for 6 weeks just in case, about a retired teacher in Gainesville whose name appeared on a charter sheet Dee never signed, about the particular patience required to build a library of leverage entries and wait for the right moment to use each one. Somebody had been doing that for years. Somewhere past the reach of county subpoenas and state flag registrations and everything Jennings had built across a summer and a half of careful work. His phone screen lit on the passenger seat. Jennings. He answered on speaker, the road running north through the trees. My federal contact called back, Jennings said. She wants to see everything. Not copies, originals, or as close to originals as we can get her. She's driving down from Jacksonville Friday morning. Mike, she's the one who flagged the original file. She flagged it herself. She flagged it to protect the investigation, not to bury it. She flagged it because 18 months ago, a case she was building on PAC money laundering in Georgia got compromised before it could make charges, and she thinks the same thing almost happened to the Sandpiper file when it reached the state attorney's desk. She pulled it out of the system and parked it under a federal designation to keep it from getting walked to somebody it shouldn't reach. Mike drove a half-mile of US 1 in a silence that had more in it than empty road. She's been building toward the same thing, he said. From the federal end, yes. For 18 months. And everything we've built from the county end, from 3 towns in one summer, is apparently the ground-level documentation she's been missing. Jennings's voice had something in it he hadn't heard from her before. Not excitement exactly, a kind of controlled forward momentum, a woman who'd been pushing a door for 3 months and had just felt it give. She asked one question when I described what we had. She asked whether we had a voice. A recorded voice connected to the operation. Something admissible. Something that put a human sound to the organization rather than just paper. Beth Carpenter's gray plastic recorder in its kitchen table drawer. Tell her we have a voice, Mike said. Chapter 8. Tyler Brooks called at 7:43 Thursday morning, which meant Ray had done it, had driven to the school, had sat in the parking lot, had told his nephew the truth, all of it, the way Mike had asked him to. A boy who'd been carrying 2 months of deliberate failure in silence didn't call strangers before 8 in the morning, unless something had cracked open overnight. Mr. Ramble. The voice was younger than Mike expected, from a kid who threw for 280 in a playoff game. Not high-pitched, but unfinished. The voice of someone who'd been old enough to handle adult problems for long enough that the occasional reminder of his actual age came as a small shock. My uncle gave me your number. He said you're the one who's been working on this. That's right. He told me everything last night. A pause that had the particular shape of someone who'd spent a night running through everything and hadn't fully decided what to do with any of it yet. He told me about the debt, about the man who called, about what I've been doing the last 2 Fridays. Another pause. He thinks I did it to protect him. Didn't you? Yeah. Direct, no performance around it. But I also did it because I was scared, and I didn't know what else to do, and nobody told me there was something else to do, which isn't an excuse, it's just what happened. The voice steadied itself. Is it true that the man who set this up is going to be arrested? Working toward it. How soon? Soon enough that I need you to play your game Friday and not worry about the rest of it. Mike set his coffee down on the kitchen counter and looked at the window, at the morning doing its early light thing over Mrs. Alvarez's lawn, still and gold. Tyler, whatever you've been doing the last 2 Fridays, throwing to coverage, missing reads, none of that goes on your record as a player, because nobody with a legitimate interest in your career is going to look at 2 games and make a decision that overrides everything before them. Your tape speaks for itself. Florida State's seen the last 2 games. Florida State's seen everything you've done since you were 14. 2 games don't erase 2 years. Mike thought about the recruiting coordinator, whose name Reed had used against Ray, the familiarity of a man reading from a file he'd built. The man who told your uncle the recruiting coordinator would pull your scholarship was using information he shouldn't have had in a way he didn't expect anyone to trace back to him. That's exactly what's been traced back to him. Silence on the line, processing. My uncle cried, Tyler said. First time I've seen him do that since my dad's funeral. Mike didn't have a clean response to that, and knew better than to reach for one that didn't fit. "There's a detective named Dan Cooper," Mike said. "He's going to call your uncle this morning. At some point today, probably this afternoon, Cooper's going to want to ask you some questions about the last 2 months. Nothing that requires a lawyer, nothing that puts you in a bad position. Just a clear account from your perspective of what happened and when. You answer straight, and you tell him everything the same way you just told me. And then you go to practice, and you throw the ball the way you know how to throw it. And Friday you play your game." A long pause. And when Tyler spoke again, the voice had moved somewhere different, less the careful recounting of events, and more the unguarded sound of a 17-year-old whose uncle had cried in a parking lot, and who was trying to figure out what to do with the fact that the adults around him had, once again, turned out to be as fallible as he'd always secretly suspected. "Is my uncle going to be okay? He's got a debt problem and a guilt problem, and a long road on both of them. But he showed up last night instead of staying away, and showing up's the thing that was hardest for him to do, and he did it." Mike picked the coffee back up. "That's not nothing." The line was quiet a moment. Then, "Okay. I'll talk to the detective." "Good. Mr. Ramble." One more pause, this one shorter. "Tell him to come before 2. I've got practice at 3, and Coach doesn't like distractions." Cooper picked Ray and Tyler up at 11, separately. Ray at his apartment building. Tyler from the school's administration office, where a sympathetic assistant principal had arranged a quiet room and a glass of water without asking why a county detective needed 40 minutes with the quarterback before lunch. Mike knew this because Cooper texted updates in the brief, functional way of a man who decided a civilian who'd built him half his case deserved to know how the pieces were landing. Ray, fully cooperative. Timeline, consistent with everything you described. Voice ID from 2021 call confirmed on record. His lawyer, public defender, waved, present. Then 40 minutes later, Tyler, clear account, nothing contradicting Ray's version. 2 Friday performances described accurately and voluntarily. Kid solid. Then, a half hour after that, going after Morris this afternoon. Warrant signed. Thought you should know. Mike read the last text, standing in the library parking lot in Vero Beach, where he'd driven that morning to use the public terminal again. This time not for property records, but for a different kind of research. Working through the online archives of 2 Atlanta newspapers, looking for anything that connected the dissolved Meridian Strategies consulting firm to specific names he now had. Reed, Meridian Bridge, the Forward Florida Leadership Fund, the Tallahassee area code. He'd found 2 things, neither of them clean enough to use alone, but both of them useful alongside what he already had. The first was a brief item in an Atlanta business journal from 2021, covering the dissolution of Meridian Strategies LLC, which described the firm as having specialized in political and corporate stakeholder communications, and listed its principal as one David Harmon, no further detail. Not Reed's name. A name Mike hadn't encountered yet, which meant either Harmon was the partner who died in North Carolina, or Harmon was a layer above Reed that the Georgia operation had never publicly surfaced. The second was a photograph from the same journal's online archive, attached to a piece about a Georgia Republican fundraiser from 2020. A room full of people in suits at a hotel ballroom. The kind of photograph that captured 150 people in the same frame by being taken from the right distance. Nobody particularly centered. He'd found Reed in that photograph, the same way Peggy Nash had found him in the Florida conference photo, by looking at every face until one of them matched. And 2 people to Reed's left, mid-conversation with a man whose back was to the camera, stood someone who wasn't Reed and wasn't anyone he recognized from 3 months of work. But the quality of the photograph was good enough that he'd taken a screenshot and sent it to Jennings with one question. This face familiar from anything you've pulled?" She hadn't answered yet. It was 11:23, and she was presumably doing 6 other things. Sandra Hill's calendar, per Walsh, had her at a constituent meeting in Fellsmere at 2, and a school board session she was observing, not participating, observing, maintaining her separation from active school business while the campaign ran, at 4:30. Mike had told Walsh that the day needed to run exactly as planned, and that Walsh should tell nobody at the campaign office anything beyond that this was a day to stay visible and on schedule. Walsh had said, "Sandra already told me that." She said, and I'm quoting, that the only way to respond to people who want to disrupt your campaign is to keep running it. Mike had sent back, "She's right. Also, tell her not to answer her phone if she gets a call from a Tallahassee area code." Walsh, "Why?" Mike, "Just tell her." Chuck Morris's Veterans Organization building on Old Dixie Highway had been under intermittent surveillance by Cooper's department for 63 days before the warrant was signed Thursday afternoon, which meant Cooper had a reasonable idea of when Morris was there and when he wasn't, and had timed the execution accordingly. Mike wasn't present for the arrest. Cooper hadn't invited him, and he hadn't asked, the line between their respective roles having been established clearly enough over 2 days of working toward the same outcome that neither of them needed to restate it. What Cooper texted at 4:17 was brief and complete. Morris in custody. Ledger recovered. Two-sided, same as you described. Football operation on one page, fund transfers on the other. Transfers run to 3 accounts, 2 of which trace to entities already in your file. Third one's new. We'll send details when I'm clear of the scene. The third account was what Mike was turning over in his head when his phone rang with a different Tallahassee number. Not the 850 number from the night before. A different one, and this time not a ghost line. A real number, landline by its prefix. The kind of number associated with actual offices in actual buildings with actual people answering them during business hours. He answered. "Mr. Ramble. Andrew Kim." The voice was professional and tight in the specific way of a man who'd spent the morning deciding whether to make a call and had run out of reasons not to. "I understand Detective Jennings has requested a subpoena for my phone records." "That's her business to confirm, not mine." "I'm not calling to dispute the subpoena." A pause, in which Kim apparently decided he'd already committed to the call's purpose by making it. "I'm calling because I'd like to speak with someone before I speak with Detective Jennings. And you were described to me as someone operating slightly outside the official channels, which in my current situation represents an advantage rather than a liability." "Described by who?" "Reed mentioned your name yesterday afternoon. He described you as a problem he'd underestimated." Kim said it without apparent satisfaction in the intelligence, more like a man presenting a credential he hadn't chosen. "I've been associated with this arrangement for 14 months, and I have not once in that time done anything I understood to be criminal, which I am aware is not the same as not having done criminal things. Those are 2 different categories, and I've been losing sleep over the distinction since August." "What happened in August?" "Reed asked me to accelerate the legal review on a second easement, different parcel, further north on the Lagoon Corridor, outside the Riverside Commons footprint. I looked at it and told him I couldn't do it the same way I'd done the Riverside Review, because the Riverside Review was already at the edge of what I could characterize as professional judgment rather than misconduct, and a second one of the same character in the same county within 18 months wasn't going to survive scrutiny if anyone looked." Another pause, longer. "He told me the timeline had changed, and that the project required the second easement before December. I told him the timeline wasn't my problem. He told me that my consulting income was his firm's problem specifically, and that the relationship could be restructured in ways that wouldn't reflect well on me professionally or personally. He threatened you. He made a statement about consequences that a person with my professional training could only interpret as a threat, yes. Kim sounded like a man reading a document he'd prepared in advance, which he probably had. I didn't approve the second easement. I told him I needed more time to review it, which was a delay rather than a refusal. And that's where things stood when I met with him Tuesday and received what I now understand you witnessed. What was in the envelope? A termination notice for the consulting relationship, effective immediately, citing professional incompatibility, and a document I was supposed to sign acknowledging that all consulting work performed had been completed satisfactorily and that I had no further claims against Reed Strategic Solutions or any affiliated entities. Kim's voice had stayed level throughout, the legal training doing its work even under the circumstances that had generated the call. I did not sign it. I put it in my briefcase, and I have been carrying it around for 2 days while I decide what to do with it. What did Reed say when you didn't send the signed document back? He hasn't followed up, which concerns me more than a follow-up would. A brief silence in which Mike could hear faintly the sound of an office building, a hallway, footsteps, the ambient sound of a professional environment going about its Thursday. I want to cooperate with Detective Jennings. I want to do it in a way that accurately represents what I knew, when I knew it, and what I did with that knowledge, because the distinction between those things is the difference between a career-ending mistake and something considerably worse. Call her directly, Mike said. Tonight. Don't wait for the subpoena to land, because if you call her before it lands, you're a cooperating witness rather than a subject. She'll understand the difference. She's good at understanding the difference. I know her reputation. A pause that was the pause of someone completing an internal transaction they'd spent a long time setting up. The man who arranged my original introduction to Reed's operation. He's not Reed, and he's not anyone associated with the fund at the operational level. He's someone considerably further removed from the day-to-day work who identified my expertise and facilitated a connection. I've met him twice, both times in professional settings, both times in the company of other people who appeared to know him well and think highly of him. Kim stopped. His name is David Harmon. The name from the Atlanta Business Journal. Meridian Strategies principal, the one Mike had found in the archive that morning, whose company had dissolved in 2021, and whose Georgia operation had apparently relocated to Florida and grown into Meridian Bridge. He's in Florida, Mike said. He maintains an office in Tallahassee, Kim said. He's introduced himself to me as a political and economic development consultant. Kim paused again, and this pause had a different quality than the others. The pause of a man about to say something he hadn't fully decided to say when he started the call. He's well regarded in certain circles. The circles that matter to the kind of people who hire him. What circles? State legislative leadership. Several congressmen's offices, both parties. Kim's voice had gone quieter, not whispering but managing volume deliberately. He's been described to me as someone who facilitates relationships between private investment interests and public infrastructure decisions. He's very good at it. He's been doing it for a long time. He called me 2 nights ago, Mike said. He didn't give a name. The silence on Kim's end ran 5 full seconds. Then he already knows how close this is, Kim said. He doesn't make direct contact unless the situation requires a level of management he doesn't trust anyone else to perform. Another pause, the sound of something, a drawer maybe, or a portfolio being set on a desk. I'll call Detective Jennings tonight. Before 9. Before 9, Mike confirmed, and Kim hung up without further pleasantry, the clean exit of a man who'd said everything he'd called to say and had no interest in the conversation outlasting its purpose. He called Jennings immediately. "David Harmon," he said when she picked up. "Tallahassee. Political and economic development consultant. Ran Meridian Strategies in Georgia before it dissolved in 2021, runs Meridian Bridge now. He's the man who called me Tuesday night. He's the man who introduced Reed's operation to Andrew Kim." "How do you know all three of those things in one sentence?" "Kim just called me. He's cooperating. He'll call you before 9 tonight." Mike watched a woman push a stroller past the library's parking lot entrance. The child in the stroller, asleep at an angle that looked structurally ambitious. "Harmon, you've got the photograph I sent." "I've been staring at it for an hour. I ran it through 3 databases and got nothing, which makes sense for a man who's been operating in this space for years without ever showing up in a case that got to indictment." She was walking again, the outdoor ambient sound back underneath her voice. "My federal contact." When I described the structure to her last night, Harmon above Reed, Reed above the local operators, Meridian Bridge as the management layer between the PAC and the operational work, she got quiet in a specific way. She knows the name. She knows the operation. She's been building toward Harmon from the federal end for 14 months, which is 3 months longer than I've been building toward him from the county end. The Georgia case that got compromised before charges, Harmon's operation was the target. Somebody walked the case file to a defense attorney before the grand jury convened, which is how the Georgia charges died, and which is also consistent with an operation that's been running long enough to have relationships in enough offices that walking a file to the right person isn't complicated. Someone inside the federal system. Someone who had access to the case file. Whether that's inside the system or adjacent to it, she doesn't know yet. A brief pause. She's driving down Friday morning regardless. Everything we have, physical copies, goes with her. She's been authorized to open a new file that doesn't connect to the original flagged one, which means whatever Harmon has on his end that let him bury the Georgia case doesn't apply here. "That's the same thing you described Harmon doing for Johnson," Mike said. "Burying problems before they reach a consequence. Same method, different context." Jennings stopped walking. "He called you because he knows this one's not going to bury. He called you because he's trying to find out what you've got, and whether there's a version of this where he comes out of it as a cooperating witness rather than a principal. The offer to tell you things about Johnson, that was an audition. He was seeing whether you'd take the deal." "I didn't take the deal." "No. But he's still in Tallahassee, and Reed's still in his hotel room. And the third account in Morris's ledger is probably going to trace back to Harmon's own infrastructure, which means by tomorrow morning, everything's either going to move or Harmon's going to make a decision about whether preventing it from moving costs him more than he's willing to pay." "What kind of decision?" "The kind that involves calls to people I can't predict," Jennings said. "Which is why everything moves tomorrow night, not next week." Cooper's already agreed. The timing's set around the federal contact's arrival Friday morning. She'll spend the day reviewing what we have, and the action starts at 10 Friday night, which gives her enough time to be satisfied with the file and gives us enough time to make sure Reed doesn't get a warning he can actually use. Sandra's endorsement story runs today. Sandra's endorsement story has already run in 3 markets, and the disclosure fabrication is the lead on the Tribune's website. Reed knows the disclosure failed. He's been in that hotel room since yesterday afternoon making phone calls, which my Vero Beach contact has been logging the duration of without being able to hear the content. A dry, short sound. He called a Tallahassee number 4 times between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. yesterday. Same number each time. I'd bet a week's salary, it's Harmon. Harmon told him to stay put. Or Harmon told him the situation was being managed, and he should stay put while Harmon managed it. Same instruction, different implication. Jennings's voice took on the quality it got when she'd been thinking about something long enough to have decided what it meant. Reed staying in the hotel is good for us. Reed running is bad for us. Harmon keeping Reed in place is either Harmon being confident he can contain this, or Harmon keeping Reed available as a sacrifice if containing it stops being possible. Which one do you think? I think a man who's been running this kind of operation for a decade and watched 2 counties' worth of local players flip in one summer knows the difference between a situation that can be managed and one that can't. I think he called you because he's already doing the arithmetic on which is cheaper. She paused. I also think a man that careful doesn't let himself get caught in a room of his own design without an exit he hasn't shown anybody yet. He said he wasn't involved in what happened to me 3 years ago. I heard you the first time you said that. He was specific about it. Before his time in this theater. Not before his time generally. Mike. Her voice went level, the specific register she used when she'd thought something through enough times to be sure of it. Whatever Harmon offers you about Tom Johnson, whatever he knows, whatever he's willing to say, it doesn't change what we do Friday night. The operation doesn't slow down because the man running it is willing to talk about his client. I know. Say it like you mean it. I've been saying it like I mean it all summer, Carol. A silence that acknowledged the truth of that without making anything easy about it. Get some sleep, she said. Tomorrow's a long day. He didn't sleep well, which had become the standard condition for the end of a lot of nights of this particular summer, and he was up at 5:30 without the alarm doing anything to cause it, standing at the kitchen counter with the first cup of the morning, looking at the window over the sink while Mrs. Alvarez's dachshund worked its loop 2 doors down, and the street held the specific quality of early Florida morning that existed for about 45 minutes before the heat arrived and claimed everything. His phone showed 3 missed texts, all from Cooper, all sent between 11 p.m. and midnight while Mike had been doing his intermittent version of sleep. The third account in Morris's ledger traces to an LLC called Harmon Group Advisory. Delaware, same family as the others. Different registered agent, different suite, same basic structure. The second, Harmon Group Advisory, has paid Reed Strategic Solutions 11 invoices over 3 years totaling $408,000. Not Meridian Bridge, paying Reed directly. Harmon paying Reed. Meridian Bridge is the umbrella, but the operational payments run through Harmon's own entity. The third, sent at 11:58, also. Tyler Brooks threw for 280 yards in tonight's practice scrimmage. Coach posted the stat sheet on the Boosters Facebook page. Dewey Pruitt commented, "There he is," in all caps. Mike read that last one twice, drank his coffee, and felt something ease that had been tight since Ray Brooks's hands had knitted together on a plastic laundromat bench. At 8 that morning, Reed checked out of the Marriott. Mike's Vero Beach contact at the PD, Foster's equivalent, a patrol officer named Angela Diaz, who'd been quietly logging Reed's comings and goings as a favor to Jennings for the last 4 days, texted Jennings, who called Mike, all of it happening in a chain that took 7 minutes from checkout to Mike standing in his own driveway holding his phone with the cold clarity of a situation that had just changed shape. He checked out, Jennings said. Car's a rental. Diaz got the plate when he loaded the trunk, called it in. Rental company shows the car due back in Orlando tomorrow, which means either he's driving to Orlando today or he's driving somewhere else, and the Orlando return is a misdirect. Harmon told him to move, Mike said. That's my read. 4 calls to Tallahassee yesterday afternoon, and this morning Reed checks out. Harmon made a decision overnight. Her voice was controlled, but moving fast underneath the control. Here's the thing. Reed checking out doesn't help him. Everything we've built doesn't require Reed to be in the county when Cooper knocks on the hotel door tonight. We've got Kim. We've got Ray. We've got the ledger. We've got Beth Carpenter's recording, and the Forward Florida Leadership Fund email chain, and 4 months of property records that put Harmon's entities in 3 counties. A pause. What we don't have is Reed sitting somewhere predictable when the warrants go out. Cooper's got the plate. Cooper's got the plate, and Diaz is running it now. If Reed stays on Florida roads, the system will put him somewhere. Another pause, this one tighter. Mike. Harmon's still in Tallahassee, as far as we know. My federal contact lands at 10 a.m. Whatever Reed does between now and tonight doesn't change the filing. It just changes whether Reed's in custody when it happens or at large when it happens. At large is manageable if everything else is in the file. At large is manageable, Jennings confirmed. It just makes tomorrow's press messier, because fugitive consultant gets a different headline than arrested consultant. And headlines matter to how fast things move at the federal level once the file's submitted. She exhaled once, controlled. Go to Gus's. Stay reachable. Let me work the Reed location with Diaz and Cooper, and I'll call you when there's something to call about. You want me to sit at a bar all day. I want you to sit somewhere you're not going to do something the federal contact will have to footnote in her file. The dry register, unmistakable. Yes. Go to Gus's. Take the day off. You've earned a day where things happen without you. He drove to Gus's because she wasn't wrong, because there were days when the work was done, and the machinery had taken over, and all that was left was waiting for the machinery to finish its cycle, and because Gus kept good beer and a rag in constant conversation with the same 6 inches of counter, and asked nothing of anybody that couldn't be answered with a nod. Dewey Pruitt was there at 9:15, which was early even for Dewey, sitting at his usual spot with a scratch-off and a coffee and the Boosters' Facebook page open on a phone he held at arm's length the way men of a certain age held phones when they'd resisted reading glasses past the point of dignity. 280 in a practice scrimmage, Dewey said, before Mike had sat down. Kid threw 280 in a practice scrimmage. I heard. Line on Friday's game moved back to 11.5 this morning. Dewey set the phone down with the satisfaction of a man whose read on a situation had been fully confirmed by events. Market corrected itself. Happens when the information was wrong. The information was wrong on purpose. Well, Dewey scratched the next box on his ticket with the measured patience of someone who'd stopped expecting lottery tickets to produce anything and had started treating them as a form of portable contemplation. Most information that's wrong on purpose corrects itself eventually. Just takes somebody willing to say the right thing out loud. He looked at Mike sideways. Tyler's uncle showed up to practice last night. I know. Sat in the lot. Didn't come in. Waited until the kid came out. Dewey went back to the ticket. Phil from the Boosters told me. Phil said the kid saw his uncle in the lot and stopped walking, and then walked over to the car, and they sat there for about 20 minutes before the uncle drove away. He turned the last box, looked at whatever it revealed, set the ticket down. Phil said the kid threw 280 in the scrimmage 2 hours later. Straight over the middle, no hesitation. Pure. Gus set a Modelo at Mike's elbow, lime in the neck, and moved back to his counter without ceremony, the morning's routine proceeding on its own logic regardless of what any of the surrounding days had deposited on its threshold. Mike drank half the beer in the specific quiet of a bar at 9:15 on a Friday morning, when the light came through the window at the angle that made the Marlin sign look, briefly, like it had been hung straight all along. His phone buzzed at 11:42. Cooper. Reads in Melbourne. Motel on US 1, paid cash, different name on the room. Rental plate flagged on a traffic cam. We have eyes on the room. He's not going anywhere. Then at 12:08, Jennings. Federal contact has the file. She's been reading for 2 hours. She used the word comprehensive twice, which for her is apparently high praise. 10 p.m. tonight. Everything moves. Then at 1:17, a number Mike didn't recognize. Florida area code 386, Northeast Florida, Jacksonville range. He answered. A woman's voice, brisk, the specific economy of someone accustomed to phone calls that needed to accomplish something specific before they ended. Mr. Ramble. Sarah Drummond, FBI Financial Crimes. I've spent the last 3 hours reading what you and Detective Jennings have built. A pause of exactly the length required for what she said next to land with full weight. I want you to know that the file you've assembled from 3 counties in one summer, working without resources, without authorization, and in at least 2 instances without adequate personal protection, has given us the ground-level documentation that 14 months of federal work couldn't generate from the top down. Mike sat with that. I'm told you've had a voice contact with David Harmon, Drummond said. Tuesday night. He called me. Introduced himself without giving a name, suggested a meeting. Don't meet him. She said it the same way Jennings had said it, which told Mike it was the right call. He's going to try again, before tonight. When he calls, and he will call, because the alternative for him is accepting that this is past the point where a meeting fixes anything, and men like Harmon don't accept that until they have no other option. You tell him you're available to talk tomorrow. Not tonight. Tomorrow. Why tomorrow? Because tonight we're arresting Reed, coordinating with Cooper on Morris, and filing the initial federal complaint on Harmon's entities. And because a man who doesn't know those things are happening tonight will spend all of tomorrow waiting for a meeting that never comes, which is useful time for us to spend building the case we file on Monday. Drummond's voice hadn't varied in warmth or urgency throughout, the flat professional cadence of someone who'd been doing this long enough to have stopped performing it. You've done good work, Mr. Ramble. So has Detective Jennings. The rest of this is ours. She hung up, and Mike sat in Gus's bar at 1:20 on a Friday afternoon with a half-finished Modelo and Dewey's scratch-off ticket abandoned on the bar beside him, and the Marlin sign hanging crooked above the door where it had always hung, and waited for the day to do what days did when they'd been built carefully enough to run on their own. At 1:44, Harmon called. The 850 number, the ghost line, smooth and unhurried as it had been Tuesday, and as Mike had no doubt it would be any time this man used a phone for anything. Mr. Ramble, I've been thinking about our conversation. So have I. I'd like to propose that meeting. This evening, if you're available. There are things about Tom Johnson's operation that I think would be valuable for you to understand before the situation develops further. Mike looked at the Marlin sign. At the window, with the afternoon light making a rectangle on the floor between the door and Dewey's empty stool. Tomorrow, Mike said. I'm not available tonight. A pause that ran long enough to mean something, a man recalculating an evening's timeline against a variable he hadn't accounted for. Tomorrow, Harmon said, and his voice carried the same warmth it always carried, which was beginning to read, by this point, less like warmth and more like a climate, something consistent and ambient and entirely indifferent to the temperature of whoever was standing in it. Of course. I'll be in touch. He ended the call, and Gus appeared at Mike's elbow, not with a drink this time, just with the rag and the counter and the unhurried attention of a man who'd watched a summer's worth of phone calls happen at his bar and had formed opinions he'd never once volunteered. You want lunch? Gus said. "Yeah," Mike said. "Whatever's back there." "Grouper sandwich. Caught this morning." "That'll do." Gus went to tell the kitchen, and Mike sat at the end of the bar where the wood was worn pale under his forearms, and the afternoon light held its rectangle on the floor, and somewhere down the Treasure Coast, in a Melbourne motel room, Reed was watching television, or staring at the ceiling, or making calls to a Tallahassee ghost number that was, at this particular moment, occupied with a phone call it had just ended, and in a veterans' organization building, on Old Dixie Highway, a ledger was sitting in an evidence bag with both its pages telling a story in 2 different languages, and in Jacksonville, a federal agent was reading a file that 3 counties had built from the ground up across one summer. The grouper sandwich arrived, and it was good, and Mike ate it at the bar without looking at his phone. And the afternoon passed the way afternoons passed in Gus's Tackle and Tavern, when nothing was immediately required of anyone, with the ceiling fan and the fishing show on the muted television, and the light going orange through the window, and the smell of salt and fryer oil sitting comfortable around the whole quiet fact of a thing being, for one afternoon, actually finished. Chapter 9. The game kicked off at 7, Regional High versus St. Lucie West Centennial, and Dewey Pruitt had claimed the stool directly in front of the best television in Gus's bar at 5:45, establishing territorial dominance through the simple method of sitting there long enough that the concept of asking him to move became socially untenable. By 6:30, the bar had filled past its usual Friday complement. Word had traveled through the booster network, through the school's parent email chain, through the particular osmosis of a small town that had been watching a kid throw a football for 3 years and understood without anyone saying it directly that something that had been wrong was going to be right tonight. 8 stools, 4 tables. The Ohio couple still in their booth, despite whatever domestic calendar had originally limited their vacation, apparently having decided that Calusa K in September had more to recommend it than whatever waited at home. Mike sat 2 stools from Dewey, which was the right distance for monitoring both the television and his phone without appearing to do either deliberately. Cooper had texted at 6, Morris surveillance team in position. Veterans Hall. Waiting on 10 p.m. Jennings had texted at 6:12, federal contact satisfied with file. Everything moves at 10. Reed still in the Melbourne motel. Diaz confirmed 90 minutes ago. Sandra Hill's ethics complaint had been filed with the State Ethics Commission at 4 that afternoon, coordinated through her attorney rather than through the campaign. The complaint documenting the Forward Florida Leadership Fund's contact with Beth Carpenter, the fabricated financial disclosure, and the doctored photograph with its forensic analysis attached. Peggy Nash had the complaint, the analysis, and Beth's recording cued in a story that was going up at 11 regardless of what else happened between now and then. That had been the agreement, and Peggy Nash's agreements, Mike had found, ran the same way her deadlines ran, on her own schedule, which was the only kind that actually held. Gus put 2 Modelo's on the bar at 7 o'clock, one in front of Mike, one in front of Dewey, the limes in the necks of both, and went back to his counter. Patty Sutton, working the tables tonight, delivered a basket of conch fritters to the Ohio couple without being asked for them. A small act of hospitality that the Ohio couple received with the grateful disorientation of people who'd been getting exactly what they needed from this bar for 2 weeks without ever quite managing to order it themselves. The opening drive went nowhere for Regional, 3 and out, and Dewey watched it with the focused neutrality of a man suspending judgment. "Kid's feeling the pocket," Dewey said. "Give him 1 series." Ray Brooks sat in the stands on the home side, 3rd row, center section. Mike knew this because Tyler had texted him at 6:58, a text Mike hadn't expected from a 17-year-old who had no particular reason to keep a stranger informed of anything, which read only, "He's here." 2 words. No punctuation after, no elaboration, no emotional commentary. The self-editing of a kid who'd been dealing with adult problems long enough to have learned that the important things were often the shortest sentences. Mike had texted back, "Good. Go play." At 7:23, Tyler Brooks dropped back on 2nd and 9 from Regional's own 31, held the pocket for 3 full counts while a linebacker worked the edge toward him, and threw a ball to the back of the end zone that his receiver caught with both hands against his chest, feet dragging the line, 69 yards from release to score. The bar made the sound bars made when something worth making noise about happened on a screen. Dewey Pruitt said nothing. Just exhaled once, long, through his nose, the exhale of a man watching a thing return to its correct order after a period of incorrect order, and picked up his beer. "There he is," Dewey said. Cooper called at 8:47, not a text, an actual call, which meant something had moved before the 10 p.m. timeline. "Morris," Cooper said. "He's leaving the building. Car in the lot, bag in the trunk. He's running." "How'd he know?" "Don't know yet. Somebody called him. My surveillance team heard his phone ring inside the building at 8:30, and 12 minutes later he's loading his trunk." Cooper's voice was controlled but tight, a man adapting to a timeline that had moved without asking permission. "I'm taking him now. In the lot, before he gets to the highway." "Do it." "Already moving." The line went live with background, car doors, voices, the particular compressed noise of a warrant being served in a parking lot at night, and then Cooper's voice away from the phone. "Indian River County Sheriff, hands where I can see them," and then distance taking the rest of it. Mike sat with the phone against his ear for 30 seconds, watching Tyler Brooks hand off on a running play that went for 6, and then Cooper came back. "He's in custody," Cooper said. "Bag's in the trunk. We're opening it now." "What's in it?" A pause while somebody on Cooper's end worked the bag. Laptop. 2 phones. A manila envelope sealed, feels like documents. Cooper's voice had gone quieter, the quiet of someone reading a situation as it unfolded. And a second ledger. Smaller than the one in the building. Personal copy. A man who kept a personal copy of his own incriminating records was a man who understood that the records were his only negotiating chip, which meant Morris had known this day was coming long enough to prepare for it. Which meant Morris wasn't going to be the hard conversation. "He'll talk," Mike said. "He's already talking. He started before the cuffs were fully on, which is its own kind of record." Cooper paused again. "Mike. He says the call at 8:30 that spooked him was from a number he describes as his contact above Dawson. Not Reed's number. A different number. Tallahassee. He thinks so. He's not certain of the area code, but the voice he describes," Cooper stopped, choosing words. "He says the voice was smooth. Professional. Like a man who'd made this kind of call before, and had stopped registering anything particular about it. Harmon. Harmon had called Morris to clear the board, same as he'd called Reed to relocate, same as he'd surfaced in a hotel lobby to hand Kim a termination document. When the operation started losing pieces, Harmon moved the remaining pieces somewhere he could see them. Except Morris had panicked and loaded a trunk instead of simply staying put, which was the difference between a man who understood how these things worked and a man who'd been operating at the franchise level without ever fully grasping the architecture above him. "Get me anything he remembers about that number," Mike said. "Any detail. Area code, time of day," he usually called it, "anything. I'll call you when he's processed." Cooper hung up, and Mike looked at the score. Regional 14, St. Lucie West 7, 6 minutes left in the first half. Tyler Brooks standing on the sideline with his helmet in one hand and his other hand pointing at something on the offensive coordinator's clipboard with the focused authority of a kid who'd remembered, somewhere in the last 72 hours, exactly what he was capable of. Jennings called at 9:18. "Morris," she said. "Cooper told me. He moved early. Harmon called him. I know. Cooper called me. She paused. Here's what that means for tonight. Harmon knows the Morris piece is gone, which means he's recalculating whether the Reed piece survives the night, which means Reed's phone in that Melbourne motel room has probably been ringing since about 8:35. Reed's going to run. Reed's going to try. Her voice had the specific quality she got when she'd already thought a problem through to its end and was presenting the conclusion rather than the reasoning. Drummond's been on with the Melbourne PD since 9. They've had 2 cars on that motel since Cooper called me. Reed's rental is still in the lot. His room light is on. As long as he's in that room, he's manageable. A brief pause. The warrant goes at 10 regardless. We don't wait for him to feel comfortable. What did Drummond say about Harmon? Drummond said Harmon's phone activity in the last 90 minutes has been logged through a federal pen register she set up this afternoon. 4 outgoing calls, 2 incoming, all to numbers she's been accumulating in the file for 14 months. None of those calls, legally, she can use in court yet without a full warrant on the line, but the pattern of them, who, when, how many, tells her enough to know that Harmon's managing a situation he didn't expect to be managing tonight. He thinks Reed and Morris disappearing buys him time. He thinks they disappear. The ground-level evidence disappears with them, and what's left is a PAC filing and some property records that a good attorney can argue mean nothing without the operational connection. Jennings stopped walking. He could hear the ambient change. What he doesn't know is that Kim's already given a statement, that Beth Carpenter's recording goes public at 11, and that a federal agent has had his company's financial structure in a file for 2 hours. He doesn't know about Drummond. He doesn't know about Drummond. She said it with the particular satisfaction of a woman who'd spent 3 months building something specifically because the people on the other side of it didn't know it existed. 10 o'clock. Go watch your football game. Regional High went into halftime up 21-7. Tyler Brooks having added a second touchdown on a rollout to the right that he'd converted from a broken play by doing something improvised and correct at the same time. The kind of play that showed up on recruiting highlight reels because nobody could teach it, and the only evidence it could be learned was watching a kid who'd spent enough time reading defenses that his instincts had stopped being instincts and become knowledge. Dewey ordered a second beer at halftime, which Gus delivered without the lime this time, apparently reading the evening's mood as one that had passed the lime ceremony phase. Spread's 11.5, Dewey said, to nobody specifically. We're up 14 at half. Somebody lost a lot of money tonight. Somebody lost more than money tonight, Mike said. That's so. Dewey looked at him sideways, the look he used when he'd understood something without needing it explained, and wanted Mike to know that without making a production of it. This got wrapped up. Getting there. Good. Dewey turned back to the television. Hate loose ends. Cooper texted at 9:52, 8 minutes. You watching the game? Mike texted back, yes. Cooper, kid something. Mike, I know. At 9:58, Jennings texted a single word, ready. At 10:01, Cooper texted, Morris talking. Harmon's number logged in Morris's call history as H1 contact. Called Morris 6 times in 2 years. Last call tonight, 9:18. Mike looked at the text. 9:18. The same time Jennings had called him. Harmon had been managing 2 conversations simultaneously, calling Morris to move him while Jennings was calling Mike to tell him Morris was moving. The efficiency of a man who ran multiple boards at once without losing track of any of them. At 10:04, Cooper, Reed's door. Going now. The second half kicked off and Regional's defense held St. Lucie West to a 3-and-out, and on Regional's first possession of the half, Tyler Brooks took a snap, faked the handoff, rolled left, and threw back across his body to a receiver who'd run a crossing route and come open in the seam for 18 yards and a first down. And Dewey Pruitt made the sound a man made when something happened that was so correct it almost hurt to watch. Mike's phone buzzed. Cooper. Reed answered on the fourth knock. Warrant in his hand, before the door was fully open. He looked at it for about 10 seconds, and then said verbatim, "I'd like to call my attorney." First and only thing out of his mouth. Didn't ask what the charges were. Didn't deny anything, didn't express surprise. Lawyer call in progress. Mike texted back, "How'd he look?" Cooper, like a man who'd already run the numbers and knew which number came out. Reed had known this was coming. Not tonight specifically, but soon. Harmon had told him to stay in Melbourne rather than run, which was Harmon's instruction to stay available as an asset rather than become a liability by running. And Reed had followed the instruction, which meant Reed understood his value to Harmon was contingent on being reachable. A man who ran became a liability. A man who sat and said, "I'd like to call my attorney," became a negotiating position. The question was what Reed was negotiating with. And Mike had known the answer to that since the hotel lobby. Reed had a relationship with Harmon that went back 3 years and $400,000 in invoices, and relationships that old and that well documented were the only currency that moved in rooms where prosecutors and defense attorneys sat across tables from each other. Reed was going to give Harmon. The only question was how long the attorney made everyone wait for the conversation to start. At 10:22, Regional scored again. A red zone fade route to the back corner of the end zone that Tyler threw from the hash with his weight leaning right and the ball going left. The kind of throw that requires a quarterback to trust his release mechanics completely and not try to guide the ball with his wrist. And Tyler trusted it completely, and the receiver went up and came down with it, and the bar went up with him. At 10:31, Jennings texted, "Beth's recording clears for broadcast at 11. Peggy's story goes up at 11. I've seen the draft. It's thorough." At 10:45, Drummond texted, which was the first direct text Mike had received from her since they'd spoken. Harmon's phone went dark at 10:15. Consistent with someone who's been told by his attorney that his phone is now evidence. He has representation. Fast representation. Tells you something about how long he's had the number ready. A man who had his attorney's emergency number memorized had been planning for an emergency for a long time. That was either caution or guilt, and in Mike's experience, caution and guilt wore each other's clothes so often that the distinction barely mattered. Regional's defense gave up a score on the next St. Lucie drive, a long ball that the cornerback played wrong, and the score went to 28-14, and Dewey Pruitt absorbed it with the philosophical resignation of a man who understood that games occasionally required a second act. "Kittle answer," Dewey said. At 11:03, Tyler Brooks took a snap on 3rd and 8 from his own 44, let the play develop, felt the pocket compress from the right side, stepped up through the rush rather than away from it, and found his tight end breaking across the middle on a route that required the tight end to make a decision at the last second about which way to break. And Tyler had already thrown to where the tight end was going to be rather than where the tight end was, and the tight end got there, and the ball was already there, and the gain was 22 yards to the St. Lucie West, 34. Dewey Pruitt watched it and said nothing for a full 3 seconds, which was as close to reverent as Dewey got. "That," Dewey said, "is a Division I throw." At 11:07, Mike's phone showed a news alert from the Tribune's app, which Peggy Nash had sent him a direct link to 3 days ago with the instruction to download it. Breaking. Recording reveals PAC-connected organization threatened Key Hill campaign donor. Fabricated documents tied to same network. He opened it. The story ran 42 paragraphs, which was long for a county paper's website, and exactly as long as it needed to be. And the first paragraph established Beth Carpenter's name, her credentials, and the existence of a recording without playing the recording itself. The recording was embedded 4 paragraphs in, a 90-second audio clip that any reader could play and hear the woman who'd called herself Diane describing the range of the Forward Florida Leadership Fund's interest in Beth Carpenter's life. The second paragraph named Jim Reed. The third paragraph named Meridian Bridge Advisory. The 14th paragraph contained a sentence that said, "The Forward Florida Leadership Fund lists Florida Congressman Tom Johnson as its chairman of record, a position he has held since the fund's inception 6 years ago." Tom Johnson's name, in print, in a story with a recording attached, in a county paper that had already been picked up that afternoon by 3 other outlets on the disclosure fabrication story, which meant the infrastructure for wider distribution already existed, and all it needed was the story worth distributing. Mike read to the end of it, which took 6 minutes, during which Regional scored again, a rushing touchdown, not Tyler, the backup running back on a draw play, the offensive coordinator rotating the ball around to rest Tyler's arm before the 4th quarter, and the score went to 35-14, and Dewey pronounced St. Lucie West's evening effectively concluded. He called Peggy Nash. She answered on the first ring, which meant she'd been watching her phone. "Good story," Mike said. "It's an accurate story. Whether it's good depends on what it produces." Her voice had the controlled energy of someone who just hit publish on something large and was now in the particular suspended state between release and consequence. "The recording's the thing. I've had 4 calls in the last 7 minutes, 2 of them from state-level outlets wanting to know if they can use the audio. I told them the audio was Beth Carpenter's property, and they needed her permission. And Beth told me before I published that anyone who wanted to use it had her permission. She's been waiting 3 weeks to make it public. She told me the same thing. She said, and I'm quoting, that she recorded it because she knew what she was hearing. And she knew what she was hearing because she'd spent 30 years in courtrooms listening to people tell the truth in exactly the shape the truth wasn't in." Peggy paused. "The ethics complaint is in the story too, paragraph 9. Sandra's attorney confirmed it went in at 4. I've put in a request for comment to Congressman Johnson's office. You won't hear back tonight." "I know. I'll hear back Monday at the earliest, from a communications director rather than the congressman himself, in language that says nothing and takes 4 paragraphs to do it. But the request goes in the story regardless, and the story goes into the record regardless." She paused again, a shorter one. "Reed's been arrested." "I know. It's on the Melbourne PD scanner. My stringer down there called me at 10:15. I'm adding a paragraph to the web story now. A keyboard in the background, quick, purposeful. When this is fully reported out, all of it, everything across 3 counties, I want the complete story. I want to sit down with you and Detective Jennings together, in a room, and I want to build the full picture. When it's fully reported out," Mike said. "Not before." "Agreed." She stopped typing. "One more thing. The ethics complaint. Sandra filed it herself, through her attorney, not through the campaign. Kevin Walsh didn't know she was doing it until it was filed. That tracks. She told me when I called her for comment that the ethics complaint wasn't about her campaign. She said, the campaign will win or lose on its own merits. The complaint is about the county, which exists whether or not I win." Peggy's voice had gone quieter, more careful. "She's going to win, Mr. Ramble. She was going to win before any of this, and the last 3 weeks didn't change that, they just made it noisier. Patterson's team hasn't said a word since the disclosure fabrication story this morning. Their social media's gone dark. Campaigns go dark when they're deciding which way to fall. That's my read too." She paused one more time, the keyboard quiet behind her. "You should know that Tyler Brooks threw for 294 yards at halftime. He's not done." "No. He's not." She hung up, and Mike looked at the television, at the third quarter beginning, at Tyler Brooks standing at the line with his hand under center and 30 yards of field in front of him, and the whole game already decided in any outcome that mattered, because a kid who'd been throwing bad for 2 weeks on purpose was throwing pure tonight, and the people who'd arranged the bad weeks were sitting in custody in 2 different counties, and the debt that had generated all of it was going to be resolved in a way that didn't require anyone 17 years old to be worse than he was capable of being. The snap came. Tyler read the defense, identified the cornerback playing off on the right side, audibled at the line with a hand signal his receiver recognized from 2 seasons of playing together, and threw a slant before the route had fully developed, the ball arriving at the exact position his receiver reached a half-second later, because Tyler had been watching that cornerback playoff coverage for 3 years and knew where the window opened before it opened. 15 yards. First down. Dewey set his beer down with a small final click. "I've watched football in this county," he said, "since before that kid's father was born. I have watched a lot of quarterbacks at a lot of levels, and I want to say something, and I want it on the record, even if the only record is this bar on a Friday night." "Say it, Dewey." "That kid's the best one I've ever seen come out of this county. Bar none." He picked his beer back up. "And somebody tried to take that away from him. And now that somebody's in handcuffs in a Melbourne motel room. And I find that personally satisfying in a way I couldn't fully explain if you asked me to." "Don't try to explain it. It doesn't need explaining." "No." Dewey drank. "It really doesn't." At 11:41, with regional leading 42-21 and 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter, Cooper sent a final text for the evening, brief, the kind of operational summary a man wrote when the operational part of the evening was complete and what remained was paperwork. Morris booked. Reed booked. Ledger in evidence. Kim's statement on file. Beth Carpenter's attorney called to inform us she's available for formal statement Monday morning. Federal contact is still at her hotel reviewing documents. She said, and I'm told to pass this along, tell the man with the metal detector he can go watch his football game. Mike showed the text to Dewey, who read it and handed the phone back without comment, because the text didn't require any. Regional 142-21. Tyler Brooks threw for 311 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and one of the interceptable balls he'd thrown in each of the previous 2 weeks would have been complete tonight, if not for a defensive back who made a genuinely excellent play on a ball that had been thrown where it was supposed to be thrown. The Boosters' Facebook page, per Dewey's phone, received 47 comments in the game's final 12 minutes, 31 of which were some variation of their "Our Tyler," and the remaining 16 of which were photographs taken in the stands from various angles, and one of which, third from the bottom when Mike scrolled, was a photograph taken by Phil from the Boosters in the third row of the home section, of a man in a regional high t-shirt watching the field with both hands on his knees and his eyes very bright and his jaw set in the specific way of someone who'd been afraid of something for a long time and had just stopped being afraid. Ray Brooks, center section, third row, watching his nephew play. Mike handed the phone back to Dewey, who looked at the photograph and then at his beer, and then set the beer down with the small final click again. "Okay," Dewey said. Not to Mike. Just to the room, or to the evening, or to whatever it was a man addressed, when a thing that had been wrong became right in a way he could see with his own eyes. Gus came down the bar and began the end-of-night ritual of the rag and the counter, the same motion that had closed every evening Mike had spent in this bar for 3 years. And Mike sat on his stool with the worn wood pail under his forearms and watched the bar empty slowly, the way bars emptied on Friday nights in small towns when the game was over and the result was the right one, and the air outside had finally gone 15 degrees cooler than the afternoon. His phone rang at 12:06. Jennings. "It's done for tonight," she said. Good done, not just finished done. I know. Drummond says the federal filing goes Monday. She'll need your statement over the weekend. Written, formal, I'll send you a format. Everything from the start, the marina, all of it. I'll write it tomorrow. She also said. Jennings stopped. And when she continued, her voice had something in it that didn't often make it into her sentences. Something that had been compressed under 3 months of careful, methodical work, and had apparently found the evening's particular outcome to be sufficient pressure for release. She said the file you've built is the kind of documentation that federal prosecutors describe as a gift. Her word, not my interpretation. She should thank the marina owner and the Cuban grocer, Mike said. They're the ones who didn't sell. Jennings was quiet a moment. I'll mention that. She hung up, and Gus set a final Modelo at Mike's elbow. Lime in the neck, last call, same as every Friday. And Mike picked it up and looked at the Marlin sign above the door, catching the last hour's worth of bar light, still crooked, still faded, still absolutely itself, and drank half of it before he put it down. The Ohio couple left at 12:15. The husband stopping at the bar to tell Gus they were extending their stay through Tuesday, which Gus received with the same equanimity he received everything. A small nod and a gesture toward the door that meant drive safe in every language. Dewey Pruitt stayed until closing, which he almost always did. On his way out, he paused at Mike's stool, the 3-fingered hand setting down a scratch-off ticket he hadn't touched all evening. "Won $2, Dewey said. Good night all around. He walked out into the parking lot, and the door swung shut behind him, and Gus killed the overhead lights and left just the bar lights running, the way he always ended a Friday, the room going warm and amber around the bottles and the glasses and the 6 inches of counter that had been wiped clean for 30 years. "You want another one?" Gus said. "No," Mike said. "I think that's the right note to end on." "Usually is," Gus said, and went to lock the front door. Chapter 10. Sandra Hill won the primary by 11 points, on a Tuesday that came in clear and dry after a week of September rain, the kind of election day that made turnout people nervous in the morning and philosophical by afternoon, because voters who showed up in good weather for a primary against an 18-year incumbent had decided something, and what they decided didn't turn much on the weather. Mike heard the result from Walsh at 9:47 p.m., a text that read simply, 11 points. She's giving her speech now. Then 40 seconds later, she's talking about the lagoon. Of course she is. He was sitting on his back step with a beer, the window unit inside running its usual complaint through the jalousie windows. Mrs. Alvarez's porch light on, across the way it was always on in the evenings. The tree frogs going in the drainage ditch on the far side of the road. He read Walsh's text and looked at the dark yard and felt the particular satisfaction of a thing that had been worth doing having been done, which was a flavor of satisfaction different from the louder kind and considerably more durable. He texted back, "Good. Now go get some sleep." Walsh, "After the party." Mike, "Right. After the party." The weekend after the arrests had gone the way weekends went, when 3 months of accumulated work finally became 3 sets of paperwork, methodical, slow, the satisfying and tedious process of putting into formal written record everything that had previously existed only as known. He'd written his statement for Drummond at the kitchen table Saturday morning, 7 pages, starting with Jenny Baker's call at Gus's bar, and ending with Harmon's ghost line introduction of himself. The whole arc of it set down in the plain, factual language that 20 years of writing operational reports had drilled into him. Adjectives kept to a minimum, timeline explicit, sourcing noted wherever sourcing existed. Jennings had read it Sunday, called with 4 clarifying questions, then said it was the clearest civilian statement she'd read in 11 years, and that she was going to tell Drummond Mike had done this kind of writing before, which she clearly already knew. Drummond had called Sunday afternoon to confirm receipt, and to ask, in the brisk, functional way she asked everything, whether Mike was aware of the full extent of his legal exposure for operating without a private investigator's license across 3 counties over the course of a summer. Mike had said he was aware. Drummond had said the statement was comprehensive and that she'd be in touch when the federal filing was made public. She had not answered the question about the exposure directly, which Mike took after 20 years of parsing answers that didn't answer questions as an answer. Reed's attorneys were from Tallahassee, 2 of them, the kind of firm whose website listed practice areas in a font that communicated confidence rather than information. They arrived in Indian River County Monday morning, 40 minutes before Reed's arraignment, and the speed of their arrival, over a weekend in a county they didn't normally practice in, told Mike everything Drummond had already told him about the quality of the emergency contact Reed had dialed from his Melbourne motel room. The arraignment went the way arraignments went for men with excellent representation. Efficiently, without drama, bail set at a number that the bail bondsman down the street from the courthouse could satisfy before lunch. Reed walked out of the courthouse at 11:14, looking exactly as he'd looked in the hotel lobby 2 weeks earlier. The same good-looking bland, the same posture, the same face that read as trustworthy from across a room and landed somewhere colder at 5 feet. Peggy Nash was there, outside the courthouse with a recorder and 2 questions she'd clearly prepared. Reed looked at her, and then at the recorder, and then at his attorneys, who moved between him and the recorder with the smooth efficiency of men who'd done this before, and the 3 of them went to a waiting car without Reed having said a single word on record. Peggy texted Mike at 11:20, no comment from Reed. Expected. Got good B-roll for the online piece though. The face tells a story, even when the mouth doesn't. Mike texted back, that's why he usually works from hotel lobbies. Gary Patterson, the 18-year incumbent, conceded to Sandra at 11:12 on primary night, which was before the final precincts had reported, which was not the move of a man who'd expected a close race and was watching it slip away, but rather the move of a man who'd known for 3 weeks how the race was going to go and had decided the concession call was the last thing he could do with any dignity. His communications director issued a statement at 11:30 that described Patterson as proud of his service and supportive of the democratic process, language so generic that it could have been written in advance of any conceivable result, which it probably had been. Sandra called Mike at 11:50 from a room that was still loud with the party behind her, her voice carrying the particular quality of someone operating on 4 hours of sleep and pure forward momentum. 11 points, she said. Walsh told me. Walsh cried. He thought he was subtle about it, but he was standing directly in front of me. She moved somewhere quieter, the party noise dropping behind her. I want to say something, and I want to say it while I still have the clarity that comes from just having won something, before the business of what comes next takes over. Say it. What you didn't win this race. The race was won by the margin that was always there, the gap between what this district had and what it deserved, and I would have found that margin eventually regardless. A pause. But what you did meant the race was decided by voters making an informed choice, rather than by a machine's ability to confuse them long enough that making an informed choice became harder than it should have been. That's not a small thing. That's the whole thing, actually. You would have figured it out yourself. I would have figured out the local piece, Reed, the disclosure, the photograph. I was already building the file when Walsh came to see you. What I wouldn't have figured out, not in one campaign cycle, is the architecture underneath it. The counties, the parcels, the money running through the pack to a firm that was running 3 other operations simultaneously. She was quiet a moment, the party noise behind the wall she'd put between herself and it. How many other towns are there? I don't know. Drummond's working on it. When you know, I want to know. I'm going to be on the State House Environment and Natural Resources Committee, which has oversight of waterfront development permitting in this state. She let that sit. I'm not making a threat. I'm telling you the shape of where I intend to be useful. I'll tell you when I know, Mike said. Good. The party behind her got briefly louder, somebody opening the door she'd closed. Go to sleep, Mr. Ramble. You look tired, even over the phone. She hung up, and he sat on the back step with the tree frogs and the empty beer bottle, and the particular dark of a Florida night that had done its best work without calling attention to itself. Peggy Nash's 4-part series ran the following week, Monday through Thursday, each installment going up at 6 a.m. and being picked up by at least 2 state-level outlets by noon. She titled it Quiet Waters, which was Reed's own development project name turned back on itself, the kind of title that worked in a specific way and didn't need explaining. Part 1 covered the marina and the grocery store, the shells, the appraisals, the collection crews, the county officials who'd been paid to look at the right forms and not look at the wrong ones. She named Hammond and Castillo, and Whitcomb and Mercer and their respective dispositions, and she named Earl Tucker and Netu Lazo in the same paragraph, which was the correct paragraph to name them in, the one that established what the machinery had been aimed at before describing the machinery. Part 2 covered the sports betting operation, Morris and the Veterans Charter, and Tyler Brooks and Ray Brooks, and the Leverage Library, which Peggy called an index database of personal vulnerabilities assembled over 2 years through legitimate data collection contracts and held in reserve for operational deployment, which was accurate and which also made Mike think about every piece of data anyone had ever voluntarily given to any organization and whether they'd understood what they were giving at the time. Part 3 covered Reed and Harmon and Meridian Bridge, the management layer, the invoices, the Georgia operations collapse, and its Florida reconstruction. She named David Harmon for the first time in print in Part 3, with his Tallahassee office address and his 14-month FBI investigation as established context, and she named Tom Johnson in the same piece, in the same paragraph that connected the Forward Florida Leadership Fund to Harmon's operational payments, not as a villain exactly, but as a man whose political operation had been the client at the top of a contractor chain that had done things the client's name would now share space with in print. Part 4 was the one Mike read 3 times. It covered the broader pattern, not the specific cases but the method, the way the same architecture had appeared in Georgia and North Carolina before appearing in Florida, the way Meridian Strategies had dissolved and reconstituted as Meridian Bridge, the way a leverage library built from legitimate data contracts became a toolkit for applying specific pressure to specific people at specific times. She quoted Drummond on record, describing the federal investigation as ongoing. She quoted Jennings on record, describing the summer's work as the most geographically distributed local investigation she'd ever been part of. She quoted Beth Carpenter, on record, at length, about the specific nature of the call she'd recorded and the specific things she'd heard underneath the professional language. She quoted Mike once, in the final paragraph of Part 4, a single sentence he'd given her on the phone the Sunday after the arrests. The machine doesn't care about the marina or the grocery store or the candidate. The machine cares about the parcel. The people are just what's standing on it. He'd said it without thinking it was quotable. Apparently it was. Ray Brooks called the Thursday of Peggy's series, mid-afternoon, while Mike was at Tucker's Marina, finally fixing the fuel dock fitting that had been waiting on a part for 2 months. Earl had ordered 2 of the parts, which was the kind of operational wisdom that only came from having the wrong part arrive 3 times in a row, across a career long enough to have made that particular mistake 3 times. Cooper set me up with a county program, Ray said. Debt management, structured repayment, some counseling attached. The $11,000 gets paid back at a rate I can manage, and the criminal exposure goes away if I stay compliant for a year. He sounded like a man who'd spent a week deciding how to feel about an outcome that was better than he'd expected, and worse than he deserved, and had landed somewhere in the middle on the question of whether those two things canceled each other out. I wanted you to know. Good. Tyler? He stopped. Tyler's been talking to somebody. Not me, a counselor the school arranged. He said it was his idea, which I think means it wasn't entirely his idea, but he decided to own the decision instead of resenting it, which is the most him thing he's ever done. He'll be fine. I know he will. Ray's voice had something in it that Mike hadn't heard in the laundromat. Not quite lightness, but the absence of the specific weight that had been there. He's been throwing every day after practice. Just throwing, extra work. A receiver who stays late because he wants to too. Coach says he's throwing better than he was before August. Some players get sharper after something goes wrong. Coach said the same thing. Said the best quarterbacks he's ever had all had something that tested them before they were ready. And the ones who made it through it came out different on the other side. Harder to rattle. Ray paused. I go to the games now. Everyone. Tyler sees me in the stands before he takes the field, every time. And he gives me a nod. Just a nod. Doesn't wave, doesn't come over, just looks up and finds me and nods and goes back to warming up. Mike tightened the fitting, felt it seat properly for the first time in months, the specific satisfaction of a mechanical thing finally doing what it was built to do. That's enough, Mike said. Yeah, Ray said. It really is. Tom Johnson issued a statement through his congressional office on the Wednesday of Peggy's series, the third installment, the one that named him. The statement said that Congressman Johnson had no knowledge of any improper activity conducted by any entity associated with or funded by the Forward Florida Leadership Fund, that he served as a nominal chairman in an administrative capacity only, and that he had full confidence in the legal and ethical operation of all entities with which he was associated. The statement was 4 sentences and took 3 minutes to read, because each sentence had been constructed to mean as little as possible while occupying maximum grammatical space, the verbal equivalent of a man standing very still in a room he hoped you'd walk past. He did not call a press conference. He did not appear on camera. His communications director told 3 reporters who called that the congressman was focused on his legislative duties and had no further comment at this time. Jennings texted Mike after the statement went out. Nominal chairman in an administrative capacity is doing the work of a small country in that sentence. Mike texted back, it's a good sentence if you need a sentence that doesn't mean anything. Jennings, it's going to be a worse sentence in about 6 months when the federal filing becomes public and nominal gets tested against a subpoena. Mike, I know. Jennings, Drummond says 6 months is probably conservative. Harmon's name appeared in the federal filing when it was finally unsealed, which happened on a Thursday 8 weeks after the arrests, faster than Drummond had projected and considerably slower than Mike had hoped, the particular metabolism of federal process being what it was. The filing named Harmon and Reed and 3 entities, Meridian Bridge Advisory, Harmon Group Advisory, and Reed Strategic Solutions, in a conspiracy charge that cited the Georgia case's evidence alongside the Florida documentation, the 2 sets of evidence apparently being more complementary than either investigation had known while they were being built separately. Harmon's attorney, a woman from a Washington firm whose name Mike recognized from 3 decades of political-adjacent litigation, issued a statement through the firm's media contact that was, if anything, even more compressed than Johnson's, which was technically impressive. Harmon himself said nothing publicly, which was consistent with a man who'd spent a career cultivating the kind of invisibility that made silence its own form of communication. The charges were serious. Drummond had been careful not to describe them as certain. What she'd said on the phone the morning the filing was unsealed was, "The filing is what we could prove. What we think happened is considerably larger than the filing. Sometimes you take the charge you can make, and you trust the process to develop the rest." Mike had said, "How often does that work?" Drummond had said, "Often enough that we keep doing it." Gus's bar looked the same on the Thursday the federal filing unsealed as it had looked every other Thursday in 3 years. The same 6 trucks in the lot, the same Marlin sign, the same fryer oil and salt smell that met you at the door. The Ohio couple had finally gone home to Ohio sometime in October, leaving behind a standing offer to Gus of a free place to stay in Columbus if he ever found himself in Columbus, which Gus had received with the same equanimity he received everything, a nod and a gesture toward the door that meant "thank you for coming." Mike sat at his usual stool, and Gus set down a Modelo without the lime. A change that had happened without ceremony sometime in early October, Gus simply having stopped including it one evening, the two of them apparently having arrived wordlessly at the conclusion that the lime had served its time. Dewey Pruitt was at his usual spot, working a scratch-off with a pen this time, having apparently decided somewhere in the previous month that the key was beneath him as a tool. "Federal charges," Dewey said, not looking up from the ticket. "TV's been running it all day." "I know. Johnson's name's on it." Tangentially. Dewey said the word carefully, trying it out for size. "That mean he's going to get away with it?" "It means the federal filing is what could be proved right now, and what can be proved will grow." Mike looked at the muted television in the corner, where a cable news channel ran a chyron beneath footage of a congressional building. Congressmen connected to fraud scheme filing shows. Tangentially is where it starts. It's not where it ends. "You sure about that?" Mike thought about Drummond's flat professional voice, saying often enough that we keep doing it, and about Jennings's 3 months of careful, methodical work that had looked, from inside it, like it would never quite reach the thing it was reaching for, and about a marina that was still standing, and a grocery store with a new window, and a school principal who was now a state representative-elect, and a 17-year-old quarterback who nodded at his uncle before every game. "No," Mike said, "but I'm working on it." Dewey looked at him sideways, the 3-fingered hand setting the pen down. "You ever gonna be done working on it?" Mike looked at the Marlin sign above the door. The paint faded down past any particular color into the particular shade that 30 Florida summers produced on something nobody had bothered to repaint, crooked the same degree it had always hung crooked, the fish itself still leaping in its permanent unconcerned arc. "Probably not," Mike said. "Thought so." Dewey picked the pen back up. "Good." The package arrived on a Saturday in November. Padded envelope, Tallahassee postmark, no return address. Mike found it in his mailbox on the way back from the beach. The metal detector over one shoulder, mesh bag of junk in the other hand, a belt buckle he'd found that morning still in his jacket pocket. Inside the envelope, a burner phone. Small, basic, the kind sold at any pharmacy with a prepaid card attached already charged. One contact saved in the phone's address book under a first name only, Jenny. He stood in the front yard in the morning light and looked at it, the phone sitting in his palm, lighter than it should have felt given what it represented. He turned it over once, the way he'd turned the belt buckle over that morning, the way he turned everything over that the beach gave him, checking for marks, for context, for anything that told him what he was actually holding. The phone buzzed once in his hand. A text from a number that wasn't saved under any contact. A number, just a string of digits, no name, no context. One sentence, no punctuation at either end. "Pick up when it rings, and it will ring soon. He looked at the text, looked at the street, which was empty in the Saturday morning way of streets that had nothing to prove at this hour. Mrs. Alvarez's dachshund was working its loop at the far end, the dog's pace unchanged by the existence of the phone or its text or any of what had preceded them. He put the burner in his jacket pocket, next to the belt buckle. Walked inside. Made coffee, the good kind, ground fresh, because there was nothing about this morning that argued for the bad kind. Stood at the window over the sink, and drank the first cup, looking at the yard while the coffee was still hot enough to matter, and thought about Jenny Baker's voice on a phone 3 years ago, the first time, saying "don't hang up" in the specific tone of someone who'd decided what she needed to say, and had done the calculation on the cost of saying it. The burner phone sat in his jacket pocket on the hook by the door. Not ringing yet. He finished the coffee, rinsed the cup, set it on the drying rack. Went to his desk, opened the drawer, took out the folded printout he'd been carrying since the courthouse parking lot 4 months ago. The pack filing with Tom Johnson's name typed plain across the top. The one he'd circled twice in the truck before he'd ever gotten out of the car that night. He unfolded it and looked at it in the November morning light coming through the window. The same document it had always been. The same name in the same font, neither more nor less than it had ever been, except that now it existed in a federal filing and in 4 parts of a newspaper series and in the statements of 3 cooperating witnesses and in Drummond's carefully organized case file in Jacksonville. Tangentially. For now. He folded it back along its creases and put it in the drawer. The beach was there in the morning, the way it was always there, and the tide had done its work overnight, and there were 60 yards of packed sand waiting out there with whatever it had to give, which was usually junk and occasionally something worth keeping. And the difference between those two things was sometimes hard to know until you'd cleaned it up and held it in the light and decided for yourself what it was worth. He got his jacket off the hook by the door, the burner phone solid in the pocket, not ringing yet, and his detector from its hook in the carport, and walked toward the water. The end.